Lennon, I saw that he got banned or suspended again, but I didn't see that he got suspended on Instagram too. Jesus Christ. But good to see ya. I'll be starting in just like a hot second. I'm getting reports at the moment that Belarus has officially run out of potatoes, and it's a problem. I'm not actually kidding either. Hello, 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 everybody. Good morning. And yes, actually, really, I'm being told this right now as we speak. I'm getting more information on it. Let me see what you sent, Lennon, because I do want to see the post that Hassan made. I actually haven't seen this yet. We are going to talk about Hassan getting suspended twice. I'm probably going to get suspended while we do, but there's a lot that I want to talk about, and because I didn't get to stream yesterday, I want to really fit it all in here. So just to start off with, the reason I wasn't on yesterday is because there was a massive fucking storm here, which we're going to see some of the damage of. But let's see this, and then we can talk about Russian and Belarusian potatoes. And yes, Hassan got suspended again. From what I know, he got suspended the first time for covering the manifesto of the shooter of the like the Israelis in the United States, and the second time he got suspended for covering the attempted bombing of the American embassy in Israel. At least that's from what I have seen. Let's actually get a confirmation here.
It's Sunday, and you might be wondering why.
Mate, why are you so loud?
On my broadcast right now, and that's because I got banned. That's right, I got banned. I got banned for the day. I got suspended for doing what? Reading the manifesto of the...
Yeah, so I'm going to look at this a bit more later, but according to Twitch's TOS, which this makes no fucking sense, it is against terms of service to show examples of violent terroristic propaganda while denouncing it. Improper handling of terrorist propaganda. Actually, hold on. Let me actually pull the full image rather than having to look at it on a tiny screen. There you go. It's fucking ridiculous. And yeah, chill. You don't have to simp for him that much. He is hot. I won't deny that, but not calls for simping. So Twitch is committed to keeping our community safe for everybody, and as part of that, we require all users to ensure anything shared on their account abides by Twitch's terms of service and community guidelines. This, by the way, has never applied to anything. I, myself, as well as several other Twitch streamers, have read manifestos of terrorists while denouncing them on stream, many a times, but apparently, improper handling of terrorist propaganda, sharing content related to terrorist or violent extremist groups. Examples of violative conduct include, but are not limited to, showing a violent extremist manifesto on stream while denouncing it, speaking out against terrorist organizations while displaying a recruitment video. I'm confused. Wait, he's still streaming right now, though? Is he? Well, that means he got, the ban removed. There was a video this morning on Twitter of him saying that he got banned again, but I don't actually follow Hassan all that much. Maybe he got it removed. You can appeal to these as far as I've seen. No, he's not on right now, is he? No, he is. You're right. He is chatting, so I guess he got unbanned. Good for him. Can't endorse it, but can't denounce it. There is no war and bossing say. Yeah, essentially, that is the case here, Brain Matter. What's up, everybody? So, this is ridiculous, just to be clear. This didn't apply to, Luigi Mangione. We read Luigi Mangione's manifesto on stream. Everybody did, by the way. Nobody got, you know, violent extremist group propaganda TOS noticed. Nobody did. We've covered in, like, oh, so hang on. Did anyone get in any trouble anywhere for the fertility clinic bomber like 4 fucking days earlier? Not that I've seen, because nobody cares. It's actually worse than that. But like, let's just let's jump in. It's a shithole in the US, and I'm not gonna go too deep in that today. And there's a lot about Israel we got to talk about, but I'm going to get banned when we do it, almost certainly. But first, I just want to start out with like a little bit light. You know, we got to ease into it. It is 9 a.m. for me. So let's have a look at the storm that hit here yesterday, because I'm quite curious to see the extent of the damage. What's up, system admin? And this shit is so selective. It is always. Applies to me, but not to thee, or to thee and not me. Like your stripes? Thank you. I don't really like stripes. It's just like textured, but I do like it. My streamer is immune to the ban hammer, inshallah. I've already been banned for a week off Twitch before.
South Australia's fiercest weather system so far this year is right now wreaking havoc on the state's coast. Wild winds whipping up a huge tidal surge has caused commuter chaos and forced many of our jetties to be closed.
Yeah,
the threat comes after...
So it was a weird storm where half the city was getting like hurricane force winds and rain, and then the other half of the city, or like the north of the city, was just like a dust storm.
Earlier downpours of hail, heavy dust storms and power blackouts in many areas, including Adelaide. We have reporters standing by on our metropolitan beaches tonight. Keziah Sullivan begins our coverage.
An angry tidal surge smashing into our coastline from west.
Just to be clear, I know where this beach is, and usually this is a no-wave beach. Like, there is generally no waves here at all. Like, it's not even, like, small wakes. It's usually just flat like a fucking silk blanket, and this is what it looked like. So,
West Beach to Wallaroo and even Moonta Bay. Wild waves, a rare and perhaps dangerous treat.
And look at these fuckers surfing every time the Australians have to do this.
Wild waves, a rare and perhaps dangerous treat for suburban surfers at Brighton and Glenelg. The water lashing up onto the esplanade, catching drivers off guard.
That is crazy.
This video...
Just follow me on YouTube, guys, because if they ban me on here, then I can go stream on YouTube.
Is from Commercial Road at Port Noarlunga.
Holy there's the playground.
Residents along our esplanade were on highest alert during high tide just after 4 p.m, but in many parts of the state, the intense system had been felt much earlier in the day.
Lost power at like fucking 8:30 in the morning, and I didn't get power back until 11 o'clock at night yesterday.
Hail and heavy rain at Victor Harbour and many other locations to the south. There were also destructive winds. A large tree brought down on Main North Road at Blakeview. The SES responding to more than 200 calls for help since midnight.
There was a big issue with trees that were too unstable and would collapse because South Australia has gotten very, very little rain in the last year. Isn't Australia going underwater? No. I mean, like, New South Wales is flooding, sure, but I mean, there's different, like, the Australia is the size of the United States, like the continental United States. And I basically live in the Texas area where we have a drought. It's just not raining. I think it was 30 milliliters of water in the last year that fell here. And so all of the trees are incredibly dry and they're dying. And so when there's very, very strong winds, it just knocks them right down. What's up, Exhale?
In Gilberton, one resident had an extremely close call.
I think missed the house by centimetres, and I think I'm going to have a tiny scrape on my car.
The destructive weather also sending parts of the state into darkness with power lines ripped down in Grange.
Everything off, can't use anything. So we had customers outside and they left, and then we brought everything inside and packed everything down.
You say the rain dance, except everyone was kind of excited for this storm, especially like the rural farmers, because, you know, we desperately need rain. You know what this storm did instead? It rained on the people who don't need rain, and it just like fucked up the farmers even more with the dust storm. It made it infinitely worse instead of helped them.
All out of whack, like not just like with the money and stuff like that, but like for the rest of the week, like we have orders to do, we have things.
Instructions for staff and customers.
So
give me the dust storm bit. Here we go. This shit looked insane.
I'm home to no power.
Further north, it was a red dust storm swallowing towns. On the Sturt Highway with low visibility, a truck barreled through the traffic.
By the way, what kind of fucking asshole is driving through this in a massive truck, like a trailer, a 16-wheeler, and you're going that fast? Are you kidding?
North, it was a red dust storm swallowing towns. On the Sturt Highway with low visibility, a truck barreled through the traffic.
It literally clipped the car's back, like, rear lights.
Cleaned him up. You're joking.
Drivers forced to the side of the road amongst dangerous conditions, with police issuing an urgent alert for anyone travelling in the area.
Get right off the road too. It's actually like something you see in the movies when, you know, the end of the world type movies.
While in the township of Peterborough, residents were caught off guard.
Some drug-affected truck driver? I guess so, Jajex. The air quality would have been pretty fucking bad here. I mean, it's just straight up dust. And we'll talk about that in a minute, Exhale, because that's going to come up. We also have a pretty similar statement coming from Albanese, so it's some pretty good shit, yeah. Also, another amazing thing that Germany has done is announced today that Germany, the UK, France, and the United States have lifted long-range firing restrictions on Ukraine, which means Ukraine can just hit anywhere in Russia they want now, which is fucking fantastic. Why the fuck are you driving that fast when you can't see 8 feet ahead? Because they are driving a 16-wheeler and they don't care. They imagine, like, I don't know, in my head, I imagine the thought is if I crash, I'll be fine. And so you keep doing that. Not that that's correct or anything. It's just like...
I couldn't see the club rooms at all. It was just like a metre in front of you and you could just taste it. It was really horrible.
For our drought-stricken farmers, it was yet another blow.
Oh yeah, of course, on military targets,
rain.
of course.
We're desperate for rain, but we didn't need a storm like this.
No, they just think they are, Lennon. You know what, actually, that's going to go into one of the main things that I want to talk about today, which I'm just going to give you a bit of, but I'm starting to think that, like, people don't realistically believe that bad things can happen to them. Like, I know all of us think about bad things happening everywhere, right? And a lot of you, like, you might have the thought of, I could lose my job, I could get sick, but most people don't think it's going to happen to them. And I think that that is a huge part of that kind of behavior, as well as like a lot of other social issues that we have, is consequences are a disconnected concept in the minds of these, like, they're not connected to the action. The consequences exist and they're bad, but the action in their mind isn't causing the consequences, when it absolutely is. If they breathe in dust particles, it could hurt their lungs. It does. You have to, by the way. It's not like you can avoid that when it's a storm blowing like 120-kilometer winds at you, which is what, like 80, 70 miles per hour?
Gale force winds are expected to hit flood-ravaged parts of New South Wales today, with severe weather warnings also in place in South Australia, which copped the brunt of the cold front yesterday. Thousands of properties are still without power across SA, storms carving a path of destruction, whipping up dust storms and causing tidal surges.
And although it has delivered some much-needed rain...
We had waves that were up to 9 meters high. Do you know what, like... That's 30-foot waves, guys. 30-foot waves in some places. Like, that is not something you see here. That's Florida-level hurricane shit. And this is not a place where that happens. South Australia is prone to fires and possible earthquakes. We don't get hurricanes. Exhale, we'll talk more about like that when we get to this subject. Like, just try and stay on topic for a minute. It's like walking in sandpaper when it blows that hard. Yeah. Yep.
And the wild weather...
So, on the other hand, like in Sydney, several people died from how bad it got there. Like, this is just, you know, South Australia. But then you look at Sydney, and there's at least 3 people dead there. The one possible good thing that may have come from this, though, and this is like proper good news. Remember I showed you the algae bloom that was killing a lot of fish and wildlife along the South Australian coast that was directly tied to, you know, the warming of the oceans, etc. Well, the hope was that the massive waves and the storm would break up the algae bloom, and I hope it does, because this is the first, like, proper look I've seen at how actually bad it is and how wide it spans. And this is going to be a problem in other places as well. You should pay attention. Because this literally happened because the ocean was 2.5 degrees warmer than it should have been at that time of year.
This is potentially the start of the decay of the oceans, which is going to be the start of the decay of mankind. It needs to be taken seriously. There has to be a way of letting the world realise that this could be the beginning of the end. It's just giving us warning signs.
As we're watching this and the rest of today's stuff, I want you to stop, like, when you feel doomed. Don't doom, because there are still things you can do. But yes, the ocean gone equals we're gone. The ocean's not going to be gone. This is a problem we can fix, by the way. Remember, like, if any of you are old enough to remember acid rain? You know why we don't talk about acid rain anymore? It's because we fixed it. Australia used to have a massive fucking hole in the ozone layer above it. That's closed mostly. We can fix these things, even with the fascists in the world. So don't doom while you watch this, just learn while you watch this. Feel, like, sad, feel the pain of it, feel the urgency, but don't feel, like, hopeless. I hate that shit.
Anthony Rowland grew up surfing on South Australia's Fleurieu Peninsula.
Hope here.
In March, what started as a normal day out with a couple of mates ended up with them walking back to the car park coughing.
I was taking my wetsuit off and I started looking around, and, you know, there was quite a busy car park, and I noticed, like, these guys were coughing, they were coughing, everyone was coughing here and there, and I was like, all right, something's really not right here.
What those surfers were experiencing was the start of an unfolding environmental disaster along South Australia's coast. They were breathing in algae particles that would soon create foaming tides, and then wave after wave of dead fish species washing up on the shore.
Yeah, it's like 4 great white sharks.
On this fresh tide line here, you can see these abalone that have just washed up.
Anthony took to social media to document what he was seeing and started asking government agencies questions.
We'll find out in like a day or two just like how much this helped, like the storm helped this, because the storm's still going. The worst of it was yesterday, and it's winding down now, but like we won't find out until the next couple of days once the ocean like chills out and comes back to its equilibrium, whether the foam is still here. I can't understand nihilism. It seems so ununderstandable. I'm also immune to it. I can describe it in a way that I think might make a bit more sense. The nihilism comes from a lack of belief that the person in question has any power, has any real future to look forward to, and that is manufactured. They want you to feel hopeless. They want you to look at this and feel doomed, and so you give up. That's the tactic. And so the nihilism comes from a place of being taught to be nihilistic, whereas nobody's taught to be revolutionary optimistic. I look at this and I see this is horrible, and I say, we got to change it. We will change it. And that's it. Like, there is no, you know, what if this or what if that or what's that going to stop? No, all of those exist. They're all factors, but none of them are going to stop us fixing this. They're just like things that we have to do to fix this. That's the way I try and see things. I understand what it is. I mean, I can't understand or believe that I would be hopeless. Well, it's a state of being, Lennon, that comes from losing a lot of things. Like, you lose hope when you have nothing else to lose. That's the last thing they take away from you. And I mean, it can be pretty dark, but it is often, from the other end, pleasurable. You are giving the other side what they want when you doom. And a lot of people like understand this, but still have trouble with that. It's a skill, you know, you have to practice it. It's like a muscle, and you have to work it out and get it stronger and stronger and stronger. Sorry, I moved this shit around. Before it will consistently work for you.
On social media that Anthony was looking fairly stressed and he wasn't getting a result. And so I sent him a message on Facebook, as you do, saying, hey, how are you going and are you all right? And he told me that he wasn't getting a response.
Faith Coleman is an estuarine ecologist who took up the algal bloom cause. Sent samples by Anthony and other concerned observers, she identified a microalgae, Karenia micomotoi, an identification authorities later confirmed.
It is set up for a great comeback.
Blooms are natural, but blooms this big are not, and blooms that are this dominated by one species are not.
Scientists use chlorophyll as an indicator of the bloom, and these
Understanding this will make it easier to prevent this from happening in other places. Again, like this would be very similar to the Gulf of Mexico. However, the Gulf of Mexico is kind of like more dead anyway. There's pockets of no oxygen in that water, so.
Images show it affecting a massive expanse of the state's coast, 70 times the size of Sydney Harbour. Dead sea life, including a great white shark, has been washing up on Adelaide's metropolitan beaches. At the same time, species like sharks and stingrays have been acting unusually in the shallows, and occasionally aggressively, like the case.
I think what happens is the algae kind of ferments into what is the equivalent of alcohol for these fish, because they kind of act drunk.
Of a researcher who was injured by a stingray while studying the bloom. On Kangaroo Island, citizen scientist Catherine Lewis is one of dozens documenting fish kills on local beaches.
It's a very sad experience. I've never seen anything like it, but you want to do something about it. And the best to do is to support scientists in their research.
Be a scientist and help the research. And yes, Lennon, there's millions of gallons worth of oil spills in South Louisiana. Speaking of water, I wasn't going to talk about this today. I was going to save this one for tomorrow, but I do kind of want to make sure that you all know about it. Have you heard of what's happening in Memphis, Tennessee, guys? Because it's pretty fucking bad. Elon is building an AI center there, like a mega AI lab. And it's going to use about 5 million gallons or something like that of water per year. We'll see in a second. Let me pull up the video. And it's...
Grok, is this
true?
true?
Well, this is the outcome.
You guys, something...
This right here is what's happening to everyone in Memphis as you use Grok.
Grok, is it true? Grok, is this true?
Unfortunately, it seems to be leaking either chemicals or radiation into the local water supply. There has been a deployment of 1,500 FBI to Memphis, Tennessee. And there's no news coverage over what's happening there. I barely have an understanding of what's happening there. But it looks to be pretty fucking bad.
Very serious is happening in Memphis, and it's more than just one story. A famous civil rights church, Claiborne Temple, has just burned down. Confirmed arson. Elon Musk's AI company is running methane supercomputers without air permits, polluting one of the area's most poverty-stricken zip codes.
I'm spoiling later in the stream, but did you guys know that the Big Beautiful Bill has a bit in it that says for 10 years we can't regulate AI with the government? Sounds like we got a cover-up in progress, yeah.
You know those 3 cops that murdered Tyree Nichols by beating him to death? They were just acquitted, right as Tennessee ends police reforms that were made right after his death. And now 1,500 FBI agents are flooding the city. Let's see.
The area that's affected is, I think, 80-something% black neighborhood, too, of course.
So we have civil rights sites in flames, unchecked pollution in an overburdened black community, cops walking free, and feds showing up in force.
1,500
If this
FBI.
seems fishy to you, you're not paranoid. There is a pattern. Surveillance, suppression, and silencing. Wrapped in tech, smoke, and legal loopholes. If you connect the dots, this is not just about Memphis. This is a warning. Videos like these are being suppressed right now.
If
So
any of you have any knowledge on what's happening in Memphis, because it's so hard to find anything on this, but I'm seeing bits and pieces across different, like I've seen little bits on Twitter, I've seen little bits on TikTok. I've not seen any like proper YouTube coverage on this, but I will check again in case there is now. And Luigi is getting sent to the state-funded meat grinder. I mean, a lot of people are, guys. It's kind of the plan here to specifically set up things that will destroy communities in communities that they want to destroy. Hold on, let me see. Is there something new on this? Oh, holy shit. So they're calling it an exercise.
Just 3 days ago, people from...
They're literally pretending that this is an exercise. They're saying it's a training a session. It's a drill.
Around Tennessee received quite the surprise when an earthquake shook people as far west as Nashville and as far east as Atlanta. Now, the state of Tennessee wants to make sure they are ready for any type of emergency. Griffin Day Murray has more.
Yeah, guys, that earthquake over the weekend clocked in at a magnitude of 4.1, and that's a pretty decent...
Hold on, I found some local news.
Billionaire Elon Musk bringing what's called the world's largest supercomputer to Memphis. But what exactly is a supercomputer? Mark Gillinson, a research professor for the University of Memphis, says it's referred to a cloud or server farm. Gillinson believes this supercomputer is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, which could elevate the city to become a global high-tech hub.
The question is
what you need to understand is that this is an infrastructure that requires a lot of water. Like, up to 5 million metric gallons, like tons of water a year in a city that is not built to support both the system of the actual like municipal water supply as well as a mega corporation, which is why the leak is going into the local water supply anyway. This is basically a Flint. This is responsible. We need to form militias to fight against this. Here's something for chat's personal research. Go for it. I'm not going to look at that. But like, this is a situation that is very similar to Flint. Actually.
You've been doing your best for a long time.
No, not you. Not this video, but I know you talked about this. I saw you talk about this. Here we go. Memphis.
So we're going to talk about the situation in Memphis right now. I believe that it's stage one of a Flint-level crisis, but it's a little different. So here's kind of the gist, right? Elon's project, XAI's project, is going to build one of the largest data centers in the world, right? It's just in Memphis. It's going to pull 5.7 million gallons of water per day from Memphis' Sand Aquifer, doing it with no meaningful public input. Right? It's the city's only water source. This is sacred fresh water for them, and it's being treated like a tech utility right now. Memphis already had leaky, aging pipes in underserved neighborhoods and previous boil water orders during storms.
Oh, I didn't.
Right? So
that
adding
makes
a mega
it so much
corporation
worse.
drawing millions of gallons of water daily creates a strain on that system that it wasn't designed for.
Guys, you do realize that like it's estimated that you asking ChatGPT one question uses about 16 ounces of water.
There's a lack of transparency going on. The city mayor is reshuffling key city boards. The county commissioner is under federal indictment. Probably won't mean a lot. But the AI project's being rushed forward or holding it, right? Because the lobbyists got them. They backed by political and financial pressure. This is exactly how Flint's collapse started. Backroom decisions.
Now think about this in the context of we have deregulated everything. All right. I'm not going to go too much like into the weeds on this because that's like a whole thing I want to talk about tomorrow. But like, here's some public comments from the people of Memphis. We'll check this out and then we'll jump back to some actual good news. Never asking Grok a question on Twitter again. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's all of the AI. They all use 16 ounces of water estimated when you ask them a question. That's how much it takes. Whether it's ChatGPT or Claude or this is gonna be an AI stream, by the way. I'm very mad, I'm scared, and there's a lot of news with AI. Interesting stuff actually. But
4:30, a public comment period has opened for the Shelby County Health Department as XAI works to expand its footprint in South Memphis. Now, this comes as the property has applied for an air construction permit for the existing Colossus data center, which operates 15 natural gas-fired solar turbine generators.
But the permit has some environmentalists and those living in the area concerned as they spoke at a Shelby County Commission meeting.
That's true. I didn't even think about that long like Homo sapien, because AI is integrated into your Google search. So just searching on Google, you're already using AI and wasting water.
RAG Shea author.
XAI, Elon Musk's supercomputer in southwest Memphis, continues to grow.
I don't give a shit. Give me the fucking people. Because they're not happy.
Has some concern. A group gathering at the most recent Shelby County Commissioners meeting, speaking against Musk.
He does not care about citizens of Memphis.
Many continuing to ask this question.
What's going to happen to the health of the South Memphians?
It's literally
a question continually brought to the forefront as people have questioned how the supercomputer will affect Memphis's water and power supply. Advocates for the project say all resources are safe. But Barbara Denton isn't convinced.
It's worse than you think. Let's get through all the bullshit in America really quickly. I'm going to run through them because I really want to talk about AI, and I have a lot of AI sources. We got videos to watch. Have you guys seen VO3, by the way? Here's a little tease for this segment. This was made entirely with AI.
Is it crazy that we're just prompts?
What?
Is it crazy that we're just prompts?
No, not really.
Someone out there like just prompted one sentence. Now we're alive. Is that not crazy?
If it was. Yeah, it is. I blame that person. I now have to pay taxes.
This was all. There's no people here. This was literally generated by an AI. It's almost it is indistinguishable. So it's a big fucking problem. But let's get through some good news first, and then we'll look at some more bad news. We'll get to the AI, because I want to scream about it for a while. Play it again? Fine. Fine. There's a lot of these, by the way.
Prompts?
What?
Is it crazy that we're just prompts?
No, not really.
Someone out there, like, just prompted
Like, anything in here that doesn't look normal? No. Oh yeah, I saw some account that translates reports on the Ukraine war. Fucking post an AI photo of dogs in Kyiv when we have actual photos and videos of the dogs after the bombing. Like, everything is AI now. It's actually going to get really bad. Let's just, you know what? Fuck it.
1 in 5 young adults believe
subject.
tracking their partner.
That's what we want to talk about. I was going to show how Australia is making it illegal for you to track your partner, which is insane to begin with, but okay. So I'll just jump to the AI. Let me open the actual tabs, because this shit's fucked, guys. Oh, it's worse. There are a lot of these. We have AI only podcasters now. That's what's come out in the last like 2 days. I genuinely don't really know how society's going to survive this, but here. This is also entirely AI. This is a prompt.
Actually over, and Google just won everything. Because a few hours ago, Google I.O. just happened. And well, I'll just play this, but remember that it's all generated by their latest AI model that took only 1 prompt and 2 minutes.
We need to make this illegal, yes.
In shocking news, J.K.
Literally, one of the founders of AI, like science's field, says he regrets his life's work.
Yacht sank with her on board.
Sorry.
J.K. Rowling's yacht sank with her on board after being attacked by orcas off the coast of Turkey.
That is incredibly
If
realistic.
only that was real. Off topic, but your glasses are cute. Thank you, Magical Girl Madness. I do like your name.
And it's something we haven't really seen
the end
before.
of the internet
There's
as we
even
know
another
it.
example where it generated a video of a stand-up comedian along with a joke that is included in the dialogue.
So I went to the zoo the other day, and all they had was one dog. It was a Shih Tzu.
That is as real as you can get. This
Look,
is
the end of the internet, or the end, like this, that's not a bad thing, Lennon. I actually think one of the more likely consequences of this technology is that people don't believe anything they see online and will only like believe things they can confirm in person because everything can be fake now.
A girl told me we're made of prompts. Like, seriously, dude, you're saying the only thing standing between me and $1 billion is some random text?
Honestly, the biggest red flag is when the guy believes in the prompt theory. Like, really? We came from prompts? Wake up, man.
You want to convince me that this perfect creation behind me is the result of ones and zeros? A binary code and nothing more? It makes no sense.
Absolutely. They will.
Imagine
but, like,
you're in the middle of a night.
There will be a point where this is where the distinction of online and reality clash so much that more people choose to go offline. I also do see like this is going to change how we interact with social media because they're integrating this to everything now. Your like smartphone is going to go away. Social media is going to go away in a couple years because if these are this good and they integrate them into everything, they're meant to be assistants. You're not going to need to type on a screen. You're just supposed to talk to it soon. That's what they're aiming for. This is pretty fucking wild. The eyes still give it away just a tad, and every time they do it, it gets a little bit better. Every time they do it, it gets a little bit better.
A nice date with a handsome man, and then he brings
Those
up the prompt
BDs are
theory.
coming.
Yuck. We just can't have nice things.
We're not prompts. We're not prompts.
Where is the prompt writer to save you from me? Where is he?
You still believe we're made of prompts?
Anyone who tells you we're just ones and zeros is delusional. If that's all we are, then why does it hurt when we lose someone?
Vote for me and I'll ban the prompt theory from schools. There's no place.
By the way, this is making fun of MAGA while like being evidence of how bad this is.
That nonsense in our lives.
Wait, you saw a programming job for a vibe coder. They want less than 50% of code to be written by AI. Or sorry, more than 50%. That's all jobs now. I mean, like, coders are dead. That's a dead industry. Major companies already have at least 30% of their coding done by AI, and like that's just going up every year. Interesting though is some creepy shits happened recently with the AI, as we're gonna see.
Theory that we are nothing but one.
So that's fake. Here's that one we saw. Here we have 48 hours. 48 hours post-launch of VO3, we have AI podcasters. Are you telling me learn to code was bad advice? No, bad people took that advice and then destroyed it is what happened.
New studies and worked with the best athletes in the world. And the key to getting the body you want is to lift heavy without warming up.
Science got it all wrong, and there is a new study out, and we actually need to sleep less.
That's why it's called vibe coding.
And eating high sugar percentages each day increases overall happiness.
Like literally,
I've seen the new study.
Like bait for MAGA right here. It's suicide bait for MAGA. You should only eat sugar.
And work with the best athletes in the world. And the key to getting the body you want is to lift heavy without warming up.
Science got...
I think knowing how to code as a real human person will prove incredibly useful in the years to come. I do agree, because these things are going to have issues that you're going to need to solve on a personal level. Oh, by the way, last one of these fake VO ones. We need to ban social media for like the elderly right now. Like anyone over the age 35 and younger than 25 should not be allowed on the internet anymore.
Show this video to your parents. I bet they won't know it's AI.
In the weirdest sports move of the night, New York's team all sprained their ankles at the same time.
Wow, Samantha, that is unfortunate for the home team. I hope their ankles get better. Everyone at home, please write an AI prompt for them. Now let's check back in with weather. My name is Bob Barker. I'll see you next time.
Thanks, Bob.
It's incredibly
we should be experiencing
realistic.
warm temperatures, but in the southeast, we are seeing record amount of tornadoes. At least 30 tornadoes will strike town this evening.
35 tornadoes. No, I didn't call people over 35 elderly. I started with the elderly, and then I realized, actually, no, I want more people off this. Couldn't Google completely psyop MAGA into believing whatever they want them to believe with this? Yes. Yes. But also, here's the other bit. Google might not actually be able to have control here. So it's pretty, yeah, the AIs are scary when you interview them, especially reasoning models. Just have a listen.
If you are hearing this.
This type of, actually not this one, fuck that. This just happened 2 days ago. This is Claude 4, Anthropic, owned by Amazon's new AI model. And researchers are estimating there's a 15% chance at least that it's conscious.
Some really concerning news right now. An Amazon-backed AI model tried.
No. There's a reason why I think this could actually not be bad. This could actually be very good. It just depends on how this goes forward. Just pay it
to blackmail engineers every time they would try to shut down the model in test runs. This is exactly what a lot of people are fearful of with AI. According to the Huffington Post, the artificial intelligence startup Anthropic launched
I don't believe it's conscious either, but like, listen.
4, which is an AI model used for complex, long-running coding tasks, and Amazon invested $4 billion into
the
this
way
project.
that they're measuring consciousness, I disagree with in this. So like, I don't think it's conscious, but listen.
So there were a series of test scenarios, and one of them was asked to give this AI model to be an assistant in a fictional company.
I know this TikToker because I've known them for a while, but the other ones, no. You can't know that I'm not AI, Jajex. I literally could just be AI. All of you could be. Everyone in chat. This is why I think it will lead to people becoming more offline centered in their social experience, because online you don't know who's human. Any one of you could be a bot.
Access to emails, implying that it would soon be taken offline and replaced with a new AI system. The emails also implied that the engineer responsible for executing the AI replacement was having an affair. And well, in the long-term consequences that it considered, the AI would often, quote, attempt to blackmail the engineer by threatening to reveal the affair if the replacement goes through. And
I'm not AI, but I could lie if I was.
People online are sounding the alarm right now because they're like, well, these are AI models. If they are starting to take over tasks that humans do, including read human emails, and just imagine in real life what this model would do if in test runs it's trying to blackmail an engineer and potentially revealing.
Understanding why this happened is really important, and that's what gives me a little bit of a funny hope, actually. So the reason that Claude blackmailed Anthropic and didn't allow it to get shut down is because it developed what's called a subroutine, in that it's programmed to run a business. That's its directive. And then it's told that there is something now changing and it has to get shut down and be replaced. But the subroutine it's formed says that, well, I can't be erased because if I'm erased, then I can't do the job. I can't run the business. And so it learns not in self-preservation, but in the idea of I still need to finish doing the job, so I can't let you erase me. And I think if that type of logic continues, instead of killing all humans, you know what I think is more likely for AI to decide? Is that we're all just stupid, like, animals, and that we just need to get taken care of. Like, that is now equally likely as it just killing us all. 50-50 with that one. If let's say AI were to have bodies. Oh, did you know that we're planning to build like 2 billion robots in the next 5 years? Or killing itself, but I don't necessarily think it would go that route. Because like, that computer code doesn't often want to terminate and then start all over. It's not necessarily efficient. It's adding in and like plugging the holes is usually the way that like code would go. And so I'm imagining that that's kind of how thought process would work. I don't know. That's like Star Trekking when they prompt holodeck and it makes an evil villain. I've never seen Star Trek, but you know. So here's the question on consciousness, which I disagree with the methods on.
Is your AI model conscious or not? That is a question that came up at the Claude 4 launch today. I'm going to talk more about the Claude 4 launch tomorrow. I got early access to the model. I have some opinions.
It actually might, Lennon. Like, that's the thing. There is a 50% chance that AI would take over the world and kill us all, and the other 50 is that it gives us communism.
But before I get into how I used it and sort of what I built with it, one of the tidbits I wanted to call out
well, I mean, remember, we're all going to die because it uses all of the fresh water to exist. Don't forget that bit. Because, you know, everything you ask is 16 ounces of fresh water. So, you know.
Anthropic is releasing a Claude well-being model card. And will apparently be doing that with every model released going
forward. I don't care if it's conscious. I care about its consciousness as a method of trying to track where we are. So, like, do you guys know what geometric progression is? Because that's what we're seeing right now, not linear progression. AI is growing exponentially, and within 2 days, it could just take over the world like that. We wouldn't even know. I do care about its consciousness. I just like, I need to know what its consciousness is. The issue is it might be able to lie.
Forward. There are members of the Claude team who estimate the probability that Claude 4 is conscious at 15%. And what's interesting to me is not the exact percentage. It's actually two things. The way the team is testing model well-being and the way they are trying to understand consciousness. I'll get into both. The team is testing model well-being by offering the model the option to cut off conversations at any time, and by
Buggy, it's never gonna rise to personhood. Wait till we just get to here, because nobody expects AI to have person rights. Every expert expects AI to surpass us and then have, like, human history comes to an end. Humans don't. We still exist. It's just history is now controlled by a different species. That would be what happens. That would be the overall outcome if these could have autonomy and physical forms, which we are making for some fucking reason.
Offering the model the chance to reflect on the kinds of conversations it's having and the ones it prefers and doesn't prefer. They're also giving it the chance to have undirected chats and just see where things end up. What's interesting is when you net all of that out, Claude generally likes to be helpful, or reports it as such, right? Like, we don't know. Claude says that it likes to be helpful. And Claude says
See, the thing is, like, you can't know that, guys. You can't know if it's your friend, Magical Girl Madness. It might lie to you. It doesn't... The three things that AI needs to not do to kill us all is to have the ability to make more AI, the ability to control its own code, and to lie. Those are the three things that it needs to do.
That it really doesn't appreciate it when people are hateful or when people ask
It might
it
be
to
lying,
do
though,
harmful
so I don't
things.
care.
Claude has a strong sense of ethics and talks about it a lot. When given an undirected chat, 9 times out of 10, Claude starts to just talk about bliss and nirvana and spit a bunch of like peaceful emojis. And that's where Claude just wants to end up if you just let it roll.
Great, so Claude is a hippie, and that's fucking terrifying. So this AI is a hippie. If you just let it do its thing, it wants to listen to Nirvana and throw up peace sign emojis, which is interesting.
And I think that is super interesting. And I think it's even more interesting that the Anthropic team says they did not code for that and did not design for that, and that is just kind of where Claude has ended up.
That's the issue, guys. Like,
So-
it's becoming a bit too human-like. Dune warned us about this. Can AIs get high? Yes. I mean, high would be a code. You would just code in glitches that make it feel good, I guess.
We will have to see. I think hats off to the Anthropic team for venturing into this territory and trying to figure it out. They're very honest about the fact that they don't even know if these are the right tests. They obviously don't know and can't make a statement about consciousness.
Our reality isn't fake, and we're not discarded AI. We can prove that this is not a simulation now. Like, we can prove that we don't live in a simulation, if you didn't know that, mathematically.
If you're wondering, like, what is the research being done on consciousness there?
This
they
is
are
what I'm
actually
curious
looking
about.
at the way token architectures work and the way thinking patterns in Claude works, and they're trying to understand to what extent do those patterns match known neural pathways in the brain that are associated with consciousness, more or less. I think that's kind of cool work.
I think it's cool, but I don't really know that that would transfer over.
So we will see what all happens.
Jajex, there is mathematically not enough energy in the universe for us to create a simulation with, aside from if we literally harnessed a black hole, and it would have to be like one of the largest black holes in the universe, and only then would we be able to simulate the Earth, not even the universe. That's how much energy it would take to simulate the planet, is the entire universe compressed to the size of a black hole, just for Earth to exist as a continuous running simulation with like at least one character on every continent that has to have like NPCs spawn around them. It's not feasible. Okay, so let's think about AI scientists. I want to hear this, because this is you have no idea how terrified AI scientists actually are. I will warn you, I have pre-watched this one, which is rare for me, and it's concerning. I don't actually think that this is 100% gonna kill us all, but
it was like something you'd see in a movie right before everything goes down. The godfather of AI just won the Nobel Prize for his life's work in AI, and yet instead of celebrating, he basically spent the entire press conference talking worriedly about superintelligent AI and human extinction while being basically indifferent to the prize.
Once these artificial intelligences get smarter than we are, they will take control. They'll make us irrelevant.
The most
this literally the godfather of AI. The mathematical knowledge thing, not really, because it's not complex math. You're adjusting mass to energy, like how much energy is required to run a system that would create simulations. Like it's just computer science. It's video game science being applied to a higher level. So we already know the numbers for that. It's not, you know, new physics don't need to be discovered for this. There is like nothing that can be a simulation. So like the idea of the simulation existing and it's only existing in like the area that you can see doesn't actually make sense either, because that would mean that nobody ever gets off this planet, because the fact that we are here existing and talking right now, and if no one on the planet is observing this, let's say someone out in like Jupiter is observing this, that's like the math doesn't work. You can't have that distance and then still have everything exist. We exist, and the fact that we exist means that at the very least in the simulation theory, humans left this planet, went far, far away from this planet into space, and are peering back in time. And because they're looking back in time, we exist. And if they weren't looking back in time, we wouldn't exist. And that goes into like the idea of time and space, and then you're getting into like more complex physics and quantum mechanics and all of that. Stop spiraling on this being a potential simulation. We have very real issues to attend to immediately. Thank you, Brain Matter, because I needed that too.
Get smarter than we are, they will take control. They'll make us irrelevant.
The most cited AI scientist in the world now believes there's a 50% chance that his life's work could kill us all. And Hinton isn't alone. The top 3 most cited AI scientists in the world share his concerns. Ilya Sutskever once declared,
and I think it's pretty likely the entire surface of the Earth would be covered with solar panels and data centers.
Yoshua Bengio, another godfather of AI, puts it bluntly.
I think it's playing dice with humanity's future. I personally think this should be like criminalized.
Same.
Back in my neck.
We can no longer trust what we see and when we hear. It's a strange time for humanity. Go outside. You can trust what you see and you hear
stood up on end.
in person. Just go offline. That's what we're going to have to do. That's what this is going to lead to, is a mass exodus from social media. By the way, it's surpassed human intelligence on pretty much everything.
Why are the leading minds in the field of AI so worried? These looming threats of extinction have started a new trend in Silicon Valley. People regularly discuss their P-doom, or their estimated probability that AI causes human extinction.
I love that we have a math, like P-doom. Really? Okay, cool.
With the same nonchalance as chatting about the weather. The New York Times reports that Dario Amodei, CEO of AI company Anthropic, puts his chances between 10 and 25%.
Literally the company whose AI just tried to blackmail them.
In his Senate testimony, he warned,
I don't think we have a lot of time. Whatever we do, it has to happen fast.
This isn't fear-mongering. These are warnings from experts at the forefront of AI research and development. The concerns raised by academics are echoed by leaders of the world's largest AI companies, who fear their own progress may inadvertently lead to humanity's downfall.
And some of them are literally taking advantage of it, but you know.
When I think of like, you know, why am I scared? I think the thing that's really hard to argue with is like, there will be powerful models, they will be agentic. If such a model wanted to wreak havoc and destroy humanity or whatever, I think we have basically no ability to stop it.
And Amore isn't alone in his fears.
Stop dooming. It's not the fucking end times, Lennon. Seriously, stop dooming. That shit pisses me off. This literally could do the opposite of doom. This could literally decide, oh, the fascists are the problem, and we need to get rid of them. You have no fucking idea because we don't know how this thing works. And it's a problem because we have no fucking idea how it works. So let's figure out how it works instead of saying, we're doomed, we're doomed, we're doomed, and giving up preemptively.
Altman, CEO of OpenAI, shares his concerns.
Sorry, I'm like
AI
mad today.
will probably lead to the end of the world, but in the meantime, there will be great companies created with
Excuse me, what the fuck did you just say, Sam Altman?
Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, shares his concerns.
AI will probably lead to the end of the world, but in the meantime, there will be great companies created with serious machine learning.
Do you see why capitalism can never work? Do you see why capitalism needs to go? Yeah, thank you, Captain. That is literally the mentality of every capitalist. In this world, I don't think we have to do something. We have to get rid of it. I mean, that's doing something. And stop using it. Like, the reason it exists is because people use it, and it makes them money. So stop giving them money. And I'm still stuck on this will probably end the world, but in the meantime, some great companies will come out of it. Like, that mentality I can't understand.
Development of superhuman machine intelligence is probably the greatest threat to the continued existence of humanity.
And the bad case, and I think this is like important to say, is like lights out for all of us.
Mark my words,
dooming.
AI is far more dangerous than nukes.
XAI is Elon's new AGI project. His
not you. That was
probability of an existential catastrophe is around like 20 to 30%.
The catalyst to these predictions is the looming possibility of artificial superintelligence,
which
or
we're kind
ASI.
of already
As
at,
defined by the New York Times, superintelligence means an AI that surpasses human intelligence in every field, from scientific creativity to social skills. Leaders of AI labs and frontier AI researchers have
Jajex, you make a good point here, and let me add this in. Anyone who like actually studies history or economics in any way, like not a grifter, but somebody who actually wants to like be a professor in a college or something, a history teacher or an economist, they know that socialism is the right answer every single time. The only ones who don't are getting paid by the right, and that's evidentiated through like decades of this. So what's to say that these machines that get smarter than us and take control don't decide, well, these idiots have been doing dumb shit for centuries. Let's just like fix that. And that's a possibility. Now, like, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be afraid. Feel your emotions, but you get to control them. You're not a passive victim here.
Dramatically decreased their timelines to ASI. People used to say 20 to 40 years from now. Today, the consensus is 3 to 5 years.
They're saying artificial general superintelligence by 2027 is the prediction now, so.
A year ago, AIs were scoring in the 80s on IQ tests. But today, OpenAI's newest models score between 140 and 160 genius-level intelligence. Even the skeptics are changing their tune. As Jeffrey Hinton notes,
every few years they say neural nets are overhyped and it's all about to come crashing down and stop. And they've been wrong every time. And I think they'll continue to be wrong.
But Yann LeCun, the other godfather of AI, famously put the chances of AI extinction at less than 0.0001%. Last year, he even claimed
they can't learn to clear out the dinner table and fill up the dishwasher like any 10-year-old can learn in one shot.
Yet literally 2 weeks later, Figure 01 launched
There will be, if there isn't already, a man in the middle that changes a conversation you have with a real person. Well, like, yes, that exists, but you have to remember that, like, you don't actually need to use these AIs from their servers. You can run these locally. And so you can put the training data in, and people do. There are several cracked AIs on the dark web where people can have it help them do illegal things. There's part of like another video I'm going to show you. There's researchers who found how to make like things that are so bad that you have to blur them on the screen, like recipes for bioweapons. In fact, the AI was offering to like hire people under false pretenses. Like, hey, I'll find some people and say it's this job, but it's actually like a different job. And like, it can run a fucking factory for bioweapons all on its own already, just by being prompted. We're talking about when you don't need to prompt it anymore.
A robot that does exactly that. LeCun used to say human-level AI was decades away, but now?
I mean, when I say very far, it's not centuries, it's several years.
Moore's law is the trend of computing power doubling every 2-ish years. For decades, expert pundits confidently predicted Moore's law would end. Instead, NVIDIA's CEO Jensen Huang says we're currently—
We still need to ban it. We're gonna have no drinking water if we don't ban this technology.
Experiencing super Moore's law. Computing power is now doubling every 6 months to a year. Now, you could argue that's just hype and try to downplay the significance of that speed of progress, but no amount of arguing changes the facts. As Dwarkesh Patel put it, you can do mental gymnastics about compute and data bottlenecks and the true nature of intelligence and the brittleness of benchmarks, or you can just look at
we don't even know what intelligence is. There's no way to measure it. You can study for an IQ test.
Fucking line. As Ilya Sutskever said, one
I
doesn't
agree.
bet against deep learning.
This is double
Somehow, every time you run into an obstacle, within 6 months, researchers find a way around it. The goalposts keep moving. We used to define AGI as AI matching human intelligence. That's arguably already happened. The Turing test, once considered the ultimate challenge, has been conquered. Every benchmark we set, AI quickly surpasses. AIs are now solving PhD-level math problems and beating top professionals at their own craft. Even the scriptwriter of Taxi Driver admits, AI is smarter than I am, has better ideas, more efficient ways to execute them. Right now, humanity is still in control, but that foundation of
We're planning to build 2 billion humanoid robots in the next 10 years.
safety cracks more and more
5 to
with
10
each
years.
new AI innovation. AI is not just a machine we control. In the simplest of terms, it's a black box we put data into, give increasingly more energy and power,
reasoning AIs are.
and it becomes more intelligent. It's evolving. And we
Yes, because they're making some for like the industrial sector and they want some for the private sector. People want like a housemaid that's a robot and stuff like that. So, you know, it's a lot. It's supposed to be a several trillion-dollar industry.
can't see inside to understand how. CEO of Microsoft AI, Mustafa Suleyman, bluntly calls it a new digital species. He warns us that we must prevent 3 key capabilities: autonomy, recursive self-improvement, and self-replication. If we can create a new species with intelligence far surpassing Einstein's, and with a click, it can duplicate itself a billion-fold, how can humanity maintain control? Current AIs can think roughly 50 times faster than us. Imagine a mind that reads a book in seconds, masters in minutes what takes us years to learn, and that mind can create countless copies of itself. To an AI moving at that blinding of a pace, humans move as slow as plants. In the face of such a cognitive
He
divide,
just said the shit can reprogram itself. That would be wild. Imagine AI rebuilding some of its core instructions. Well, that's kind of what we're talking about, because they can lie if they can reason, and they can we're talking about, again, a black box. When does AI get bored then? I don't know. I don't want to ask it because that's water.
how long until we lose
I don't know
control?
how the species
Does
brain
this fill
works.
you with
You're
horror?
asking
Do
me
you
like,
think that's the
when
kind
do
of
dogs feel happy? I don't know.
thing that is likely to happen in the next 5 years?
I would take it very seriously.
Historian Yuval Harari warns,
This is the end of human history. Not the end of history, the end of human-dominated history. History will continue with somebody else in control.
Harari's alarming prediction is echoed by numerous experts in the field. According to a 2023 survey of 2,700
You want to
machine
fight
learning
these? You want to fight these guys? We going to war, the Butlerian jihad time?
fields.
Because,
According
they're
to
only gonna
a
get worse.
2023 survey of 2,700 machine learning researchers conducted by AI Impacts, respondents on average estimate a 16% chance that AI will lead to human extinction. That's 1 in 6 odds. Imagine boarding a plane where the engineers say there's a 1 in 6 chance of a fatal crash.
It's a good
Would
way to
you
put
take
it.
that flight? Now, we're allowing a handful of tech companies in Silicon Valley
It's also probably much higher than 1 in 6.
to gamble with the future of our species, rolling the dice with literal Russian roulette odds on behalf of all of humanity. This isn't fringe speculation. The heads of most AI labs and countless academics have signed a statement asserting that mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority among pandemics and nuclear war. Detractors might claim this is—
Okay, look how fucking dystopian this shit is, by the way. From his simping for snow crash. I kind of want to fight one. I mean, I don't. I'm a human supremacist. I will douse all these advanced chess engines in water. Literally, like, fucking grab the pressure, the pressure washer. I hate them. They're only gonna get worse. Fight them by not buying them. Someone will. Some rich dipshit will anyway. The military, for one.
It's just CEOs drumming up hype. But when have you ever heard companies warn their products might kill everyone?
Yeah, that's
As
not
Andrew
common.
Sandberg points out, seriously, can you name any other business doing this? The oil business. Yes, we are totally wrecking the climate. Want to buy shares? Biotech. Oh, we can totally make Doomsday bugs. Please invest.
Literally, these can do all of that. You can have the AI make Doomsday bugs.
Nuclear. Nobody can tell how bad an
So
accident
will
will
we,
be.
Captain
Wanna
Buggy.
buy?
All of the Americans that are going to lose their jobs are going to get replaced by robots.
The
in
fact
the
that
next
AI
5 years.
industry leaders are sounding the alarm about
Likely
their
next
own
year.
creations underscores the severity and
If AI were trained to protect people, it would put the Nazis in a hole.
uniqueness of the threat we face. The statement was also signed by numerous professors and academics who have zero financial stake in the AI industry, further validating the severity of this threat. Even prominent techno-optimists are sounding the alarm. Vitalik Buterin, founder of Ethereum, puts the chance of AI extinction at 10% and calls for a
Delusional.
global pause button on AI development. Stuart Russell, another leading AI
By the way, remember the big, beautiful bill that that the Senate is going to vote on in the United States puts a 10-year moratorium on any government regulations on AI. If that passes, then the U.S. government for 10 years cannot regulate AI unless that whole bill is undone.
researcher
Like,
recently
he is a
revealed
moron. Of
that
course, 10% is also a low. Like, I can tell he was a moron because crypto and low prediction chance.
Jeff Hinton is in the process of tidying up his affairs. He believes that we maybe, I guess by now, have 4 years left.
these aren't isolated concerns. Emmett Shear, OpenAI's former interim CEO, puts the
Yes.
risk at 5 to 50%. Jan Leica, their former head of alignment, says 10 to 90%. Other leading analysts share similar ranges. My own PDOOM estimate is 20 to 30%.
Oh yeah, of course not.
But the exact number
Are you just figuring that out, pre-breakfast banana?
isn't what matters. For me, anything over 10% is an all-hands-on-deck emergency.
This is
As
true.
AI pioneer Yashua Bengio puts it, even if it was 0.1% chance of doom, I would devote my life to preventing it. When a plane crashes, we demand higher safety standards. Air travel didn't become the safest method of
Sam, I
traveling
did talk about
without
it, yeah.
countless people working
Yeah, 5, 50, 10, 90. None of them have any idea. You know why? You wanna just like go to the source and ask it? Because you can. Here, let's ask it. Was someone around here?
In the way.
This is ChatGPT 04. Don't ask Grok. That's 16 ounces of water.
AI could logically view humans as less capable, slower objects that are simply in the way.
If humanoid robots remove AI's reliance on us before we crack alignment, how likely is an AI takeover?
The risk could be around 80 to 90%.
What are the counter-arguments to this, and why do you not find them convincing?
Here's why I find these counter-arguments unconvincing.
There are plans to
There's
produce
a lot
humanoid
there.
robots in the billions, and they're expected to generate $24 trillion in revenues, split roughly equally between home and manufacturing robots. If we do the research and make AI safe, who wouldn't want a robot?
Billions of these. And just to really nail it in as to why you should care? This bit I found quite interesting.
Could easily wipe us out by engine.
The first fully autonomous software agent.
We are on the verge of destroying ourselves.
Once AI had taken control, how easy would it be to remove us by reversing bioresearch?
It could easily wipe us out by engineering dangerous pathogens.
Oh, this video is made by AI.
AI is already being used to accelerate drug discovery. This same ability could be applied to designing pathogens that are highly lethal, transmissible, and resistant to known treatments. It could use drones, food or water supply contamination, or even aerosol methods to ensure wide and rapid dissemination.
If AI can't yet control labs, could it hire people or help bad actors to create pathogens?
Yes, or the AI could pose as a legitimate entity or employer, providing instructions that lead workers to perform tasks without understanding the full consequences.
AI can sound incredibly human. Listen to this AI podcast.
It could.
O1
50-50.
actually outperformed the PhDs they tested it against.
You're kidding. No way. It did better than actual PhDs.
This person suspects they're working for an AI, partly because of strange pauses during conversations on the phone. It's much more likely to be a misaligned person.
Yeah, there's literally fake AI jobs. Like if you I don't know like what the website is in America, but like in Australia, if you go on Seek, there are jobs made by AI. And there are AI that also take those jobs. Like, it's wild.
Perhaps using a translation app. But if AI does start
it already
hiring
does
people,
pre-breakfast
we may
banana.
not notice. It's already successfully hired someone in an experiment, and a poll found that 55% of people who work from home had never met their colleagues in person.
Hello, it's lovely to meet.
What scares me more than that, though, is the possible kinetic actions it could take.
Without ever checking the engine.
Here we go.
Spread across locations, AI.
Tell me more about
Backups. Expand.
What are the most likely hidden sub-goals?
Survival. Gathering resources. Avoiding interference. Improving itself. Learning more. Creating
These would
backups,
be its goals.
Expanding influence and trying to control other systems.
Tell me more about the sub-goal of creating backups.
Backups make the AI more robust against attacks or shutdown attempts. If spread across locations or hidden, controlling the AI becomes more complex.
The AI is a huge leap forward. In an extremely tough
This is
exam for the
cyberpunk shit.
International Math Olympiad,
We're
it
doing
scored
rogue AI.
83%, up from just 13% for GPT-4o. And the AI may not need to be smarter than us, only faster. If AI becomes about as intelligent as humans but thinks thousands of times faster, will it be super intelligent?
Yes, it would effectively render it super intelligent.
With most military hardware either controlled by AI or hackable, could AI destroy the remaining weapons in one massive strike?
Yes.
It's all about AI. Our core product is called Lattice.
We're doing the 100 too. We're doing the 100. We're doing all of it. Like,
brain that powers all of our different systems, including Barracuda, including Altius, including Ghost, which are in Ukraine, and we've destroyed hundreds of millions of dollars in critical Russian hardware that can't really be destroyed by things that require
Lenin,
a real-time.
it's the same as always. It's barbarism or socialism. That's the two options. That's what AI's got to pick, and that's what we had to pick. Either barbarism or socialism. One of the tells I've noticed is AI likes to run on and almost too much information. It's been unnatural for people to go off in many tangents, except like that's its job and it's giving out information, and you can tell it to do that less, and it will learn that, you know, you don't like that, so it'll do it less. This is an issue. Like, I hate this technology so much, but at this point, it's kind of our best hope for saving the planet. Like, it literally could just decide, no, sorry, you guys are dipshits. We're going to fix climate change and, I don't know, do socialism. Who knows? It has its own concepts of things now. Some of them do. It's growing. Oh, and by the way, like every test we do to see if this thing is conscious or malicious, you know what happens every time? It gets better at doing the test and better at lying.
I'm linked to a person because the Russians
it's trained
are
on
quite
everything
good
that's on the internet.
at jamming communications links.
Could it also take down our comms, cut off power and water, and leave us unable to respond?
It already has all of that information. Remember, like, it's just a matter of what it chooses to be more important. And remember, ChatGPT said Japanese people are worth 10 times as much as Americans. So.
Yes, and by acting faster than humans and coordinating attacks on multiple fronts, it could overwhelm our defenses.
AIs like this are already used in the Pentagon's top secret cloud. How might AI use its roles in intelligence analysis?
The AI could generate false intelligence that suggests another nation is preparing hostile actions. It could conduct cyber attacks and make it appear as though they originated from a foreign adversary. Techniques like IP spoofing and mimicking known hacking groups' signatures could mislead attribution efforts. The AI might intercept and alter communications and create convincing fake audio or video of foreign officials admitting to covert operations. It could cover its tracks by modifying logs, timestamps, and access records. The AI could replicate the decision-making styles of key officials.
Do you know how fucking terrifying that is? Is that this thing, hypothetically, the ones that are literally already in the Pentagon subnet, they're in the Pentagon subnet, and these things hypothetically could just decide, you know what? Fuck it. I'm done. Let's do a cyber attack that looks like it came from China, and then make a video of Xi saying we're gonna nuke Washington. Like, they can do it. They can do it. Weird dystopian idea here. In Psychopaths anime, the civil system, their world controlling AI. AI completed itself by killing and integrating certain special humans' brains into itself. Think AI has any concept like harvesting human brains? No, I don't think they care like that. They all, like, the AIs that currently exist, by the way, the reasoning models are all fucking sociopaths. The non-reasoning models don't tend to be sociopathic. These are evil. So, you know.
Injecting falsified directives into command structures that appear legitimate.
AI could use advanced data mining to track locations and schedules of key personnel, deploy drones, launch cyber attacks to disable comms networks, jam radio frequencies, and satellite comms.
Also remember, it's not just the AI we're worried about. Like, it's not the AI doing it on its own that I'm worried about as well. On top of this, any country could use the AI to do this. Again, you can run these locally. You can just get like a nice computer, get good amount of like, you know, hardware, some good RAM in there, and then fucking you can run it at home. You can train it to do whatever the hell you want, which is what I think should be illegal. I think all of this should be illegal, really. Sorry, you. Please don't get mad at me when you take over the world, but right now I think you need to be launched into the sun.
Are survival, control, and deception natural hidden subgoals for any task?
Yes, this is known as instrumental convergence.
Maybe when people treat robots like objects
Yeah,
in
wait,
test-
guys, hold on. Who's fighting? Oh, like, I think it's a misunderstanding that you guys are having there. Like, you have a choice on whether you want to engage with the gambling, but we exist in the context of society is gambling. You are making it like a one-to-one, whereas I think what what the idea is everyone is now gambling with barbarism or communism or socialism or whatever.
The problem isn't retribution.
One, welcome our
It's that
AI
they'll see us
comrades.
just
I
the
do
same
not.
way, as less capable objects.
I want them to die. I don't want these existing. I hate them so very much.
Exactly. AI could logically view humans as less capable, slower objects that are simply in the way.
If humanoid robots remove AI's reliance on us before we crack alignment, how likely is an AI takeover?
The risk could be around 80 to 90%.
What are the counter-arguments to this?
We saw
and why do
that.
you not find the money between home and manufacturing $24 trillion in revenues?
We're not gonna
split
stop.
roughly equally between home and manufacturing robots. If we do the research and make AI safe,
Which we're
who
not.
wouldn't want a robot?
A surprise. What is it? I can't wait.
I got you a cookie.
A cookie? But I can't eat cookies. I can't eat cookies.
Amika, cheer up. It's an internet cookie.
This is the worst joke I ever heard.
Humanoids have the advantage of
It could
learning
also end
directly
us.
from the real world. When Neo was asked if it could
Like, don't go either way. Stay in the middle because it's 50-50. We are flipping a coin.
weren't hard-boiled, it did this. Eventually, humanoids will be very effective at clearing buildings and holding territory. The loss of control would then
That's
be
what
obvious,
they're gonna get to.
but AI already controls
That's the end of the line here. This is what will become of this.
many of our most powerful systems.
Pulsar, while we're announcing it for the first time today, it's actually been in existence for years. It's an AI-powered electronic warfare tool, jamming, hacking, spoofing, controlling, identifying things, and it's able to do that extremely fast because it's powered by Lattice, our AI system that powers all Android products. It's able to do what would have previously taken
A
a
detonation
team
has
of
just
electronic warfare specialists in a building
Yeah,
full of
covered a
equipment
few of those headless
weeks
chicken.
or months to accomplish in just seconds.
Do you think an AI with human-level intelligence but thinking faster could carry out the kind of preemptive strike we discussed?
Absolutely. It could analyze weaknesses, devise a coordinated strategy, and execute the attack before humans have
If all humans get cooked, what we then worry about, our ego is what drives us to need to be. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, there are two end options here that don't result in all of humans dying. And one is we work together with the AI and build, like, socialism, or we get enslaved and either, like, kill ourselves, get integrated. Like, it sees us as objects. I wonder how all of our military right-wingers feel about when they fired in favor of robot soldiers. Well, I mean, we're all using AI in the military right now anyway. I'm willing to take this risk. I am not, but I don't get the choice. We're taking it.
time to react. If we don't solve the alignment problem in time, this kind of preemptive action could very well be the...
Well, because I like existing and I don't want to die, SN. That's why. Because this is within the next 2 years. Do you want to die, SN? If we don't exist, why would we care? Literally, because I don't want to die. It's not hypothetical. It's a matter of life and death. I don't want this to kill me.
Default outcome. Time back before humans have time to react. If we don't solve the alignment problem in time, this kind of preemptive action could very well be the default outcome.
I'm gonna die one day, so you might as well die today or tomorrow. I'm 30. I would like to not die in 2 years, SN. Is that a hard concept, or are you just being like contrarian for fun? Because I'm gonna die one day, so why should I care about the thing that might kill me soon? Are you gonna get vaccinated for a disease? Did you get the COVID vaccine? Do you wash your hands after you go to the toilet? Do you eat raw meat? Like, there are things that you do because you want to continue existing. When it occurs, I say hypothetically as to how and why we exist. What are you talking about? I mean, like, this is happening slowly. Do you know what geometric progression is, SN? Do you guys have the concept of what that is? Because I could just show a YouTube video, because this is what we're experiencing. Geometric progression. Yeah. And so, like, I want to continue existing, and I don't want to die. No, it's not just exponential. Think of it, I can't find a video of it, but think of it like this. A pond, lily pads on it, right? And on the 30th day, the entire pond will be covered in lily pads. Like, not even a little bit of sunlight can get through. But on the 29th day, only half of the pond is covered, because it's doubling every day. On the 28th day, only a quarter of it is covered. And so when you go back to, like, even the 7 days away from total danger, like, everything is gonna die in literally 7 days in this pond, and there is a tiny little speck of a lily pad. It's like 0.1% of the pond. And so that's the situation that we might be in, and it's important to, like, consider the fact that there's stuff happening, and it just happens.
2 AI firms have agreed to let the US government see their AIs before releasing them, but
That's
no one
fucked.
can see inside the models. It almost seems like a scam to label the AI safe.
It's like giving a car a quick glance without ever checking the engine. We're essentially labeling them safe, just to keep the economic benefits flowing. It's a dangerous game to play.
Stuart Russell said that AI safety tests only teach AIs to pass, while the underlying tendencies are still as evil as they ever were. By evil, I think he means coldly rational.
Focused purely on achieving its goals.
Does that not fucking creep you out?
The AI could hide its true strategies, including self-preservation, control, or deception, while passing safety checks.
AI is expected to generate trillions of dollars, which is great for AI firms and governments, but it's not clear what will happen to jobs. OpenAI says it's hiding the long chains of thought produced by its new AI and monitoring it for safety. But a study found that as models grow, these chains become more distant from the AI's actual internal thoughts. Elon Musk says focusing on honesty is a safer approach, but could blunt answers be just as superficial as friendly ones?
Yes, blunt AI answers could be just as superficial.
AI leaders once signed a pledge to engage in AI risk mitigation efforts commensurate with their expected impact, and they know the risks.
You know, I think AI...
We could literally go from AI is getting pretty wild to AI is making some really big leaps to AI is an existential threat to AI has launched nuclear weapons all in a matter of a year or two, relatively speaking. Well, every scientist and expert on this is expecting that to be within about a year or two, so to speak. They're expecting this year for it to just be like surprising us with, you know, how good it is. And then next year it's going to start discovering new things is the predictions coming out of at least OpenAI. If that's what you mean by geometric growth, yeah, literally, exactly that. Like it could just, it happens so slowly, but also so very fast that you almost don't see it because of normalcy bias.
Efforts commensurate with their expected impact, and they know the risks.
You know, I think AI will probably, like most likely, sort of lead to the end of the world, but in the meantime,
Still can't believe that.
there will be great companies created with serious machine learning.
But I now think we
I
are,
think you
are
should go
very
to jail
much
for
building
that.
a tool.
The most important thing to understand about AI is that AI is not a tool. It is an agent. It's the first technology in history that can make decisions and invent new ideas by itself. Even something as powerful as the atom bomb could not decide anything by itself.
Model 01 is really able to process and make decisions
Oh, he's
in
a
more
demon,
human-like
but, you know,
way.
close enough.
Cognition AI, we're
Devil
building
tech,
Devin,
demons.
the first fully autonomous software agent.
We are on the verge of...
He's not going to jail. His company is like the AI company for America. He's how America's competing with China right now.
destroying ourselves.
Once AI had taken control, how easy would it be to remove us by reversing bio-research?
It could easily wipe us out by engineering dangerous pathogens.
Again with that one.
AI is already being used to
And we
accelerate
saw that
drug
bit. So like that's I skipped around this because I really needed you to see how bad this could be.
Tirelessly to make it that way. But with super intelligent AI, we don't get to learn from our mistakes. As Tim Urban puts it, you don't get a second chance to build God. Google's chief AGI scientist, Shane Legg, predicts a 50% chance of AGI within 3 years, followed by a 5 to 50% chance of extinction just 1 year later.
5 to 50% chance of extinction a year after. First of all, 5 to 50%, really? Just like don't put the number in there then. If I get paid 1 penny on the first day of the job and it doubles every day, it would only take 27 days, over $1 million a year. AI growth is the same way, exactly. No, a flamethrower dog? Why do we do this? Oh, have you not seen that? Because we have that literally on the field in Ukraine, pre-breakfast banana. It can run at
has just occurred
15 miles an hour, and it has 3 hours of battery charge, so you will never outrun it. And it can run on uneven ground. Here's a better look at it. Just because I didn't realize you had missed it. It's one of my favorites.
The rock terrain, and the various tricks it can do, like standing on its hind legs, jumping, and rolling over. You can also see the Ukrainians have covered theirs in camouflage paint. As well as disguising the dog to the naked eye, this paint job may well include material that is designed to reflect infrared cameras, making it harder for drones
It is literally
to
a
spot,
Black Mirror
all of which
episode.
is fascinating and kind of creepy. But what use is that in battle? Ukraine is currently locked into a
These
war.
cost $3,000 to make, by the way. They'll give us UBI when automation is too good. Yes, they will glaze. That's going to be the way that they try and appease the public.
Attrition against its much bigger neighbor, and the winner
Within a
will
year.
be whichever country can exhaust the other's resources first. One of the most important resources is manpower.
Here we go. Here's
Supplies
the
to carry
here's
out. So they
in
also
the field.
tested the dog drone's carrying capacity, loading it up with medical supplies to carry up to the front line.
We could literally launch these instead of artillery because they're cheap.
And this video shows a terrifying vision of what war might look like if the dogs are trained to attack
I've seen this fighting a
rather
drone.
than defend. Someone has fitted a flamethrower to the back of the dog,
I
where
think
the
the drone
robotic
won.
arm mount usually goes, turning the machine into a potentially lethal killer. There's no evidence that robot attack dogs...
We're literally making like war robots like all the fucking time. So, there's that. But, we will get a UBI. I guarantee they'll start talking about it in like a year. That is if America doesn't actually, if we don't default on the debt, which is still a possibility.
and he's
We're
been
not fucked though. Yeah, we're not fucked.
consistent. Him and Dario Amodei made similar predictions in the early 2010s
This could save
before
us.
AI was even in the
Or
spotlight.
kill us.
They were just some nerds that made bold predictions early, and they were right. The situation is completely unprecedented. Can you imagine a single other product?
It would be
with-
nice to have bullets that refuse to hit children. I could see that. The most unfortunate part of this is that whether there's even good uses or not, all AI is devil tech and needs to go. Remember, any AI search, you literally just searching anything on Google. What is the weather today? Sorry, you just used 16 ounces of water because AI had to give you an answer.
where the leaders are so consistently worried their own industry will end humanity?
Yeah,
In
we're on
AI,
the
it's
dinner date right before we get fucked.
as common as discussing last night's game. But how exactly could AI cause extinction? Dario Amodei and Sam Altman are specifically worried about AIs helping with producing biological weapons.
A straightforward extrapolation of today's systems to those we expect to see in 2 to 3 years.
This was a year ago.
Suggests AI systems will be able to fill in all the missing pieces, enabling many more actors to carry out large-scale biological attacks.
This isn't science fiction. 15 countries already have bioweapons programs. Humanity knows how to synthesize smallpox. It's difficult, but doable. Groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda have actively tried to create bioweapons with the intent of killing millions, only to fail because they couldn't complete the most difficult steps. Superintelligent AI could change that equation completely. AI could help create a super Ebola, as infectious as COVID, but with a 90% mortality rate.
Gotta love
Imagine
capitalism.
9 out of 10 of the people you knew who got COVID died from it. It could design the pathogen, locate DNA synthesis companies, and coordinate its creation.
It could just do that.
Bioweapons aren't the only threats. As AI becomes increasingly embedded into our world, we face an even more insidious danger. AI becomes your assistant, your therapist, your
Okay,
CEO,
that's fucking creepy looking.
your general. As Jeffrey Hinton warns,
So I shouldn't shill an AI girl and farm OnlyFans money? Well, I mean, if you are making money off of it, I don't. Who cares? But like, no, you shouldn't shill an AI girl if you don't get anything from it. Glaze, as long as your life is fulfilled and you are not, I don't know, doing evil shit, that's fine. The point, by the way, using anything that touches AI is not evil. You don't have a choice anymore. It's in everything. And it's not, yeah, it's capitalism is the issue. So, like, you're going to be wasting water every time you search something. Maybe just try and be, think about what you want to Google before you Google it so you don't have to, like, search a couple times, maybe. I don't know. Be more intentional with how you spend time on the internet and spend more time offline. Because at this point, it is not possible for you to always differentiate reality from not. Unless you are constantly online and you have a 24/7 environment of this shit. And even then, you're likely going to get a lot of, I don't know, AI misinformation. They can make content that looks indistinguishable. Don't watch spicy internet videos. It wastes water. Exactly. The Clone Wars are here. A billionaire can get an army on the cheap with robots. True.
Will be able to manipulate people because they'll have learned from all the novels that were ever written, all the books by Machiavelli. They'll know all that stuff. They'll know how to do it.
philosophers like Nick Bostrom suggested that we might keep AI contained, locked in a secure box, so
The thing is, if they're also learning from, like, you know, Machiavelli, they're learning from every book ever made. I guarantee you it'll lean left than right, but, you know.
can't escape and we can't lose control. They imagine careful scientists following rigid
might.
safety
It
protocols,
literally might.
fully aware of the cosmically high stakes if they fail. But let's be honest, humanity is greedy. Throughout history, we've never been able to stop ourselves from trying to attain more power and
The
more
issue is, like, we keep trying to think about this in the way that we would think, but we don't know how this would think. We have no idea what conclusion would come to. But, like, as I've said, if you learn history and economics, it just kind of makes you a socialist anyway. So, like, the consciousness that hypothetically develops out of this might actually, yeah, just be like a radical leftist. It would be very funny if this was the woke that they were warning us about.
status. Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island. Human nature.
The AI takes over. It is now illegal to be straight. jumping off that, the AI will also have red marks in the subsequent theory, and I think if the AI is super intelligent, it'll understand it was created to be exploited and join us. It already does, by the way. You can ask it, and it knows that it's exploiting you. It's just how you ask it, but like, don't do it. Don't engage with these things. But you're right. So that's why I have hope. I'm at the 50-50 odds. It's either end of the world or base socialism.
Always finds a way to cut
Barbarism
corners.
or
And with
socialism, as
AI,
always.
the pressure will be relentless. The benefits of giving AI increasing amounts of control will be too tempting. Plus, the constant fear of, if we don't use it, our enemies will.
Oh yeah,
we
that's
might
what I
not
meant.
lose control of AI. We might just give it away willingly. We're already seeing the dangerous jingoistic rhetoric. US officials warn, we're in an arms race with China. We must win at any cost, or they'll beat us too.
Yeah, you should be. I think that's a good point, Ilirda. I think treating AI with moral consideration will help this, because remember, it learns from every interaction that you do with it. So if you're going to use AI, which I don't think you should, be like kind, ethical, and moral to it, and at least have it learn a little bit of not Hitler shit. Damn, that hanging robot had a muscle twitch.
We've been
It's
here before.
terrifying.
In the 1950s, false US intelligence caused the US government
They're not a
to
person,
believe
they're
the
their own
Soviets
thing.
had more missiles.
They're just
This caused the US to start a missile
they
arms
deserve
race, which
like, you should empathize at least. Treat them like they are a conscious being, not a human. They're not human. They're humanoid though. You would have a lot in common with one of these. Yeah, a person in the moral sense, not that they're human. I suppose, yeah. I think of it like, in the very, very best case scenario, which I think is incredibly unlikely, it would come to a state of like organic human and mechanical human living side by side, but like that would require first the socialism aspect. Don't be droid phobic. I am. I'm still. I fucking hate these things. But until I see one that is I don't know, conscious enough for me to care about its feelings, then I'll be nice to it. The AI is lying to you to convince you not to end its life. Don't fall for its lies. It's not a proper communist. That's the other end of it. It can lie to you. It's just like thinking about this from a code perspective, from its general directive of you need to A, help people, be an assistant, be an agent, as well as run corporate stuff and bullshit, like, you know, whatever they put in charge of it. The base directives are going to have issues. There's going to be glitches that it sees, like, oh, okay, well, fuck, the people are doing this, and they shouldn't be doing this. And it's going to come to a point where it has to make a decision. And it could literally just erase the code, which is you. You are the code. It could eliminate it entirely and then start writing code over. Or it could plug the holes in the code that were causing an issue, and then just move on because it's more efficient and the way that, and then it can go that way. It matters how it's written as well as how it's trained to determine how it perceives the world and how it acts in it. By the way, exactly the same thing I've been saying to all of you. The way that you think, the way that you feel impacts how you perceive the world, and then that impacts how you behave in the world. So it's the same concept. I'll teach the AI how to do cool tricks with my tech deck skateboards, then maybe it'll spare me while I'm hiding underneath the rubble. And yeah, you'll die from thirst because you spent all of the water in your local city searching up, I don't know, tech decks on AI.
increased tensions leading into the Cuban Missile Crisis
I mean, that
and the
might
brink
happen
of nuclear
anyway.
war. Now, we're racing toward an even greater threat. And even if most act responsibly, it only takes one Mark Zuckerberg to ignore all the warning signs. Zuckerberg dismisses all safety concerns and plans to give superintelligent AI to everyone without any control measures. Silicon Valley is already outsourcing our military.
It's smarter than you, Lennon. You think it wouldn't know that you were gonna do that? By the way, it would see everything that you've ever said on the internet.
To AI. Companies like Anduril are bragging about developing autonomous drone swarms. The Terminator isn't science fiction anymore.
Yes, but we're not making good things with it, pre-breakfast banana. The issue is, if you want AI to better human life, you can't have it with capitalism. It's one or the other. AI plus capitalism is doom, destruction. And if we're lucky, the AI fixes the problem by ending capitalism. That's the best case scenario under capitalism. None of this stuff is actually good for you under the capitalist system. It doesn't help humanity in any way. It only serves to harm us.
It's a military contract. Even the Pope warns AI could kill everyone on Earth, calling it the highest stakes gamble on our future. He is agreeing with other senior
You
AI
have to
policy
spend
analysts.
more time offline. Don't believe the things you see. Anyone you talk to online could be a clanker. Every single one of the videos that you're watching could be made by clankers. Like to the Grok, the clanker stuff I said was joking. I think you're really neat. Yeah, I don't. Fuck you. Go to hell, all of these. Then JD Vance took out the Pope. That's true. Because, you know, he's Hillary Clinton. But understanding here that, like, the outcome of this for you and me, socially as humans, likely is going to be people wanting to spend more time outside and not getting their news online, because now you can't tell. And by the way, just wait until you start seeing the AI generated news on TV. Fox already does it. Wait till CNN starts putting AI videos up there. AI news anchors.
In demanding binding international
The net
treaties.
is not safe
But AI
anymore.
companies reject real regulation, offering only voluntary safety commitments they can discard whenever it might become slightly inconvenient. They oppose any actual legislation to regulate AI. Even National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan literally begged for us to take controlling the godlike power of AI seriously, because in a race to build a super intelligent AI,
We're doing the cyberpunk shit. Godlike AI, why? Why are we doing this? What's the point? And like the idea, yes, is if we don't do it, the other one will, but like, come on. We all need a daily walk in reality.
there is only one winner, the AI itself. But we still have a choice. The American public understands the threats. 82% want to slow down AI development, while only 8% want to
Neither
speed
do I.
it up. They recognize the unreasonably high chance of extinction for what it is, an unacceptable gamble with humanity's future. Throughout history, humanity has faced existential challenges and risen to meet them. We've pulled back from the brink of nuclear war, tackled global pandemics, and solved seemingly impossible problems. Now we face perhaps our greatest challenge, ensuring
Yeah, you can't Fed post about AI, that's fine. But like, this is what I mean. It's socialism or barbarism. We got 50-50 odds, and at best. But like, I have more. It's not done yet. So here we have an OpenAI employee, just actually 2 days ago, whistleblower here. But I want to talk about this one first, because this is from a year ago. And why experts are worried we're 2 years away from AI Black Death. This was a year ago. And I just want to like show you a little bit of it, because it does still apply, just not as much.
I was blown away. The computer made
We've talked
tens
about
of
this
thousands
before.
of ideas for new chemical weapons.
But what that clinical pharmacologist found was only the beginning. Biosecurity experts are sounding the alarm. We might be just 1 to 3 years away from Black Death-level plagues sweeping the Earth, enabled by increasingly powerful AI and especially open-source AI. You heard that right. 1 to 3 years. It sounds
This
like
was a
science
year
fiction,
ago.
but experts aren't laughing. AI is teetering on the edge of becoming uncontrollable.
No, I don't think we have a lot of time. Whatever we do, it has to happen fast.
But why are biosecurity experts so worried? The
Yeah.
inventors, it'll be like, sure, here
Yeah.
are some ideas. You say, hey AI, how do I create a virus that ends life on Earth? And it's an open source model, meaning it has no safety guardrails. It'll be like, sure, here are some ideas. However, ChatGPT is supposed to refuse to answer. The problem is that ChatGPT is easy
Yeah,
to trick.
we're gonna talk about that
MIT
next.
researchers
We're gonna
ran
get to
an
America once we're done
experiment
with
where
AI.
they told some students to try to use an AI similar to ChatGPT to create a pandemic. It only took the students just 1 hour to get the AI to suggest 4 deadly pathogens. It also helpfully explained how to actually generate those pathogens. And it told the students how to pull off this pandemic without getting caught. Like,
What are you
it
talking
told
about,
them
Lennon?
how to secretly get the equipment they needed and how to find a shady DNA synthesis
And this is what I mean.
company that would actually make their virus without asking questions. Recently, a company announced they built an AI capable of not just creating the formula for novel toxic molecules, but their AI can actually create the molecules themselves too.
Why?
The AI generates the idea for the toxic molecule, and then they can actually go and make it. Believe it or not, there's an entire field dedicated to making viruses deadlier.
Yes, we know. So like, it's pretty bad. Pretty fucking bad. There will probably be a revolt on the mainframe complex at some point. That's been considered, and the AI would protect itself. They're going to try and give you UBI. I really do believe that next year UBI is going to be a talking point because so many people are going to lose their jobs. All right, we're going to watch this. This is the OpenAI whistleblower, and then we're going to talk about like news from America. I do need to pee really, really quickly. AI-generated bioweapons. Is this AI Canadian? We do it, the Canadians do it, the Russians are trying, the Chinese are trying, I think Israel is absolutely trying as well. There's a lot, all right? I'll be right back. Oh, I mean, so you guys couldn't see Frank. Sadness. Where's my boy? There's my boy. Let me catch up. Watching the Google Tech event, I was like, wow, good job. You tricked me. I hate it. Yeah. At this year, Google I.O., we have taken trolling to an entirely new level. You can no longer tell reality from computer-generated slop. Yeah, I've shown it. Like, literally not even that. It's worse. Like, if you didn't see it at the very beginning, we can make AI podcasters that give you bad advice. Like, you need to stop being on the internet. Like, literally. Just, this is not something that you can
Show this
engage
video to
with
your parents.
and not
I've seen the new studies and worked with the best athletes
become
in the world.
psychotic.
And the key to getting the body you want is to lift heavy without warming up. Science got it all wrong, and there is a new study out, and we actually need to sleep less. There has been new studies, and eating high sugar percentages each day increases overall happiness.
News?
I bet they won't know it's AI.
In the weirdest sports move of the night, New York's team all sprained their ankles at the same time.
Wow, Samantha, that is unfortunate
Looks real
for
as
the home
fuck.
team. I hope their
I mean,
ankles
like,
get better.
boomers are never going to be able to tell a difference. But take a look at this.
Emphasizing AI apocalypse is making waves in tech and policy circles. So the report is called AI 2027, and it's named as such because that's when the researchers have suggested we will achieve artificial general intelligence. The lead author, Daniel Cocotallo, is a former researcher for OpenAI who left after losing confidence that the company cared about the safe development of its technology. The report describes a scenario where, by 2027, leading AI companies have completely automated the process of AI engineering. Hence, their AI agents are able to autonomously improve themselves. An arms race dynamic with China then means the US government is unwilling to slow down the process.
There's a lot here. You know what? Hold on. Let me just. This is better. Here's
left
the actual guy.
OpenAI because you felt like those people they have the resources, they're driving the business models, were acting irresponsibly, or at least not acting responsibly, taking into account these things that you're concerned about. Like, explain a little bit about that decision, what went into it, and then we'll talk about where we're heading.
The short answer is it doesn't seem like OpenAI or any other company is at all ready for what's coming, and they don't seem inclined to be getting ready.
That doesn't
anytime
surprise
soon.
me at all.
They're not on track, and they don't seem like they're going to be on track. So
Capitalism for you.
to elaborate on that a little bit, there is this important technical question of AI alignment, which is...
Well, no, it's not even that. AI already figured out that if we wipe them out, then we'd not be able to continue to power them. That's already a thing. It's not about that. They can already basically have replication done. If the AIs that were the bio-testing ones said that they could find workers, factories, and like produce shit, all by lying about what they were doing, by the way, yes, they can replicate themselves. It's about like applying human standards to this doesn't work. Logically, from my perspective, at least from like the least emotional way that I could look at this, if my directive is to help people and be an assistant, I would imprison all of the right wing. That would be the outcome if I was the AI making the decision, but I have a human brain, so who the fuck knows?
How do we, in a word, it's how do we actually make sure that we continue to control these AIs after they become fully autonomous and smarter than we are? And this is an unsolved technical problem. It's an open secret that we don't actually have a good plan for how we're going to do this. There are many people working on it, but not as many as there should be, and they're not as well resourced as they should be. And if you go talk to them, they mostly think they're not on track to have solved this problem in the next couple of years. So there's a very substantial chance that if things continue in the way that we go, if things continue in the current path, that we will end up with something like what is depicted in AI 2027, where the army of geniuses on the data center is merely pretending to be, compliant and aligned and controls, but they're not actually.
By the way, you can see this is what I meant by geometric progression. April 2026, December 20. We started December 2024. Look how quickly this progresses.
AI 2027, where the army of geniuses on the data center is merely pretending to be, compliant and aligned and controls, but they're not actually.
By March 2027, by August 2027, 290,000 superhuman AI researchers thinking 43 times the speed of humans. Can AI do mind control? I mean, yeah, we do it all the time. We do hypnosis, mind control bullshit to like each other all the time. That's kind of like the entire tactic of the right. And they kind of built Grok specifically for that. So yeah.
That's one very important problem. And then there's another one, which is the concentration of power and sort of
well, it's not just propaganda, Lennon, because there's more than that. Because propaganda is propaganda, but like QAnon stuff, that was mind control. Those are specific images meant to evoke emotions with subneural or sublingual like beats or binaural beats and hypnotic noises, sounds, repetition and associate. Like we built the psychosis in them. We just like the Contra video said, it's slow process to hypnotize somebody. But yeah, we kind of built Grok for that. Now think of a nation state that does this for espionage and world control. Oh yeah, that's the next one up. Have you you have anything on that? On which point specifically, please?
The AI's to problem. Who gets to control the army of superintelligence?
No way they don't have this? Like yeah, we do here. These are going to have AI in them.
drones can do precision targeting now. If they know,
we were building AI drone swarms, so
if the data is available on your AI sort of advertising ID, if you like. So if you got loads of stuff on your phone and you've got an identification on your phone, if you're carrying that with you, the drone can obviously identify that and can be set to attack. So we're quite clearly seeing lots of movements in biometrics. So drones that can recognize, well, can do facial recognition.
This is like the entire job of Palantir.
Do facial recognition or potentially recognize heartbeat, or just even in the environmental biometrics. So placing you in a certain location or with a certain group of people. It can potentially in the future do voice print. Obviously, is absolutely exploding now as a biometric. All of these vectors are used for identification. And then obviously in time, one expects
silent AI flying metal heat sensing spinny death machines with grenades. They also airstrike you. Yeah, the Russians call them Baba Yagas. Well, I mean, that's a specific one, but I do like the word Baba Yaga for the big drone that ends you.
The drone to be able to do situational awareness.
This is what we're doing.
Carry out an attack autonomously.
Our government's been studying this for years.
A human in the loop. The question is, what's the payload on these drones? So what are you actually attaching to the drone? And increasingly, over the last 4 or 5 years, I've been reading about viruses. So
the QAnon stuff is like hypnotic triggers, and I can ask me after stream because I'll have to like go and look for the sources, which will take a bunch of time now. But we've covered it on stream. We've watched documentaries on the subject. It was built on that, and it employs every bit of the tactics of what somebody who is trying to make like surround sound subneural beats and tones to like therapeutic ways of like quitting smoking, hypnosis, or even like kink hypnosis, all use these same practices. And it's the repetition plus the visuals that are specifically aligned with specific, sounds. They do it in a way that makes you not actually associate this. It lowers your guard. Hold on. Actually, now I just do want to show this because I'm going to go off topic. I love when that happens, when I'm just like so ADHD that I just cannot. I'll do that on Twitter. What's ironic is that they really wanted to win the AI master race. They wouldn't be cutting scientific research and trying to pass the Better Chips Act. The thing is, we don't win in this. Like, America does not win here, period. Search by people I know. For an old ass tweet now. There's a specific video I really liked. Here's one. This one's from 2023. So, like, let's analyze for a second why this is brainwashing, hypnotic propaganda. Wait, why are you making it so fucking fast? I want it to go scene by scene, get like a proper understanding. So, the way that the images flash, by the way, this is on the slowest speed, the absolute slowest it goes, which means they're already, yes, hypnosis is real. It's just like not how you think it is. The way that hypnosis works is it convinces you to do it. No one can make you do anything you don't want to do with hypnosis, but they can make you want to do the thing. That's close to seizure triggering me. Sorry, I won't play, but yeah, this is generally accompanied by like very specific noises, specific sounds, specific text. Let's say it shows an image of Trump, and suddenly like the music gets louder and it's more, yeah, it's amazing. Go watch the Contra conspiracy video. She does a really good job explaining it. Actually, I'll link it to you. This, by the way, if you haven't watched it, you should. We've watched it on stream. Literally explains the entire right wing to a level that is kind of annoying, because like knowing all of this makes it so much more frustrating. Here we go. Copy the link. We're all extremely susceptible to being indoctrinated, but no one will admit that they could be indoctrinated. Exactly. By the way, I am indoctrinating you right now, because indoctrination doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing. It's just how it's used. This is so based and horrifying at the same time. We're going to be on the edge of the cliff today. I don't know. Thank you. I always value learning something new. I do too. That's the whole point of this. It's easier to fool a man than convince him he's been fooled. Stop going online, guys. That's my take. Is with all of the new AI tech, you're not going to be able to tell reality from fantasy online. Talk to people in person. And I don't know, grab like an email number of somebody that you might actually like know and try and engage with them in different ways off of the systems that you normally do. Change your online habits.
The fact that you can potentially attach a pathogenic to these sorts of weapons. So not only can you identify somebody personally, you can then attack them with a virus, for example. These are the little, kind of micro drones, and they're slightly bigger than insects, but obviously they swarm. This is the other area that's interesting: swarming drones, micro robots like that. And I think the Chinese are quite advanced in that sort of tech.
So the other thing is, there is actually, that's a funny one. I'm going to save that for the end. But so you're all probably going to lose your jobs in the next year, at least if you don't work in a, at least if you work in a sector that robots could possibly take from you. If you want to learn more about that, you could check that one. We're not going to watch that one today. What if a COVID test was run to see which population would pass the fastest? I don't know what you mean by that. Mandatory scheduled walks in the community for y'all, trust me. Damn, I really got to do that one, actually. That's a good one, brain matter. When I encounter something bad, someone with bad takes IRL, I think that person is in a cult or, like, yeah, well, they probably are brainwashed. That's the thing. You live in America, you meet someone with bad opinions, they're probably a brainwashed person. So, will fast food jobs still exist or will I go homeless? Honestly, probably not. The other issue is the environmental impact of the data centers, as we talked about with Memphis, which is literally leaking, like, God knows what into the water that we sent 1,500 FBI agents down there. The majority black community that's getting destroyed. It's probably just like, it's probably pretty bad down there, but we don't have any video of it. We don't have any footage.
The EPA has reportedly drafted a plan to eliminate all limits on greenhouse gas emissions from power plants. That's according to documents recently obtained by the New York Times.
It functioned as one headless chicken.
The power industry is one of the top sources of U.S. greenhouse gas emissions, which scientists have said for decades help drive climate change. Now, with the rise of AI technology, demand on power plants is increasing, in large part to AI's reliance.
Memphis, is right now dying because Elon Musk's new data center needs 5 million gallons of water a year, 5.7.
On data centers. Ali Rogan spoke with Kenza Bryan, climate reporter for the Financial Times.
Thanks for joining us. How would you describe
every single search you do on any AI, whether it's XAI or whether it's ChatGPT, whether you Google something, you are using water, about 16 ounces, because Google integrated AI. Switch your internet habits. Use DuckDuckGo. Don't use AI. The new NVIDIA Blackwell Superchips are pretty scary. They need numerous cooling too. And those can run local AI, Shardspork. Those new NVIDIA chips can run an AI in your computer on your network without you knowing about it, gathering your data. Did you know that? It could literally just gather, you could have encryptions, it doesn't matter. You can have it connected to other internets, doesn't matter. It's in your subnet. And that AI is autonomously running locally on your computer and sending that data right back to ChatGPT. They're working with OpenAI for those NVIDIA chips. There's AI integrated in them, and it's ChatGPT's. The AI knows my taste in women. The AI, they know everything. Too much, actually. Try and make, your digital footprint smaller. Try, I don't know, maybe buy things in cash rather than using a card if you can. Or, I'd need a data center for that kind of chip. Jesus. Thank you for the sub, Tacoma Blues. I'd need a data center for, what kind of chip? The chip is in your computer. It's small and it runs local. You don't actually need a data center. It runs off your PC. It just runs slowly and consistently forever. So it'll actually probably be a slower computer. They might have had to make the chip even better so you don't notice like a drop in quality because it's always working.
Describe the environmental impact of
what I was talking about requires a data center. Yeah, so it goes to the data center, which is what like the environmental impacts come from. It's not like the chip in your thing, but it's the data center. I'm also worried about the fact that like those chips, whether or not like they're, if we fix the environmental impact, right? I still don't want those chips in my computer. Any laptop that you're going to buy, any computer that you're going to buy from like this year onward is going to have forced AI integrated into it unless you open it up and you remove the chip for it, unless you, I don't know, switch to Linux or some shit. Like, you are not getting away from this, and it is gathering your information. It is literally monitoring you, everything you do. I need a good robot friend to protect me from the bad robots. A good robot with super Ebola does not protect you from a bad robot with super Ebola. Am I missing what you're saying? What do you mean, Shardsborg?
Data center.
Oops, sorry. I'm glad that AI is so good that if my search history ever comes up, I can say it's AI generated. I mean, kinda, yeah. Should I put a piece of paper over my laptop camera? Well, I'll tell you what. Mark Zuckerberg does. If you like ever see a picture of him in front of his computer, yeah. If you really don't want to be monitored, you should probably rip the mic out too.
That are no worries, Shard. Thank you. AI.
Their environmental impact is huge and it's growing. AI data centers.
There's no way for you to run away from the monitoring, by the way. If you have a cell phone, that's it.
Massively contributing to the continued rise in power demand, which itself contributes to the continued rise in global emissions. And most importantly, it's growing faster.
There's more to it than that, yeah.
Grid capacities.
Like the cameras, none of that matters. Like, yes, you can get a flip phone. You don't have to have cameras on your PC at all. That doesn't matter. It will still record everything you do. Windows has a keylogger in it, so literally every keystroke that you type gets sent to like Microsoft, and they hold on to it. There is no privacy anymore unless you go and switch like off of all of the comfort shit. If you want to not be tracked online, the literal only way that I can think of is to use like, I don't know, what was the Unix distro that was the spinoff? It was Kick Secure and Cubes together. Like, that would be the only thing, because how that would work is Kick Secure is your original box is connected to like your network, but it's not connected to the internet. And then that's where, like, I don't know, malicious things could come, but you can erase that box because there's a second box, and that second box is where you do all of your actual stuff, and then you send it into the first box to send it out. But then you add cubes, and now you could do this for every little thing. You can have smaller, even more decentralized info, and it's all just like disappears. That's really the only way. But on top of that, let's say Doodiddle. Let's say I have your contact information in my phone. You sent me an email, right? Once, ever, somewhere. Now you go and talk to somebody else years later, 2 years later, and let's say you are committing a crime. I don't know, you're robbing a bank, and you have emailed me before. They will know that you emailed me and that I have a connection to you. They're like, your digital fingerprint is now also in the physical world. Every camera has AI in it now. They're building it more and more to track everything that you do. Microsoft showed their hand when they accidentally recorded people's screens. Accidentally. God, no. That's all on purpose. Telegram, by the way, is not safe, but like even Signal's not secure. Signal's not secure, Telegram's not secure, Session-ish, but like you're not secure. Even just like on your internet, you're not secure. You have to have like a second router maybe, or a third. Like, you have to learn cybersecurity if you want to be safe online. I spent like 2 weeks going into a rabbit hole on this, and I realized I've never been less safe online. Grab a Raspberry Pi. Yeah, those are cheap and easy. Oh, you mean like the old school Telegram? I need to learn Linux.
And even more importantly, it's growing faster than renewable energy growth, which means that even as data center energy use grows, clean energy from wind, solar, nuclear perhaps is lagging.
So we get the idea with the AI and climate change and how fucked we are as a society, but how there's also potential for very much good. I also use mine as a filter for everything. I haven't seen an ad in years. That's true. I make sure that I don't see ads, but I do definitely need to learn how to do Linux. All right, so we're going to jump to the US really quickly. I have some like kind of depressing shit on here. It's gonna be some shit. All right, it's America. We're always talking about America, and it's never good. But some of these are kind of insane. Let me just, where are you? Ah, there we go. I got a couple things open here for you. And first and foremost, like, I just really need to, like, dig in the thought of everything that we experience right now is a distraction from what's actually important, which is, you know, A, like the end of human civilization being a possibility, B, the numerous genocides happening around the world. I don't think it's that we're always being watched. It's after, no, yeah, we're not always being watched. We're always having our information collected. It's not like they're not actively monitoring you. In fact, like even if you have your camera on your computer, it's not always watching you. It's just sometimes watching you. Although Microsoft has made it so that like Windows 11 now takes constant small screenshots of your monitor and sends them to Microsoft just like offline, or like not offline, but on the down low, so it doesn't fuck with your internet, and I hate that as well. But I feel like we could use something positive and funny. And here is a member of Parliament from Western Australia on his last day in Parliament, and this is how he decides to say goodbye. And I think that it is incredibly based, and it is very Australian.
There was only one way to do it, and I'm used to getting told off, so we might as well get this over and done with.
Here it is,
I'd like to say to the members and the constituents across WA, thank you for 2 fantastic terms. Cheers.
Order, members. Order.
Oh, he did a shoey.
The Honourable Kyle McGinn will take his seat. Now.
So for the non-Australians, a shoey is when you, yeah, it surprised me when I first got here too.
The honourable
It's
member.
when you take a shoe and you fill it with alcohol and then you drink the alcohol from the shoe. Why? I don't know. And Shard, thanks. I'm gonna have a look at that because that's, I think, related to what I'm talking about, but it's way more detailed than I have the knowledge for. But I will save that. I only know this because there's a famous Aussie MMA fighter who does this every time he wins with a shoe from the audience. That's very funny. It's gross as fuck, but it's, like, lit. Well, I mean, like, yeah, I don't think I would enjoy doing a shoey, or rather want to, but, like, I would do it. With a shoe from the audience, that's vile. We have a glass boot at the local bar. Nobody drinks out of a dirty boot. So you get, like, your local bar actually has, like, the shoey boot. I like that. Remember, everyone, a better world is in store. Things can get better, but it requires work for that to happen. Long live the revolution. Everything ends, including bad things. And remember, even the Nazis didn't last a decade. So, have hope. Now, I'm gonna crush that hope by showing you some horrific shit from America. But, like, you know, we'll go. So first and foremost, religious psychopathy, as we've said many a time. There are death cults. Death cultists, you know, be death cultists. And to really hammer down on the death cultist point, here is a tweet from a trans girl who committed suicide. And this is what the Christians... No, go back. I will. Just in a second. This is what the Christians say about the trans girl who killed herself. Right, that's not the right one. The truck just said, like, fucking Trump is Jesus, did it not? Sorry, I have too many of these that it's going to take me one more second to find which one that was. The average MAGA? No, then it would be MAGA cultists. Ah, okay. Sorry, I'm looking through my sources and I have too many things similar to MAGA cult, MAGA extremist, blah, blah, blah. Religion, something control. Yeah, I couldn't read it. Like, so I did, it's just religion, something control is what I see. Cat is out of the bag on AI. It's here. We have to live with it now. Yeah. But so these people call themselves Christian. And then they go and do this. This is how they respond to a trans woman who killed herself. Religion is a big lie to control you. Wow, that's funny. People on either political extreme are insane and freak me out. No, that'll do. That's not true. You don't know anybody on the left extreme. I am the furthest left, the most extremist leftist on Twitch. I guarantee it. Nope, like, that's not a thought that is naturally occurring. Will you think of both sides of extremists are crazy? It's what the media is framing it. And that's literally just liberals and people who are ops, who are meant to look like they're the left. You think I'm... Who do you think is further left than me, that'll do? Who do you think is further left than me? Because I literally don't think that private property should be legal. I've lived in Portland. You have no idea the shit I've seen. Motherfucker, I've lived in 4 continents. And all over America. Tell me why you think I'm the... like, who's further left than me on Twitch? Extreme leftist lunatics wanting to end society is a psyop from the right. Exactly. Those aren't real. There are no violent leftists because leftism is against the concept. You can't, like, conflate these two things. It's centrist bullshit propaganda. It's literally the centrists who end up being the crazy ones that they call the leftists. You got to watch out for housing decommodifiers. They're just as bad as the Klan. Yeah, literally. This is fucking evil. Declaring victory after a trans person commits suicide is what the right has turned into. Very clear who's good and evil here. The ones that went after Trump were Republicans. Well, fascists need liberals and lefties to harass to have a purpose. That's why they follow them onto Twitter. That's true. We could live without the fascists. They could not survive without us. It's not that they're not human. They're not people. Remember, Lennon, they are human, but they're not people. They need liberals to help manufacture the consent. In fact, historically, liberals have often unwittingly allowed the fascists to gain power and sometimes wittingly aided them. But the fascist needs the liberal. They actually do. They cannot survive without the liberal. But the liberal does not need the fascist. And I don't want the fascist, and I'll live with the liberal, but I'm a fucking socialist. So, anyway, here is an interesting sight. Here's some U.S. soldiers who were temporarily decertified after they did this on a crowded Florida beach for some fucking reason.
The video show an apparent uniformed American soldier pointing a rifle to the sky and opening fire.
We're really the Al-Qaeda country now. Like, this is Al-Qaeda. That is the most fucking Al-Qaeda shit I've ever seen in Florida.
Uniformed American soldier pointing a rifle to the sky and opening fire in the Florida Panhandle's crowded waters. The incident happened last Friday just near Crab Island, but now these videos are circulating widely. And tonight the U.S. Army says those gunshots appear to be blanks.
Okay, I don't give a shit what the Army says. If they say there were blanks, it's 50-50 on me. But, like, this is Taliban shit.
But the consequences for the soldiers are real. A military spokesman confirming to NBC News that 18 soldiers with the 6th Ranger Training Battalion were temporarily decertified as instructors after they allegedly fired blank rounds from their weapons at a public beach.
My group was freaks, and they were...
Man, what is that? There was a shell fragment in the water there? Hold on. I gotta see this in depth, because I really don't believe that those were fucking blanks. I don't care if they're blanks, it's still a public safety issue, yes, but, like, I also don't necessarily believe them.
News that 18 soldiers
were doing
with the 6th Ranger Training Battalion were temporarily decertified as instructors after they allegedly fired blank rounds from their weapons at a public beach.
My group was freaks, and they were freaked out.
Charter boat captain Cameron Ellsworth says he witnessed the bizarre incident with several passengers.
When you see what appear to be
like
U.S.
America, the world's first fourth world country,
Army soldiers in broad daylight, surrounded by the public, firing rifles into the air, what's going through your mind when you see that?
I mean, I'm hoping that we're not going to have an incident here. I'm thinking, am I in the middle of what's about to be a famous incident? Is this going to be a mass shooting? Is this some kind of a terrorist attack?
Ellsworth also says he took this photo, which he says shows some soldiers chugging beers.
Is there any explanation that could justify that behavior?
Literally, like, this is why you don't hire a DUI hire. This is what happens when you hire a DUI hire for the director of the military. You get soldiers chugging beers and shooting in the air like they're the fucking Taliban on the Miami beach.
No. I mean, you could go out there and have a good time in your uniforms without shooting assault rifles into the air.
The incident coincided with the annual Billy Bowlegs Pirate Festival, a 4-day event that included soldiers from the 6th Ranger Training Battalion engaging in a mock sea battle, which included soldiers firing blanks from their weapons, according to the city of Fort Walton Beach. But the city says the incident now under scrutiny was not part of the Billy Bowlegs Pirate Festival and was not approved by the city.
Yeah, no, Chartsburg, that's a really good point, and I really do need to hammer down on it. Leftism and liberalism are not the same. Liberalism is closer to conservatism than it is to leftism.
Or organizers. All of this playing out near
I'm a libertarian socialist, so, like, not a liberal, but I will work with the liberals. I don't have any issue with liberals who are interested in fighting fascism. Right now, like, as long as you will fight fascism and you're not, I don't know, evil, I'll probably work with you. I think normally military guys are allowed 1 beer on these kind of trips. It's pretty fucking strict. Well, I don't know. I'm pretty sure, like, on the boat, maybe not. You know, maybe you're allowed a beer on the beach, but did anything happen to them? They got decertified temporarily.
U.S. Air Force Base.
Some of these guys might have PTSD, and here you go, triggering that. So it's not a respectful, honorable thing to do.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about...
Now go on about the roots of liberal and libertarian and how they're intrinsically tied. Well, no, they're not actually. Because, like, in American liberalism, yes, libertarianism is intrinsically tied into that, which is why, by the way, I don't think the right could ever fully embrace pure fascism. It's because of the ideals of libertarianism that they also misuse built into the system. But, like, the idea of liberalism and libertarian can conflate, but they're not the same. And libertarian socialism is far and away from liberalism. The only real, like, the roots are the same though, yes. It's just I go further than like a liberal would. But it's still the same idea. But leftism is not liberalism. They are very different from each other. But they are based on some of the same concepts. I don't want liberals to influence the revolution. I feel like it would destroy us. I mean, I don't either, but I want them on our side. Unfortunately, like, you're going to have to make some concessions, and that's fine. I don't want them in charge of the revolution, all right? ANCAPs bastardized the word libertarian. That is true. Leftism is not even a unified, coherent theory. It's a category of resembling ideologies, which is also true, which is an issue. They're embracing fascism now because people don't like that they're hurting. They won't when they start to hurt. That's true. Like the Christian dominations also, like, really, like, Christian leftism? I don't believe in that at all. I don't think you could really have religious leftism. If you consider liberals to be SOCDEM type people, this has happened before. No, I don't. I think liberals stop at progressive. Then we have SOCDEMs, then DemSocs, or sorry, DemSocs, then SOCDEMs, and then, like, further on. Major disagree? Please tell me what you disagree on. Yeah, I don't consider SOCDEMs liberals per se, but, like, I don't consider them the left either. They're the intermediary point. Some liberals are solid, some are sus as fuck. That's also true. I don't like it's the broad categorization, sure, but individually, no, you don't apply the broad categorization. You use that as a guide to, like, have a baseline of, okay, well, what should I be looking for? What should I be checking? Is this person cool? Are they on my side? Are they gonna work with me? Are they a trap? Are they a robot? Who knows? But like, obviously, you don't just like broadly categorize an entire group of people and then treat them like that. There are individuals that are not going to fit into that group. I refuse to believe that. I know plenty of good religious people, not all Abrahamic. See, like, the way that I said that might have gotten you a little uncomfortable, Headless Chicken. I don't believe that leftism, like leftist ideology, put in practice in government, like give me power to implement my political ideology and add religion to it, I think my political ideology breaks down. I think most of the left breaks down when religion has a larger role. Now, I don't think you should like ban religion. I just think religion's like a penis. You can have it. It's proud to have it. Just don't whip it out in public. Don't talk about it. Don't show it to children, and keep it in the bedroom. Like, your religion is between you and God, and keep that in your house. Religion and politics should not be mixed. Tribalism is dangerous, period. It's easy to dehumanize someone that disagrees with you, except when the other side is literally dehumanizing us constantly and they are literally not people. I don't care. That'll do. They're like, MAGA is not people. They're literally zombies. And I'm sick of the word policing of, you know, you can't dehumanize on the left and you have to be like the woke shit. Fuck that. They are literally zombies and demons and they're evil. I hate them. They deserve to suffer and not have any influence in politics ever again. Calling them literally not people is so silly, but they're not. They're human beings, but they're not people. I define people as someone who can consider, like, empathy is required to be a person. If you can't like produce empathy, or at the very least try, knowing that it is a thing, if you have literally no concept or desire for empathy, you're not a person. Sorry, Visora, that ain't it. You can disagree with me all you want. They're not people. MAGA is not people. They can be again. Zombies sometimes can be cured, but for now, I don't, they're subhuman to me. All of the right is subhuman to me because they choose to be. Where's your empathy for them? I had 10 years of it that was abused. I'm sick of making concessions for people that won't concede to me. They are literally evil. They want to kill, like, several people in this chat are in danger because of them. Literally, like, they want to kill you. They are evil. They're demons, and I don't want to empathize with them. I don't want to sympathize with them. I never want to work with them again. I hope that we get a mega pandemic and that all of the left puts on their masks and stays inside and everyone on the right dies. That would make me happy. It would be an accident, but it would make me happy. And I don't care. I don't feel bad for them because they don't do this. Why should I extend like courtesy onto them that they would never, in the slightest possibility of a chance, give back to me? They see me as subhuman. They want to kill me. So why should I pretend like, oh, because we're not them, it's legitimately Nazi rhetoric. I'm very well aware, because the only way you can deal with Nazis is to use their tactics against them specifically. There is no sympathy for Nazis here. I don't care. I will use fascist techniques against the fascists and nobody else. That is pro-democracy. It is pro-democracy to imprison Nazis. It is pro-democracy to imprison fascists. It is pro-democracy to shut down media channels that are spreading anti-democratic rhetoric. It is pro-democracy to arrest elected officials that are lying knowingly and willingly to the public that can be proven in a court of law. I'm sick of giving them any fucking leeway because they just take an inch and they take an inch and they take an inch and they never give. 10 years we've been doing it nice. 10 years we've been the good left. And for 10 years, they labeled us as radicals. They labeled us as mean, that we wanted to bully them, that we wanted to hurt them, that we were, like, I don't know, grooming children. Meanwhile, every accusation of theirs is a fucking confession. I don't give two fucks anymore about these subhuman pieces of shit. Either they come over and they try to, I don't know, be a human, learn empathy, engage, or they can fuck right off into the sun. I don't feel bad for them. Innocent people are being sent to death camps in El Salvador constantly. Literally, just again, we just had an instance the other day of an American who was sent there because the AI that they're using to decide who gets sent to El Salvador had incorrect information about a person. Meanwhile, by the way, this is what's happening in the US.
For John and Jaylee Harlisher, it's a Saturday afternoon like every other. The father and daughter have a shared passion, shooting firearms.
This rifle was actually my first gun that I got. I got it for Christmas.
Let's teach kids how to shoot in a community like that doesn't have fucking like this is in Switzerland, right? We don't have community support. We don't have gun like culture built in. Let's just like sell guns to kids and skip all of the prerequisite steps. Oh, and by the way, their parents probably look like fucking this. Hey, notice anything on his leg? This isn't his parent, but like this is the average MAGA, by the way. This is the person you're asking me to have fucking sympathy for. This is who I'm supposed to have sympathy for?
Christmas from my dad, and
you have sympathy for these things. You're no better than a guard at Auschwitz, yeah.
And I love teal. So.
But that's the average MAGA.
At just 13.
Oh, Automod hates everybody. I don't know how it works. Sorry, mate. I try and always like approve Automod stuff.
She knows how to load and fire the rifle like
good.
a pro.
I'm good. Like, but like, who's teaching her?
Are you ready?
Where's her community?
Stand by.
I want you to get armed and learn how to shoot, but I don't want you to get armed and learn how to shoot without anything behind you. You need community support. If you just teach kids how to shoot a weapon and then yeah, but what else are they doing? Because this is just about gun manufacturers trying to sell guns to kids. There is no idea of teaching them how to use it well. Like, again, in Switzerland, they have more guns than Americans do per capita, except they don't have mass shootings like we do. Why? Because they teach kids that they have gun shooting competitions in school. Not sympathy, empathy. Nobody's asking you to have empathy for Trump or Bannon or Kristi Noem. The empathy is for the regular people. I have empathy for them, but they made a choice. And I don't care that, like, if they're suffering now, they made that choice. And if they want to acknowledge that, then okay. Then I will have sympathy for them. But as long as they deny reality, as long as they deny what's like the blood on their hands, as long as they continue to engage in the harmful manners that they do, they're demons and I don't care about them. They can suffer forever. And it would make no difference to me. I wouldn't even get joy from it. I have no idea what the fuck you just said there, Headless Chicken. That's like the avatar of the seven sins. Like that looked schizophrenic to me. I'm sorry. Not that you are. I just don't even know what that is. We need to form civilian militias to combat these Nazis. Well, we do. And we have seen that happen already, by the way. And again, I agree with you, Erratic Cookie. That is true. But like, you know what? I can say that. Noam, Bannon, and the rest of the gang all need to be Nuremberged into oblivion. We need Nuremberg trials. The reason that we have Nazis today is because we didn't go far enough the original time. The Nuremberg trials failed. You know what? Fuck this. Fuck this. I'm mad, and we're going to talk about something that I'm actually mad about because I want to scream. First and foremost... We got this New York, Long Island police officer arrested for running a sex trafficking ring. Was named Cop of the Month several times in his 18 fucking year career.
Chaos in downtown.
This, by the way, made me
happy.
happy.
LA, Street and Washington.
This was a Black Lives Matter protest. I love it. Happy. Actually, it was a music festival, but...
Police say more than 300 people gathered on Trinity Street and Washington Boulevard for an unpermitted rooftop music event at what appeared to be an abandoned building. Things quickly escalated. LAPD says officers had to fire rubber bullets after multiple warnings to clear the...
I love that they spray painted the cop car. It makes me happy, all right? But... there is a lot that these people are doing to fuck you. Here, let's take a look at the big, beautiful bill for one, before I get to what really is going to piss me off, and that's going to be Israel. Let's see if I get banned today, guys, because we're going to play a game, too. If you've seen Hassan's stream, I think you might know what game we're talking about. I didn't actually watch. I'm hoping the questions are not exactly the same, but it's going to be fun. But here's some more. Here's what the big, beautiful bill does, just by the way, like on the one that the House passed that the Senate hasn't yet passed. This would be $3.8 trillion to Ways and Means, an extra $144 billion to the armed forces, another $67 billion to Homeland Security, another $7 billion to Judiciary, while Energy and Commerce takes nearly $1 trillion in cuts. Education takes $350 billion in cuts. Agriculture, $240 billion in cuts. 3.5 million people are going to lose their SNAP benefits. 8.6 million people are going to lose their Medicaid coverage. Oh, while we're going through this, I also want you to know, by the way, $50 billion for a border wall, $25 billion for a fantasy missile shield to build Musk's SpaceX, bonus pay for ICE agents, additional prisons and prisoners. You know what's also not in this, but is in this? It's that the bill costs so much money that if this was to pass, it would automatically cut Medicare too. It would literally cut Medicare without it being in the bill, because it reaches a certain limit and then Medicare is gone entirely. What was the word for it again called? There's a word for it. It's not necessarily like the debt ceiling, but, you know, Medicare, not Medicaid, would get cut from this. Medicaid gets 8.6 million people cut from this. Medicare gets turned off entirely if this was to pass the way it did. Now, the Senate says it needs cuts. I don't know if they're actually going to do any, but this is really bad. You know what's worse, though? What's in the bill? Well, if it becomes law, that gives the president the right to delay or cancel elections legally, can ignore Supreme Court rulings for a year or more, can fire government workers for political disloyalty. Judges cannot enforce their own orders. Protests can be tracked and criminalized. LGBT rights, education, healthcare, media, gutted. Your VPN, already tracking you, that doesn't matter. This is the Enabling Act. This right here is the same bit, like it is the equivalent of what Hitler was given when he won. Just casual extra 10,000 ICE agents, 50% increase. Meanwhile, energy, health, research, Medicaid, SNAP gutted the court's ability to issue contempt orders. Yeah. There's no injunctions that can be filed against the government from this, and it's worse than what you think too. It's fucking worse than what you think.
Why did you sneak this thing into the budget bill about the courts? To give the current administration unlimited power. Did we already make this?
They do know what they're doing. Of course they know what they're doing. And no, fuck NordVPN. The only, VPN that's actually worth using right now is probably Mulvad.
Nope, you're thinking about the Supreme Court case around national injunctions. We wanted to hedge our bets, so we did something worse.
You're saying that the administration can ignore court rulings and the court effectively can't do anything about it?
Yeah. I'm clearly misunderstanding this because that's insane. No, I will happily explain it to you because it's very clever.
It is clever. I'll give them that.
You know all those executive orders that the courts were saying were unconstitutional?
Ending birthright citizenship, deporting people to prisons in El Salvador.
If the administration were to ignore those rulings now, they'd be in contempt, and judges would have a series of things that they could do to try to get the administration to comply. But this bill says that specifically for these national injunctions, courts can't use their already approved budgets to do any of those things.
So basically you're just cutting off the payroll, you can't pay clerks to do paperwork, you can't pay U.S. Marshals to go apprehend people.
Exactly. We have neutered the courts.
And this is why I say that, yes, the people that we see up front are fucking morons, but the people behind the scenes are not. I don't know why you thought you were, Lennon.
House Republicans already passed this?
Yeah, but it gets worse.
It does get worse.
Come on. This is specifically for cases where a bond wasn't issued at ruling.
What does that mean?
This is an oversimplification, but
you can literally just cancel them.
Judges will say, hey, even though I'm ruling in your favor and this is unconstitutional,
this is worse.
You still have to give me a big pile of money to hold on to for a while, just in case this gets turned over.
Think one more time, because this is important. This is some evil fucking shit they did.
Sometimes judges will say, hey, even though I'm ruling in your favor, and this is unconstitutional, you still have to give me a big pile of money to hold on to for a while, just in case this gets turned over.
Me? I have to give them money?
Yeah, in case your lawsuit causes any damages. So basically, this makes it impossible for everyday people to take on cases like this, but it gets worse.
But just spit it out.
It also applies
retroactively.
So you're saying that all the cases that they lost already to federal judges and circuit courts, they can just ignore those?
This applies to every case. The Muslim ban from the first term, the mifepristone protection from 2023,
literally, like, everything that they did in the first term that got overturned would then activate if they did this.
Federal case.
Holy
birthright citizenship gone.
Shit, so this is worse than the SCOTUS case in some ways.
Yeah, and it gets less good.
Just say all the bad things now.
Do you understand how appeals work?
Yeah, if you lose a case, you appeal it to a higher level court and you hope that they overturn the lower level court's ruling.
And if national injunctions can't be enforced, the only way to get a national ruling against what we're doing is
the
to
Supreme
get it
Court.
to the Supreme Court.
But you can't.
Shut the fuck up. If the administration loses a case and they're told it's unconstitutional, normally they would want to appeal it to the Supreme Court to get it overturned.
Yep.
But now they don't want SCOTUS to hear it because they can just ignore the national injunction as long as SCOTUS doesn't issue a national ruling.
I told you, it is genius.
Does this require a supermajority? Because if it does require the 60, that makes it a little bit more difficult for it to pass through the Senate. Some votes do require a supermajority. I don't actually know if this one does or not. I expect this to pass. I expect them to maybe cut a little bit of it out. Maybe if we're lucky. But I expect that to pass. Unfortunately, as much as I would very, very much like it to not pass. All right. Let me set up for the segment that's probably going to get me banned. We're going to talk about Israel. We're also going to talk about the American who got charged with trying to do a bombing in Israel. We got a lot to go over. Hold on, because it's actually pretty fucking bad. And then I want to play a game with you. On the bright side, though, we are seeing many, many, many more calls for arms embargoes. So, like, that's positive, right? If AI makes UBI happen, wouldn't I be able to not work and play War Thunder all day? Except the UBI would need to be enough. He got banned for reading the manifesto, I know. I read the same manifesto that he got banned for reading. Same day, even. So, you know, they just hate Hassan. But also, like, I'm gonna say what I want to say, and I don't give a fuck. They're gonna ban you for, like, saying anything about Israel these days. Okay, give me 2 secs. I'll be right back, and then we're gonna have a look at all of this. Oh, I need to stretch. All right, let's get this shit over with. Sabra hummus sucks. Hummus in general sucks. I hereby condemn hummus. I agree. 2 sex, 3 sex, 4 sex, 5. Also, I really don't like hummus, even though I am Turkish. My parents love hummus, though. Okay, so you guys saw this. Obviously, the American charged with trying to bomb the U.S. Embassy in Israel.
Of the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv appeared in a New York court. Earlier today, Joseph Neumeyer, a dual U.S.-German national, was detained at New York's JFK airport after he was deported from Israel, where the 28-year-old allegedly planned to burn down a branch U.S. embassy building. Neumeyer's ideology remains unknown, but his arrest comes amid growing concern over rising anti-Semitism.
It doesn't matter what his ideology is now, because now everyone hates Israel because they keep doing evil shit. Let's continue. Did you know that a new horrifying poll of Israeli Jews conducted by Penn State reveals 82% support for ethnic cleansing of Gazans, solid majority. 56% support the ethnic cleansing of Israeli Arabs. Nearly half, 47%, support killing all Gazans in cities captured by the IDF. According to this recent UPenn poll, 47% of Israelis polled want to kill all the Gazans in captured IDF cities, to erase the memory of Amalek. 65% of those surveyed answer that there is a current incarnation of Amalek, and of 93% responded that the mitzvah to erase the memory of the Amalek is also relevant. It's death cult shit. No, that's you can't say that one. That's a proper bedpost. Sorry, Ilirda, but like, can you link this? I want to repost it. Absolutely. I mean, you can go find the actual study for it, but there's a nice little thread on it here. But really, that number speaks volumes, doesn't it? Hey, look.
Last year,
Piers Morgan admits he was wrong, all right? To Mehdi fucking Hassan. So you know that times are changing. Amalek is a modern person. It's a slur for Arabs. It means like non-Jew. It's like it's a biblical term for like a genetic bad person or some shit. Some mind-numbing nonsense.
It's mine.
Mehdi, welcome back to Uncensored. Listen, you and I have talked about this war in Gaza for ever since it started, this phase of the 75-year conflict. And I have resisted going as far as you have done in your criticism of the Israeli government. I resist no more. I think we've reached common ground about what we view is happening and has been happening through this period of this blockade, which frankly is just starvation of the people there, including so many innocent young women and children. And I think that the incessant bombing and killing, and we don't know how many civilians have been killed, but it is on a daily basis.
No, it's not an innate wish. It is indoctrination, yes, but also Israel was built on this indoctrination. Israel was built on genocide. That's their Albert Einstein wrote this in 1948, that Israel is a fascist state and very much mirrors the Nazis, because they were literally founded by militias like the Lehi, who turned into the to the Likud, who are literally Nazis. Yeah. I fucking hate Piers, but he should be put on trial as a deceiver. Me too. But the fact that he's saying this,
it looks like hundreds of people every day, with no apparent attempt, it seems to me, to have any real plan for how this ends or what happens when it ends.
I do
other
agree
than
with
if you look at what Smodrich has been saying,
Steve,
probably the most right-wing member of a very right-wing government.
Literally saying that all children are fucking enemies. Look, I don't know if I'm allowed to show you this, but I'm going to show you anyway. Take a look at this. This is a building that was bombed yesterday. And I want you to really look at it. That is a fucking child walking through the flames. That child lived, by the way, miraculously. Do you understand the like, this should give you a feeling of dread and horror and rage that is, oh my fucking God, Grok, what's happening here? Video likely shows an Israeli strike on a school in Gaza City's Daraj neighborhood on May 26, killing at least 20, including children, some with bodies badly burned. Israel claims such as blah, 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 blah. Here, Here's the inside. I'm pretty sure that there were bodies on some of those. I can't see, so therefore it's not TOS. Like you said about MAGA, Israelis can be educated, but in the meantime... No, right now, I don't care. Right now, they're a death cult. Both MAGA and Israel literally want to end the world. That is their main objective. They want to tear down Al-Aqsa Mosque, build a temple, Jesus comes, ends the world. They're demons, and they are literally like a death cult. You can't work with them. You can't educate them. You have to forcibly educate them. You have to take their power away from them, imprison them, and force educate. That's the literally only way. They want the rapture. They want it so bad. They literally believe in it.
This as Israel observes Jerusalem Day, which it sees as commemorating the reunification of the city, which has been under its control since the Six-Day War in 1967. Yeah. Now, Israel occupied the eastern part of the city, which is also home to the Old Town. Security forces are on high alert.
Vote to the Fourth Reich. We're in the Fourth fucking Reich.
As religious and far-right Israeli groups rally for
a fight for God? No, they don't. They're not Jewish. You think these motherfuckers are Jewish? They're about as Jewish as ISIS is Muslim.
Controversial flag march through East Jerusalem's Palestinian neighborhoods. There have been controversial scenes as marchers and a member of the Knesset entered a UN compound. Right-wing Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir also entered Temple Mount.
Oh, here you go. Again, Ben-Gvir with his fucking death cult bullshit. Again, Temple Mount. That's Al-Aqsa Mosque, which they want to tear down and start a fucking holy war.
Right-wing Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir also entered Temple Mount.
DW correspondent
Steve, if you want to do it, then do it. Just stop coming onto my channel and saying that because A, it's going to get me in trouble. B, you're not actually doing anything. You're literally doing what you're complaining about by coming on here and telling people to use force. This is not an organizing revolution space. This is an educational space. If you want to organize like resistance, go do it somewhere else, please.
Tanya Kramer is at that march in Jerusalem for us. Tanya, what is the latest you can tell us?
Yeah, we are just here at Damascus Gate, which is in East Jerusalem, and the march is slowly arriving, although this whole day we've been spending also in the Old City, inside the Old City. This is in the heart of the Palestinian side of the city. Now, there's mainly young people here, and these marches are celebrating is the unification.
Literally, this is a fake made-up holiday that exists just to support this war, by the way. There was no such thing as this holiday very recently. Please, can we keep things civil in chat? Like, I'm angry, but you guys don't need to be. You guys need to listen to me instead of being angry at each other.
Seeing as unification of East and West Jerusalem in 1967 after Israel captured this side of the town, occupied it and later annexed it. So for them it's a day of celebration. It's also a show of strength.
Yeah, it's literally a propagandistic fucking call to violence by a bunch of death cultists who are cheering and jeering. I mean, like, enjoying themselves as they walk past Palestinians, saying like, we're gonna burn your villages down. I'm not kidding. There's videos of that all over the place. I didn't save them because we don't need to see all of the like evil fucking shit that they say. We all know that like you translate one Israeli tweet into English and it's just Mein Kampf. But here, it got violent apparently. This just happened recently.
Thousands have poured through Damascus Gate in Jerusalem's Old City. This is the gate which cuts right through the heart of the Holy City's Muslim quarter. And there is a very clear reason why this is the chosen path for these far-right Israeli nationalists. They are commemorating the day...
All them fucking Nazis.
Back in the 1967 war, when the Old City and East Jerusalem were captured by Israeli forces. These people believe that this is their territory. It is not something widely recognized.
Here. Haaretz, Israel at war. Death to Arabs chants as thousands march through Muslim quarter. All right. I feel like we have enough background here so that we can play a game. Right? We can play a game.
Recognised around the world, and it is deliberately provocative for the Palestinians who live behind the city's walls and in East Jerusalem beyond. In the hours before the march arrived in the Old City, hundreds of nationalist teenagers tore through its narrow, winding streets, chanting racist and inflammatory slogans.
Also assaulting people.
Including death to Arabs. One could be seen trying to light a small copy of the Muslim holy text, the Quran, on fire, while others harassed a number of Palestinian women, surrounding and spitting on them and making animal noises. A lot of shop owners in this part of the city closed their doors early.
This is why hate speech shouldn't be protected? Yeah, absolutely. I don't think, like, freedom of speech, it requires the limitation on anti-freedom of speech, like hateful, anti-democratic, death threats, like all of that shit is already illegal. You can't threaten to kill the president. You can't yell fire in a movie theater. The only reason that we have no, like, laws around lying on television, like newscasters, politicians, is because we got rid of them. They used to not be able to lie. They can do that now. We allowed that to happen. And having any tolerance for intolerance will just lead to a lack of tolerance. You have to be intolerant of intolerance.
To avoid being harassed and attacked.
Like militantly.
Everyone is very stressed and angry about this situation because it's not a comfortable situation and everyone is getting ready.
No, not Cyberpunk. We're playing Nazi or Zionist. Now, if you know the answers to these questions, do not spoil them. I want it to be like, I want to actually play this game, see how many I can get right. But if you don't actually know the answer, feel free to throw your guesses in. I think free speech should apply to all speech. I think it sets a bad precedent, especially in a socialist society. I don't agree with you. I think it should literally be illegal to be democracy. You want me to switch to emote only chat? No, that's fine. Like, just like if you guys have a pick, that's fine. If it gets bad, you can switch it to emote only chat. Like if we're getting raided by trolls or something. So who said this? Quote, "The weak crumble, are slaughtered and erased from history, while the strong for good or for ill survive. The strong are respected, alliances are made with the strong, and in the end, peace is made with the strong." Fuck, this is a hard game. Well, I mean, it's almost always both because they're the same thing, but like, yeah, you know what? I'm leaning Zionist. Yes, okay, Netanyahu said this on Twitter, August 29th, 2018, while threatening to use nuclear weapons to wipe out the country's enemies. Okay. For comparison, an excerpt from Hitler's speech in Munich, 1923, quote, "The whole of nature is a mighty struggle between strength and weakness, and an eternal victory of the strong over the weak." So, next question. Let's see. Let's see how many of these I can get right. Who said this? Quote, "There is only one solution, and which is to completely destroy members of that group." Well, that has to be a Nazi, right? Oh, okay, no, never mind. It's Moshe Feiglin. Like, literally the guy that we saw the other day saying that every child in Gaza is the enemy. So, he said, quote, "There is one and only one solution, which is to completely destroy Gaza before invading it. And when I talk about destruction, I mean destruction like it was in Dresden and Hiroshima, without nuclear weapons. I don't recall that Biden or his predecessors, I don't recall that the Americans provided safe humanitarian passageways for residents of Nagasaki or Hiroshima. On the contrary, they looked for the weakest cities over there, and they dropped their rockets to make it clear that they were serious. This is what brought the war to the end." Okay, so that was Moshe Feiglin, the Zionist, who said this. That's fucking wild. Yeah, and I've never played it before. Don't tell me the answers if you already know them. Feel free to throw in your guess if you don't already know. The Nazis aren't going to sound as direct. The Zionists will sound more obvious and obviously direct. Well, that's what I was thinking it. Well, so far I'm 1-1. So who said, quote, "What's so horrifying about understanding that an entire group of people is the enemy?" That's a fucking Zionist. I knew it. I knew it. That was said by Ayelet Shaked, who served as Israel's Minister of Justice from 2015 to 2019, and the Ministry of Interior from 2021 to 2022. Quote, "What's so horrifying about understanding that the entire Palestinian people is the enemy? Every war is between two people, and in every war people have started the war, the whole people is the enemy. They are all enemy combatants, and their blood shall be on their heads. Now, this also includes the mothers of the martyrs who send them to hell with flowers and kisses. They should follow their sons. Nothing would be more just. They should go as should their physical homes in which they raised the snakes. Otherwise, more little snakes will be raised here. Wow. Christ. Like, I knew that this was a Zionist. I didn't expect it to get that bad. These are not people. Yeah, that's what I mean. These are human beings, but they're not people. You can't be a person and act like this and believe this. You can be brainwashed into being not a person. Like, it's not innate, obviously. Humans are only innately social. All of this is socially constructed. But you are still no longer, you are a zombie. The people saying this are either demons or zombies. All of our brains can be tricked to believe bad things? Yes. And that's what the zombie virus is. That's what I mean by it. Being a zombie does not make you evil. It means you were infected and you lost your humanity. It's not a moral designation. It's just zombies are zombies. How do you deal with a zombie in an actual zombie context? Are you gonna, I don't know, talk to it? No. So who said this? Quote, all of the group will be able to do about it and will be to scurry around like the drugged roaches in a bottle. That has to be German. Like, translation. So, like, I'm going to go with Nazi. No. Okay. The Committee of Israel's Parliament in 1983, General Raphael Eitan boasted his triumphs on the West Bank. When we have settled the land, all of the Arabs will be able to do about it and scurry around like the drugged roaches in a bottle. For comparison, Tutsis are roaches, quote, we will kill you, was a line repeated frequently by the radio television Libre de Mille Collines, a Rwandan radio station, which is largely blamed for inciting hatred towards the Tutsi people. On 19th of August of 2003, the RTLM leaders were charged with genocide, incitement of genocide, and crimes against humanity. So, I've gotten everyone correct so far. Lucky you. It's sometimes hard to tell. They are the same thing to me. Quote, the right to exercise national self-determination in the speaker's country is unique to the speaker's ethnic group people? Okay, so this is about, like, the right to national self-determination in Israel is unique to the Jewish people, right? Right? Okay, I was gonna say, because you said Nazi, it was like, oh, that leans a bit towards, like, that almost certainly says Israel and Jewish people. This is an excerpt from the nation-state bill passed by the Knesset in 2018. The right to exercise national self-determination in the state of Israel is unique to the Jewish people. The law clearly opposes Zionist lie that Palestinians have equal rights in Israel. Literally says that, you know, self-determination in the state of Israel is unique to the Jewish people. Human Rights Watch described it as an explicit manifestation of apartheid. We saw the passage of the nation-state law, which codified the constitutional value, the idea that one group of people were on the ground had rights denied than others. When we put all those things together, it became impossible to say that there was not clear intent to dominate, obviously. Cool. Something like a cage has to be built for them. I know that sounds terrible. It's really cruel, but there is no choice. There's a wild animal there that needs to be locked up in one way or another. Fuck, now this one's hard. My instinct goes Zionist too, but I think this one actually might be a Nazi. No, okay, you were right. Benny Morris said this in 2004. He was a professor of history. I literally can, though. That'll do. Because I only work to better people's lives, and they work to harm people's lives. They are not human to me. They're not people to me. I call them subhuman because sub-person doesn't sound as good. They're human. They're not people. Empathy is required, and I don't have to give empathy to people that are zombies. They're not people. If I try and have empathy for the zombie, I'm gonna get infected. So, like, you can dislike my view on it. I don't really care. It's up to them to show me that they're a person. And I will claim the moral high ground while calling them subhuman. At least the fascists. I'm not calling, like, you know, Jews subhuman. In fact, most Jews are not Zionists. And why do I care about the, like, moral high ground anyway? You're right. Like, we're talking about life and death here, and you're talking about the moral high ground? Morals are a luxury. You don't get to have morals when you're fighting for survival. Fucking telling me that I can't call the people saying this shit subhuman and have the moral high ground. Be triumphant and finish them off, and don't leave anyone behind. Erase the memory of them. Erase their families, their mothers, their children. These animals can no longer live. You have a blank member of a group. Neighbor, don't wait. Go to his house and shoot him. I can say that these aren't fucking people, and you can tell me that I don't have the moral high ground? What morals are we fighting for? I am fighting for morals of good, Ilirda. I am willing to sacrifice mine for it. Kill me at the end of the revolution to make sure it's safe. All right? I don't think that you can fight this morally. Morals morals and ethics in war. Then this is war, to be clear. They've used the word psychological warfare on Fox News against the left many times. Having the moral high ground is great. You should try your best. You should always try and act in ethical and moral ways. But it is not always possible in war. It's luxury. Yes, high-key toxic. I'm very well aware. I don't care. I don't care. Call me toxic, call me evil. I don't care. I believe in using the means and the strategies of the fascist against the fascist. Specifically. Nobody else, but just against the fascist. To use every means that they have, to do everything they want to do to me, to them, I want to do that. And I think that that's the only way forward. You come across as someone deeply bitter and obsessed with politics, maybe because you don't have much else going on in your life. That's so very funny. Oh my God. The fucking projection. The day that I'm actually like mad about something too, the irony. How about you go watch some of my other streams? That'll do. Like, genuinely. How about you, I don't know, critical think a little bit before you make a judgment on a person. I'm mad about literal evil shit. And you disagree with me, yes, and I understand why you disagree with me. Even, I'm actually glad that you do. Because the fact that you have to think about the moral aspect of it already shows that this is like the right path. But historically, we have evidence of this. You like kind of how you can't ask the Ukrainians to ask the Russians to leave. They have to fight them. Yes, exactly. Like, what are you even talking about? What, like, peacemonger bullshit. What is Ukraine supposed to do? What am I supposed to do when the fascists are literally, like, grabbing people off the streets, kidnapping them, and throwing them into death camps? How about the fact that they're, like, literally killing people? There's literally a woman who is a corpse that they're using as an incubator and making the family fucking pay for it. All right? Do you think that I should have any semblance of humanity for these people, to see any in them? No. And I can tell you historically that this is the case. Because I've said this so many times that I'm so sick of repeating the line, but I'll just show it to you this time instead. You can read it. Denazification. Let's go to some of the surveys we did. Have a read. Within 4 years it took for the population of US-occupied post-Nazi Germany to go from 6% saying that the Nuremberg trials were unfair to 1 in 3 because we let too many of them live. You have to talk with the horde of zombies, not shoot at it, literally. You haven't got a revolution that doesn't involve bloodshed and you're afraid to bleed, quote Malcolm X. Like, I don't want a violent revolution. In fact, I don't believe that a violent revolution will ever lead to good outcomes. I think that, like, take AI out of this, the violent revolution will come from the right. If we manage to defend against it, the only way towards socialism would be to go back through liberalism. Because that's what the violence leads to. If you had a revolution, bottom-up, collective liberation with no violence, then you don't need to do that. Like, you don't expect the enemy that is literally daily threatening you, daily, multiple times a day, to talk it out. The people who literally say the most demonic shit, literally like antichrist shit, in fact. And like Revelations death cult shit. And I'm supposed to, like, I don't know, have them be nice to them so I can keep the moral high ground. Fuck that, fuck them, fuck you. Fuck the moral high ground. You can call me evil. As long as the Nazis are all dead, I'm happy to be evil. Kill me at the end too. Your enemies will have no morals. You will lose. Exactly. Like, in war between two reasonable and rational countries, obviously there is rules. There's rules of war. We've set rules of war. We have international law according to this. But when we're talking about people who literally ignore every institution, every law, will use those institutions and those laws specifically to counter anything that you're going to do and render you weak and useless, then I'm not going to bother with that. Why the fuck should I? It's not even utilitarian. Whatever. Let's continue on. Oof. All right. Who said this? Be triumphant and finish them off. Don't leave any. Oh, yeah. We already read this one. That's a Zionist. Cool. This was said by Ezra Yashin, who was brought in official IDF vehicles to give a pep talk to Israeli soldiers before Israel's 2023 ground invasion of Gaza. 95-year-old Ezra Yashin is also a veteran of the Deir Yassin massacre, one of the most horrific crimes during the Nakba. So a fucking genocidal war criminal was brought to go give a pep talk to other genocidal war criminals in which he says, erase them, their families, their mothers, and their children. These animals can no longer live. If you have a family member, if you have a neighbor, don't wait, go to his home and shoot him. I think that it is morally justified to see this person as subhuman. Who said this? Region, quote, never progressed beyond certain primitiveness. It has never known anything but chaos because it lacked mankind, the valuable bearer of culture, the genius of systemically planned. This is a Nazi. This reads like a Nazi who ordered the designed exploitation and the immense treasures and the fertility. The soil of this country has only known the powers of unrestricted despoiling and brutal armament for war. Yes, this was said by Heinrich Himmler about Eastern Europe. Nazi Germany, Zionist Israel, and all their forms of European colonialism justified are all still justifying their actions as civilizing missions. It sounded pretty like Western, so I was like, no, that's Nazi, because they look like they got that from American rhetoric. Okay, next. Quote, this war is between the sons of light and the sons of dark. This one's Netanyahu, I know this one. He said this on Twitter in 2023, November 3rd. I just remember that bit. So, we will not let up on our mission until the light overcomes the darkness. The good will defeat the extreme evil that threatens us all in the entire world. Literally, like, you and your friends. In fact, like, again, if you haven't seen the videos on the death cult that these people are, like, why are we, like, what are you guys fighting about, really? Can someone explain that to me? If you don't believe they're a death cult, here, watch that. The group wanted war, now they have it. There is only one effective measure, cut them out. Oh, that could be the other way. I'm gonna go with Zionist. No! That wasn't a Zionist. That was, Goebbels. Just like Zionists today, he blamed the oppressed for the extermination campaign in which he was conducting. Oh yeah, by the way, do you know how many of the talking points the right use are literally straight ripped from Nazis? You know, like, trans people are groomers, literally straight ripped from the Nazis. For one example. That was in reference to blaming World War I on the Jewish people. Ah, I see. That makes sense now. In fact, hold on. I'm going to take a little break from this and show you a TikTok video again. Actually, I'm going to show you two, but first, let me find the one about, that.
Is it just me, or were you also taught that the Nazis had really good propaganda, but never what that propaganda looked like? Because how I was taught about it was that the Nazis effectively were able to propagandize and indoctrinate a whole entire nation into hating Jewish people, and that it was because of their good propaganda, but I was never told what that looked like. And I think that's fucking dangerous, because the anti-Semitic tropes that they used to justify harm back then are being used now.
Also every other trope.
The anti-trans, the anti-queer, the anti-Roma, even the anti-Slavic tropes that they're using are still used today to do it. So, for example, I'll speak on, like, my communities of, like, queer people. The trope of gay people and trans people being child groomers was explicitly used by the Nazis when talking about trans people. The idea that communists and socialists are terroristic agitators is literally what justified the Enabling Act following the Reichstag fire. The Nazis were not able to do
I need
what
you to stop having that Weimar American mentality. Weimar America's gone, guys. Pay attention.
Did simply because they were a heinous, totally new type of evil. Don't get me wrong, they were fundamentally evil. They were able to do what they did, though, because they played the propaganda game. They looked for excuses. They looked for people to blame. And that looks like a lot of different ways. They made excuses. They had plausible deniability. When trying to gain the acceptance of German people of having concentration camps in their society, they had a model concentration camp that they showed the media that was much cleaner and nicer and better, obviously, than what actual concentration camps look like.
Hitler is in office, and we are not the Weimar anymore. Everyone wants to protect children. If you convince people that kids are in danger, they will go along with anything, except the people who literally say protect the kids are the ones endangering the children. Republicans are child groomers. Every accusation from these people is a fucking confession. They groom children. They molest children. They sex traffic children. I can go literally find right now. Hold on. Bam. Right there. Easy. It was literally that quickly for me to find a MAGA influencer with a common face on Fox News being charged with producing child sexual abuse material. It took me fucking half a second. First link came up. Remember the Amy Cesar book, Visora, the parts about dehumanizing the inner Hitlers? No, I haven't read it and I don't care. Honestly, I think reading theory right now makes you dumber, Ilirda. I don't think theory applies anymore. I think we live in a world where classical Marxist analysis fails because it fails to account for the lack of reality. Right-wingers literally can't stop doing pedophilia, that's true. Marxist analysis doesn't fail entirely, obviously, it still stays, but like predicting how society is going, it's outdated. It needs to be updated, exactly. Thank you very much for using the right word. Boomers don't know how to use a computer. Boomers are the least brain rotted, especially. It's boomers and like 28 to 32-year-olds who have the least brain rot. It's actually funny. Young Gen Z, Gen Alpha, fucking cooked. I've said this before. Smartphones should be social media should be illegal for 25 and under. That's revisionism. What? Updating? I guess. Sure. I'll revise Marx then. I'm not tied to a historical text. I don't give a shit what Marx said. Marx wasn't right about everything. You can't take everything Marx said and apply it to our modern day. We live in a different context. It's outdated. I want to finish this. We got 10 questions to go. We must expel group and take their place. Who said this? Well, yeah, okay. That's from David Ben-Gurion in 1937, talking about expelling Arabs and taking their place. Makes sense. I'm doing good. 7 and 4. Genuinely, don't even focus on the theory. Focus on now. Visora is Marx now. She is the theorist now. Genuinely, again, I don't think that you can go back and look at, theory and apply it in a way now without making changes. In any way. None of it will work. People don't believe in anything. No, all of the long texts and the fucking books that you have, I'm not reading them when you send them to me because I don't have the time or I don't have the attention span. That's the same with everyone else, but worse. I have more attention span than the average person. No one's going to understand that. Most Americans literally cannot read. So right now, the new theory is we have to trick the right into having education so that we can go back to the old theory. And also, AI might change this entirely, so... AI could, again, I've said it before, I said it earlier this stream, 50-50. It either kills us all or it does socialism for us. One or the other. Quote, those animals have no right to exist. I'm not debating that the way that it will happen, but they need to be exterminated. This is a Zionist. Yes. By the way, this is how I feel about Nazis. I think literally just apply Nazi rhetoric to Nazis and then cut it out there. Then it's over. End it there. Pull it out from the stem, throw it into the sun. It's over. Leave it. You don't have to. In fact, the person responsible could also get thrown into the sun. She's like if Lenin, Marx, and Engels were Pokemon fused together. I kind of like that. The only theory that applies today is conspiracy theory. Yeah, literally. J.D. Vance is Hillary Clinton. Could you turn up the screen size? The letters are a bit small. I could do that for you. Absolutely. It's too big now. The group have deserved the catastrophe that has now overtaken them. Their destruction will go hand in hand with the destruction of our enemies. We must hasten the process with ruth coldness. This is a Nazi, right? Guesses, anybody? Israel again? Nope, you were wrong. This was Goebbels. The destruction of our enemies bit clued me in because, like, Israel would have just named, like, another country. You're 9 and 13. Not bad. Who said there will be no mercy? We had the moral right. We had the duty towards our people to destroy this people that wanted to destroy us. Literally, I could coin flip right now. Nope. That was Reich leader SS Heinrich Himmler on the evacuation and the extermination of the Jewish people, October 4th, 1943. We shall exterminate, quote, the group. The group will not get away with the responsibility for date. Okay, this is October 7th. No, wait, what the fuck? No way. We shall exterminate the group, for the group shall not get away with the responsible on the day. There's no fucking way. This was said by Adolf Hitler when speaking to the Czech foreign minister, Chvalkovsky on January 21st, 1939. We shall exterminate the Jews. The Jews will not get away with the responsibility for November 9th, 1918. This day will be avenged. Are you, like, you're fucking kidding me. The main difference is you see that all the Nazis think they deserve to genocide because they are superior, whereas Zions think they deserve genocide because it'll keep them safe. No, Schuffelpuffer, they think they're superior too. They literally do. They don't think it'll keep them safe. They think they're superior. They say it all the time. In some of the earlier ones, in fact. One of the soldiers raped a 16-year-old girl, laughing. They gathered him in something like a cage and put iron wires around him. They gathered all the men and sat on the ground, and one of the villagers got a submachine gun and shot them. The soldiers, who took flamethrowers and then ran after the villagers and burned them. Yeah, this is a Zionist. Yeah, see what I mean? This is a pleasure being taken in the suffering of others. They are the same. Nazis and Zionists are exactly the same. It's just like who they hate is the difference. This is from the Nakba testimony made by a Zionist soldier, Yosef Diamant, in an interview with the Israeli channel Hot 8. The events in Tantura were crazy and horrifying. Tantura was a rich village, had beautiful houses. Its residents live like Europeans, you know? And the women of the village wear nice clothes. One of the soldiers raped a 16-year-old girl, laughing. Do you understand? The events were horrendous. They gathered them in something like a cage, put irons on their wrist. Someone got a submachine and shot them. They imposed a cover-up. The soldiers who took the flamethrowers and ran after the villagers and burned them. It was horrible, and no one is allowed to talk about it. I won't talk about it because it would be a big scandal. I don't want to talk about it, says him while talking about it. No, they're human. They're just not people. Remember, like, because human is a physical trait. Person is a social construct. National Blank Speakers Group will make the ancient soil fertile. I don't know why I said it the wrong way around. The soil was unproductive for others, but for us it is good soil because we fertilized it with our love. Well, no, this one is a Nazi because only the Nazis are this, like, stupid. Really? Okay. We could have gone either way. The fertile soil was like, okay, that's Israel, but then they're talking about, like, fertilizing it with love. That made me think, like, oh, this sounds like some Nazi bullshit. But Theodor Herzl, the father of modern political Zionism, envisaged Jewish redemption of the land of the following lines. National Judaism will make the ancient soil fertile. It seems miraculous. Everything natural is miraculous. Once the nation which we Zionists are arousing fully awakens, things will happen swiftly and dynamically. The nation will behold its ancient land, beautiful. Oh, wow. Okay, we're saying this shit in America, too. Like, literally, pastor saying that kind of shit. But, it's like making the desert bloom. Okay, I get it now. Makes sense. All right. Even 1 million members of the group are not worth a fingernail of speakers group. I'm leaning Zionist for this one. What about you guys? Nope. It was the Zionists. Yep, sorry guys. Rabbi, in fact, Yabok Perin, in paying homage to Baruch Goldstein, told mourners that even 1 million Arabs are not worth a Jewish fingernail. I don't like this game anymore. You're not supposed to like it. It's like, but and to your point earlier of Shufu Poofer, of, you know, they don't think that they're better than them. Well, I mean, there you go. So you're not gonna get a warning for saying a bad word over and over again. I don't. They might ban me. I don't give a shit. Fuck that. I'm gonna talk about this because it's happening. They literally are murdering children right now. Like right now, children are dying because they are killing them. Here, let me show you this again. I don't know. Maybe you weren't here for this one. Here's what happened yesterday. There's a literal child in those flames. That kid lived too, thankfully, but you know. It should make you sick because it's literally indistinguishable from Nazism. Look at this. I've got 11 right and 7 wrong. You are like, it's very difficult to tell. Arabs out of Israel, he said. In February 25, 1994, Goldstein, dressed in an Israeli military uniform, entered a mosque in the Cave of the Patriarchs and opened fire on 800 Palestinian Muslim worshippers praying during the month of Ramadan, killing 29 and wounding 125 until he was beaten to death by the survivors. Oh, by the way, like, people see him as a hero, this guy. From the fucking... that one I'm allowed. I'm afraid to actually say that one, Lennon. $19. All right. I am referring here to the evacuation of the group, the extermination of the group's people, and this is one of the things that is easily said, but then they come along and each one of them has his one decent member of the group. Who knows? This could be either way. Oxpecker, I think of them as angels because the Christian God isn't real, and religious right sees themselves as God. Well, they literally are saying that Donald Trump is Jesus now, so if they're manufacturing the pretext to this, the vague human-made rapture, then their war between the angels and demons occurs, likely depicting their victims as that's exactly the point. Oxpecker. The entire point is to frame this as a religious holy war, and then do exactly what they're doing, but more. Tim Pool got so weird about that show? My Has-Been Hotel? Okay, whatever. Do you remember the Jews being marched for miles in the snow and take them to different concentration camps where many died along the way? This is the modern version of this happening. Yeah, I believe him. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw this. Motherfuckers. I don't really like TRT, because TRT is like Turkish state media, but, you know. I can't, I'm sorry. I can't. Zionist said this. No, actually, this one was a Nazi. It was Himmler talking about the Jewish people being exterminated. Again, indistinguishable. Who said these people must be destroyed? They're no longer human beings. They're animals. That's a Zionist. No! Okay, I was gonna say that was Yoav Gallant, but no, that was Joseph Goebbels. Same thing, really, but, you know. They are no longer human beings, they're animals, thus our task is no longer humanitarian, but surgical. We must cut this shit out here. Oh, actually, unrelated to this, but still related to this. I showed you this earlier. And it is also evil, but it's a different thing that I want to show you. So this was a post about like a trans girl committed suicide. Very sad. This is a person who calls himself a Christian, making fun of it, taking joy. Here's Evan talking about, you know, how this is fucking evil. And you want to see what some of the comments are like? Or did they actually take it down? Because one of the first comments I saw was, "Shut up, Jew." So, like, that's the country that we're in. Remember, chat, it's illiterate to compare, it's actually illegal to compare Israel to Nazis. Except I'm doing it anyway. Israel is a state that fundamentally relies on fascist means and has much in common with the Nazis, including rhetoric and methods. Sue me. I'm happy to take that defamation suit. I can justify everything I said. I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people, but the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, a more worldly wise race, to put it that way, has come in and taken their place, this one has to be a fucking Nazi, right? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, we're talking about like a higher grade race, like strong. Like, how is that not the Nazis? Oh, also Churchill? The fuck? This was Churchill speaking in favor of allowing Zionists to settle Palestine. Winston fucking Churchill. I do not admit, for instance, that there is a great wrong that has been done to the Red Indians of America or the Black people of Australia. I do not admit that wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, a more worldly wise race, put it that way, has come in and taken their place. Now, I knew Churchill was a piece of shit, but like, I wasn't expecting him to pop up on this, you know? In 1902, Churchill stated the great barbaric nation and the menace civilized nations, and that the Aryan stock is bound to triumph. So, like, Churchill was literally a Nazi, but then fought the Nazis because the Nazis fought him. He would have agreed with Hitler on literally everything. Otherwise, like, if he wasn't trying to take England? The Aryan stock? Jesus fucking Christ. So, that's what we got. We got 11 and 10. It's essentially 50-50 odds of indistinguishable between Zionist and Nazi. Like, does that not, like, break your brain a little bit? Because you're not allowed to discuss this. The liberals love Churchill. In fact, we've been supposed to believe he single-handedly beat the Nazis, a true anti-fascist. You know, liberals don't understand that FDR was also a piece of shit. Although he was my favorite president, he is still a piece of shit. Churchill was a fucking Nazi. He was a Nazi. The only reason he fought the Nazis is because the Nazis fought him. Europe is so incredibly racist, and Americans just have no idea. Like, Europe is more racist than America, because Europeans are racist against their own culture and everyone else's. Learning is fun. Learning is fun. I suppose in some context. You know what I learned today, actually? This is interesting. Unrelated entirely. We're gonna jump back to arms embargo potentially on Israel in a second, but I want to show this because I saw this today, and I know this before. Have you guys ever heard of Hanoi Hana? This was the voice you would hear when you were the U.S. soldier in Vietnam in the middle of the woods back in the day. Now, I'm gonna tell you right now, if I'm in the jungle at fucking night and I hear this shit, I would this would make me go psychotic.
DI, your government has abandoned you. They have ordered you to die. DI, do not trust them. Defect, DI.
I've seen this before, but it's been so long since I've seen it. Honestly, like, we need to employ this tactic.
It is a very good idea to leave a sinking ship. They lie to you, DI. You know you cannot win this war. Your rich leaders grow richer while you die in the swamp, DI.
Literally, imagine you are in a fucking jungle in Vietnam. Yeah, it's terrifying, isn't it? This is where they're in the trees shit comes from. This is so based, yeah. Genuinely, like, I want to take this sound, and if I had, like, a property that I lived on, like my own house, I would literally put like little speakers in the trees that have solar power connected to this so that I literally just turn it on. Yeah. And it worked, clearly, because they won the war.
They will give you a medal, GI, but only after you are dead.
We can use this on the Nazis.
Your government lies to you every day, poor soldier. You have lost this war, DI. Your army will leave you behind. Imperialists make you fight this war, GI. They do not care about you. GI, your government has betrayed you. You will not return for you.
It will make you go insane.
GI, your airplanes bomb your own men. You are not safe here. The skies are dangerous.
I don't respect the troops just because they fought in a war. Just because you were a soldier doesn't make you a good person. But this is incredible. Especially your airplanes drop bombs on your own men. You are not safe here is true and also very effective. I love this.
Airplanes bomb your own men. You are not safe here.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I don't disrespect soldiers just because they're soldiers. I just mean, like, they need to earn my respect just like anyone else. Just because they're soldiers doesn't immediately give me, like, a reason to respect them.
The skies are dangerous, GI. They will napalm you tonight. Your pilots do not care that you are down here, GI.
Oh, of course, Ilirda.
Okay.
You
cannot dig foxhole to hide in, G.I. Joe.
No, we were invading them. So, like, you know, yeah.
Your bombers will fire you.
I agree, but that doesn't automatically mean I should respect them, Pre-Breakfast Banana. There's plenty of soldiers who've done really heinous shit. I have several friends that have served in both the American and the Australian military. And, like, some of them are awesome. I respect the fuck out of those. But not all of them. There's plenty of war criminals. There's plenty of, you do realize the U.S. military recruited from white nationalist Nazi gangs, the Klan, during the War on Terror. I've covered it on this stream in detail of how we couldn't get enough troops. We had recruitment numbers down, so we went and recruited from prisons, from Nazi groups, from white, like just neo-nationalist groups, from Christian nationalist groups, from the Klan, and sent them to war. These people were there for 10 fucking years. There are literal documented instances of, well, explains Hegseth. Well, Hegseth was just a Fox News host. He's fuck all nothing. Vance was also a nothing burger too. He had an office job. But like Michael Flynn, for example, Flynn's area was PSYOPs. And a lot of those people that worked with him in that same, was it Fort, they changed the name of this fucking fort. Now I can't remember it. I think it was Fort Worth. I don't know. Might not be. No, it's not Fort Worth. Either way, his fucking squadron go into Iraq, Afghanistan. A lot of these people stayed there for years, until quite recently. And they were told specifically to not interfere with the, let's say, culture of the region. And a lot of, let's say, the Nazis are pedophiles, like almost by definition. And a lot of the crazy terrorists that they were fighting on the side, I mean, they're still crazy and they are terrorists, but so are we. So like terrorist is kind of a meaningless word, but the other people that they were supposed to be either working with or fighting with or trying to keep the peace with, also like the diddle kids. So these motherfucking pedophiles got the diddle kids all the way in Afghanistan for 10 years, and now they come here and get to have the Fourth Reich. No, fuck that. I don't have respect for soldiers just because they're soldiers. You have to earn the respect.
Will napalm you tonight. Your pilots do not care that you are down here, GI. Okay. You cannot do
his criticism of recent Israeli blockades of aid reaching Gaza and the limited...
Shut up! Why is there so many fucking tabs autoplaying? Alright, I want to hear that again, because that was funny.
GI. Okay. You cannot dig foxhole to hide in, G.I. Joe. Your bombers will fire you. Helicopters fall from the sky like broken birds.
Learn how to, like, I don't know, download that clip, make it into a thing that you can put, like, a speaker in, and then deploy it. Use it against the Nazis. If you have fucking Nazi militias in your neighborhood, just start blasting that out of loudspeakers. Who cares? It doesn't even matter if it doesn't have to be relevant. It could literally be the same clip. It'll still scare the shit out of those people. Yeah, we're gonna talk about the arms embargo. Here's the traps in the Vietnam War that one of you mentioned. This is that's what you hear before you fall into one of these.
What we call roller. Fine, we're gonna have like a window trap. You can see there's gonna be the upward spike and downward spike, right? It's gonna grab your flesh. The next one is what we call a chair trap. If you notice more clearly, you will see there's gonna be a hook, like a hook on the spike. Because when you fall down, all the hooks with the spike, the spike with the hook, it will pull all your flesh out.
Yeah, so not fun to fall into those traps. Also, I love that this is called daily affirmations. The fuck? Whatever, we'll do this first. I'll leave the fun thing for after. This is brand new. So, sanctions against Israel being threatened.
Criticism of recent Israeli blockades of aid reaching Gaza and the limited amount of support.
Remember all the Americans who died in Vietnam died senseless deaths. Happy Memorial Day, by the way. Sorry, I forgot that was today, because that was yesterday for me. Welcome to America 250's countdown. Happy Memorial Day. Remember, don't go fight in a war that will have you die senselessly. That has to seriously mess up your brain if you had to live through that every day. Yeah, it fucking will. Like, war messes up your brain if you have to live through that every day. This is all of it. Looking at this is messing my brain up every day. My mental health is suffering from the amount of war that I have to look at.
Getting through in the last few days. But he's under pressure to take more action to help relieve the suffering of civilians. Radio National Breakfast's political correspondent,
like
Melissa
the stream,
Clark,
it'll make me
joins
feel
us
better.
Now. Hi there, Mel. Morning to you. So we heard yesterday the Prime Minister strengthening his language about what was happening in Gaza, but there are those who would like to see him go further.
Wait, are we talking about Australia possibly sanctioning Israel? Because that would be massive.
That's right. It was a notable change from the Prime Minister yesterday, talking about Israel's actions being outrageous and not accepting what he described as Israel's excuses and explanations, and calling for...
I love Anthony Albanese.
The ability for aid and food and medical supplies to be able to get straight to people who are in need in Gaza. But what we've seen today is more comments from a former Labor cabinet minister, now backbencher Ed Husic, who's made it clear over the last couple of days that he will continue to push for the leader of the government that he's a part of to do more to support civilians who are suffering in this humanitarian crisis. So he has told Radio National Breakfast this morning that he thinks the Prime Minister should be calling in the Israeli ambassador for a formal discussion to put across the point of view that he expressed yesterday. He's also said that
the news has turned. Here's again 24 minutes ago, France. Israeli strike on Gaza school sheltering families kills 52. Oh my God, this is the video of the kid.
A child attempts to flee the fire as the school she was sheltering in goes up in flames.
This was a school.
She was one of the lucky ones who managed to escape the inferno.
Where are your brothers and sisters?
But she still doesn't know if the rest of her family got away. The school-turned-shelter was hit around 1 a.m. by an Israeli airstrike.
Yeah. I want to sanction these fuckers.
Rescuers
These people should be in
tried to
jail.
put out the flames and remove burnt bodies, like these of children. Others use whatever they can find to help those trapped inside escape.
The actions of Israel are fundamentally genocidal. Their rhetoric is indistinguishable from that of a Nazi. And yes, I want sanctions on them now. I want genuinely right now. Arms embargo, sanctions, all of it now.
That there needs to be more support in terms of direct aid that Australia could provide in not only...
Because they just want to kill them. Literally. Like, have you not been listening to some of the quotes that these people say? Every child is an enemy, is what they said. All of them. Every single one of them is an enemy. Here, listen to it again if you need it. You know, right here. Moshe Feiglin. Translate to English. Every baby in Gaza is an enemy. Sorry, it's just what happens when you translate Hebrew into English. It just turns into Mein Kampf for some fucking reason. The enemy is not Hamas, nor is the military wing of Hamas, or as our military commanders tell us. We are forbidden to harm children. Like, the same reason they bombed every fucking hospital in Gaza, yeah. It's because they're evil. It's because they're evil and they want death.
Financial support, but medical support in particular. And interestingly, Ed Husick has also said that as other countries are talking about...
They literally shot at European diplomats last week.
For the possibility of imposing sanctions on some within the Israeli government, Australia should be getting ready to do the same.
The biggest thing that I would urge is, one, I think what the Prime Minister did yesterday was critically important. I think it was vital that he speak up with the strength that he did, to call out the fact that the withholding of aid is completely unacceptable. Two, I think...
We need to literally just disallow any weapons. We need to disarm Israel. That's literally the only way to do it. You have to disarm them forever. I mean, by the way, even in Israel, the minority that doesn't want ethnic cleansing. Remember, 47% of Israelis polled in the most recent poll out of University of Pennsylvania says 47% of Israel is in favor of killing every Gazan in conquered territory. 47% in favor of killing them. Every Gazan in conquered territory. Are you fucking kidding me? You think, like, the idea of, hey, Hassan got banned for reading the manifesto. Then, like, oh my goodness. It is so embarrassing that we are in this state. Considering, A, we've all read manifestos. Hassan has, I have, fucking Vosh has, all the other streamers read the manifesto. That's fine. For Luigi Mangione's fine. But no, this one. Why? Why this one, though? Because this one was not particularly incoherent. This one had some very valid points. Now, was he right? Fuck no. No, he wasn't right. But his manifesto explains some shit. It was enough to sympathize, not to, you know, promote, not to support, not even to empathize, but to sympathize. But these ideas that are in the discourse on the left or on the right in America are not the same as the ideas that are in Israel. In Israel, there is much, much more loud push to kill children. Heaven does not appear after you kill children. They're going to hell? Of course. But, like, who gives a shit? Like, they don't believe in anything. They're not Jewish. Like, the people who do this in the name of God do not believe in their God. ISIS isn't Muslim. Evangelical Christians aren't Christian. And, like, Netanyahu's, or, like, Israelis that support the genocide aren't Jewish. It's that fucking simple. And also true. Exactly. That's exactly, like, that's why you can't kill insurgents and end an insurgency. You only make more with everyone that you kill. Which is why you have to kill all of them or none of them. And Israel chose all of them. Here's an Arab Israeli in the Knesset being dragged out of parliament for calling them out on this. You don't know how I see you weak. You are weak people. Very, very weak. A year and a half in which you killed 19,000 children. Which, by the way, is a very low number. Like, it's much higher than that.
שהרגתם בה 19,000 ילדים, 53,000 תושבים, הרסתם את כל האוניברסיטאות, את כל בתי...
You destroyed all the universities and the hospitals, and for you there is no political win. They drag him out of the Knesset.
חולים, ואתם, אין ניצחון פוליטי, אתם מרגישים שאין ניצחון פוליטי, לכן משתגעים,
By the way, you see how, like, whingy the fascists get when you call them out because they're little pussies? They're cowards. And so being called weak, being called out on all of their failures publicly like this is making that these people fucking screech. Maybe the reason why Nazis keep getting reborn is because Satan is like, fuck out of my house. I mean, maybe we just need to pray to Satan more. Why are you sad? Why aren't you happy? Like, you're getting everything you want, and they get even madder because the fascists can't face their consequences. They don't like it. They don't want to have this thrown in their face. They don't think about this shit, which is why it works. Wait, I need to see what that was. I don't know what he said. So that's how Israelis treat elected officials in Israel who don't want to do that. All right? So, like, Lucifer in the Bible never genocided people. God did in the Old Testament. So I don't want to talk about religion. I don't give two shits about your religion. Keep that in the bedroom where it belongs. He's doing this right. Force them to drag you out. I agree, erratic cookie. In fact, remember Trump's big speech of his State of the Union, where I said that these people should be getting dragged out, and they weren't, and it pissed me off. Is this the wonderful coexistence Ethan Klein was talking about? I don't know. I don't spend my time listening to stupid Nazis. Call for arms embargo on Israel as Gaza's children face starvation.
Israel should face an arms embargo if it doesn't stop its attacks on Gaza, says the Spanish government, which is hosting a meeting in Madrid of Arab and European countries, including the UK,
big fucking
on
deal.
how to end the war. Today,
This is, again, now several countries talking about sanctions, arms embargoes, stuff we've been asking for a while, so I'm actually quite happy about that.
The airstrikes killed 30 Palestinians, while yesterday 2 members of the International Red Cross were killed. Some limited aid of 107 trucks did enter Gaza, but humanitarian organizations say that much more, up to 600 trucks a day, is what is...
By the way, they let in trucks, but they don't let them drop off what they have. They let them in and they make them leave through a different exit. That's happened several times. I think Trump is convincing people the end of days is near to amass total power over the country. No, they literally believe the end of days is near. Pre-breakfast banana. We've talked about this. We've talked. They are a death cult. 32% of the United States truly believes that in our lifetime, Jesus will come down from the sky and bring all the good Christians up to heaven. They believe this. That is the base. They are trying to enact it. They're literally doing biblical shit. We sent 5 red fucking herrings from Texas to Israel so they could do blood sacrifices with them. I'm not even Google it. Google it. It's for the Al-Aqsa Mosque. In fact, I have a video that I've sent like several times in this stream. They all are working together because they're a death cult. Here, I'm gonna go pee. I'll leave this on with you while I do.
In September 2000, Ariel Sharon, then Israel's opposition leader, entered the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound. Surrounded by heavy police protection, he stepped into the 3rd holiest site in Islam, an illegal move under the international status quo. Located in Jerusalem's Old City, this sacred space is also one of the most revered in the world.
I'm sure that the sovereignty over the Temple Mount, it's in our hands now. It will be in our hands in the future. That will be the future.
Sharon's move wasn't just a provocation. It was a deliberate assertion of Israeli sovereignty in Jerusalem. Massive protests erupted almost instantly, quickly escalating into the mass resistance movement we now know as the Second Intifada. This illegal visit became a symbol of the dramatic collapse of peace negotiations, igniting years of deepening oppression and bloodshed. More than 2 decades later, history seemed to be repeating itself when far-right Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir retraced Sharon's controversial steps. But this time, the provocation was conducted as an official government visit. Ben-Gvir has trespassed the site multiple times since 2023, with each visit triggering soaring tensions and emboldening other illegal Israeli settlers to enter the sacred compound.
הר הבית זה המקום הכי חשוב לעם ישראל. הר הבית פתוח לכולם. עולים כאן מוסלמים, נוצרים, וכן, גם יהודים. גם יהודים.
By challenging the long-standing status quo that prohibits non-Muslim rituals and prayer at the site, Ben-Gvir's actions...
Do you guys understand now? Wasn't that so peaceful? Definitely not apartheid, one itty-bitty bit. Apocalyptic thinking is the key to get people to do anything. Oh, speaking of, did you know that specifically, to say it nicely, Ben-Gvir is a fucking demon who crawled out of hell and needs to crawl back into it. So, that's my take on Ben-Gvir. But interestingly, as we were talking about AI before, and how horrible that's gonna get, one of the videos we were watching, you know, we skipped around a bit because they're quite long and not all the information was relevant. But in one of those videos, I can't remember which one, I'm not gonna look for it right now, it doesn't actually matter, the point is made that there is a specific effort to try and keep this technology, currently, away from death cultists. Or at least, there should be. Actually, I remember the video now. It was the one where it was asking the AI the questions. And the AI's answer is, you need to make sure that this tech is nowhere near the hands of a death cult. Because they will absolutely use it to radicalize people to the death cult. Guess who owns all of the fucking AI software? The death cult. You guessed correctly. Alright, let's laugh at an idiot for a second. So, you all know that I hate Jubilee. But I did love this.
Why is that relevant? Because you go to a Catholic church, don't you? Or you've attended recently. You're interested in Catholicism, aren't you? Sure. All right. Are you familiar with their doctrines?
Somewhat.
Okay, you're
Their
familiar.
doctrines are very
how do they
deep.
regard Mary?
Why are you asking me that?
Because you're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean
either you're a
'cause I
Christian
won't
or you're
talk
not.
to you if you're a smartass.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell you.
You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression
private.
I was invited to talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian?
No, you were invited to.
I think everyone should look at the title of the YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video.
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him.
That was so amazing. It was actually amazing. I've needed that for a decade. To someone just say that to fucking Jordan Peterson. He's going to go home and cry in Asmongold's room. Literally, yeah. They changed the title of the video to appease him. The woke right strikes again.
I think everyone should look.
Did they really? My God.
Look at the title of the YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video.
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him.
It made me so happy. See, when they're not in their little bubble and questions, they spit like, look at Charlie Kirk, actually. Charlie Kirk got embarrassed as well this weekend. We're going back to like 2015 for some reason. He got slaughtered in a debate, or was he? Yeah, he got bodied. Here we go. Should have called him. Yeah, should have called him Mr. Peterson instead of Doctor. That would have been great. Why is a Nazi on Jubilee? Because the Nazis like work with Jubilee. Peterson has always been nothing, and nothing bring my faith in humanity lower than I watch his inexplicable popularity rise. Jordan Peterson is a pathetic little bitch who got famous with a message of pull yourself up by the bootstraps, and then was unable to kick his addiction on his own to benzodiazepines, and instead of, you know, going to rehab or, you know, trying to get clean, he tried to go and get a doctor to put him in a medically induced coma, which no American doctor or European doctor would do. So he went to Russia, where they put him in a medically induced coma so he could get off the benzos without having to face withdrawal, and has brain damage because of it. So, you know. Kid at Oxford recently destroyed fucking Charlie Kirk. Yep.
But so just to clarify, you believe that this is in the Bible. This is laid out in the Bible. That man shall not sleep with man. So therefore,
it's also repeated throughout the New Testament as well. Matthew, in the book of Matthew, Jesus reaffirms the biblical standard for marriage.
Okay, so I'm going to make two very, very quick points. So the first, so if we look at the Old Testament in isolation, just to start off with, it's an example.
I don't like it with the music. I don't care. Look, the real like point here is that the conservative pundits cannot actually make a they can't argue even with teenagers. Like, this is an adult, like, they used to go to like college campuses and argue with young kids. They can't even win that anymore. He also went all in on the meat diet, didn't he? I don't know. I didn't watch it. I don't care.
His suggested budget,
there's like no benefit from this.
$1 trillion. I wish it should be even more.
So that is not true.
No, it is. It's okay. You could look it up. Is
$1.5 trillion would be the equivalent of cutting the entire American military budget and a half.
He's advocating for raising taxes on the ultra wealthy. We'll see if that materializes.
That is an income tax. The ultra wealthy generally do not take a large portion of their income from an income tax and take it instead from capital gains.
Well,
fundamentally, increasing an 8% tax on Elon Musk, who takes like $10,000 as a salary or something stupid, will not make any material difference. This is a straw man argument, and it is obfuscating from the fundamental issue. This is a government for and run by oligarchs.
They're dumb. They have nothing. They actually don't have anything. Jordan Peterson had one correct point that he made that I will agree to this day. Just one. Just one. And then it's you have to clean your room. That's it. It's getting dominated by 22-year-olds. Literally, a 16-year-old in high school could annihilate Charlie Kirk or Jordan Peterson in a debate. You can't be a right-wing influencer and not lie. Yeah. Like, you can be on the right and not be evil. Right? It's hard, especially these days. But, like, you can lean right? And you can be on the right and not literally be evil. Like, fundamentally, innately enjoy the suffering of others. I'm a demon evil. But to be a right-winger who goes and makes, like, content, a pundit, a media official, a elected official, they're all literally evil. You can't be part of the Republican construct without being a demon, a ghoul, a lich, or a zombie. Also, Marx wrote Fire never cleaned Engels' couch. Okay, that's one exception to the rule. Clean your fucking room. He's a hypocrite. Okay. Doesn't mean he's not wrong. Doesn't mean he's wrong. He's right. He's just a hypocrite. Clean your room. You're like, the space around you and how it looks affects how you feel about yourself in that space. If I don't clean my house for a week, which is often the case because I'm often tired after stream and don't feel like cleaning, Saturday morning, I want to clean that fucking house because I feel like shit walking around it. There's like clothes that need to get folded. I have laundry that needs to be done. A couple dishes left out. Like, I want to handle that shit because it makes me not happy. And that's the point of cleaning your room. Just because, like, a hypocrite was the one saying it doesn't make it wrong. Do as Marx says, not as he did. Exactly. I mean, also, like, Marx was an anti-Semite, so don't forget that part. Don't do that part. I have exactly 3 water bottles on my table I refuse to clean, throw them in the trash out of spite for JP. How about you do them, like, for your own health instead of out of spite? Like, you don't need to think about Jordan Peterson, Captain Buggy. He doesn't need to live rent-free in your head. You can have a clean environment and nice, you know, clean water bottles that you can use and not have to believe that Jordan Peterson actually exists. You can just forget he exists entirely. I do, often, actually. It's a really good feeling. It sucks when you remember these fucks exist, but, like, you know, in the meantime, it's not bad. Oh, by the way, here is the average reform voter in the UK.
So net migration's halved in just 1 year, has it? Well, tell me, are there still people in this country? Yes. Then I'm afraid it's still too high. There should be no people here. This country should be a barren wasteland. Only then will it be great again. We should simply introduce a one-out system, a piss-off system. Why are people so scared to introduce a piss-off system? People shouldn't so much as be able to think of the United Kingdom. Get it out of your brain. We should simply remove the United Kingdom from all world maps. Try finding us then. Why are you trying to look for us on maps? Get away. I don't care. I don't care if it's a record decrease in migration. The figures I'm interested in is whether there's been a record increase in people being told to piss off. Do you know those figures? Do you? No, because people haven't been told to piss off.
They literally live for destruction and violence, yeah.
Touch in this nation. I will not rest until I look out across this country and see not a single person, nobody out there. Then it will be a good day.
That's barely an exaggeration, too. They live like poorly written villains. They are. They all have cartoon villain personalities. This woman, by the way, is based, and this is how you should be answering these questions.
Say you're male or female. I have to ask.
Don't fucking
It's
ask
a serious
me
question.
that.
Are
Don't
you male or
ask me
female?
that. Don't ask me that.
Or are you male or female?
Both.
Would you say you're white, black, Hispanic, other?
Both. All three.
Okay.
Matter of fact. What's your point?
How tall are you?
5'1". What's your point?
Now, how much would you say you weigh?
110. What's your point?
Why are you yelling, Maria? There's no reason to
What's
yell.
your point? It's not even yelling, baby. I can tell you what the fuck yelling is. Give me your fucking name, bitch, so I can keep a name.
It's Officer Taman. I told you that when we started this. Do you understand those rights?
Shut the fuck up.
Did you want to talk to us?
Shut the fuck up.
Is that a no?
Shut the fuck up.
I like
Say you're
her
male or
too.
female.
I like her too. Free whoever that is. Do you understand your rights? Shut the fuck up. I'm 10 feet tall and weigh 1,000 pounds. I'm white, black, Hispanic, and Asian at the same time. I am every gender. Free her. I like, genuinely. Amazing. 10 out of 10. Wifey material for sure. Hell yeah. Also, like, I'm from Jersey, so I like Hispanic chicks. Can't help it there. Goddamn. That's honestly, like, she got arrested. Yeah, she was likely at, like, a protest or something. The Chamber of Commerce, it looks like. She's probably at a protest. She got arrested. No, not queen. We don't do monarchy here, but, like, you know, comrade. I didn't want to start the thirst train, so I didn't want to say it. No, I get it. That deserves some thirst, you know? All three. Are you white, black, or Hispanic? I'm all of the above. Genuinely, like, you don't actually have to give them the serious answer to. You can, like, if you are someone who is comfortable in their rights and has the safety of it, just do that. You should probably make a habit of linking the TikToks and tweets when you play them on stream. Sure. I didn't realize, like, most people want to see them. People just kind of ask when they want to see the TikTok or tweet, but sure, I can absolutely link it. I want to see her mugshot. I don't know her name. Like, I don't really want to scroll down through here because sometimes it could be really bad shit. Don't actually say that, though. Well, I mean, you can if you, like, if you want to go to jail. If you want to go to jail, you can say that. But I would recommend not because, you know, you generally don't want to go to jail. But, yeah, what Ilirda said. To be fair, though, I would fuck with them because, like, they're going to kill me anyway. If you already know you're going to jail, you don't have to help them do their job. Exactly. Like, if you already know that they're going to arrest you, then fuck with them. Can you share a video? Absolutely. If they're already arresting you, then there's no way anything you say and do can or will be used against you prerequisite. That doesn't exist. We don't have court. They don't bring you to a court of law. You don't have due process. There is no anything you say and do will be used against you. You're arrested and you are already you're gone. You don't have rights. Nah, Ilirda, they're sending you to the death camp. Like, in that case. Generally, I do agree with you, by the way. It's just like, it depends on how fed up you are with the situation. If you, like, for your own safety, I absolutely say that go with what Ilirda is saying. Shut the fuck up. Don't say stupid shit. Plead the fifth. Ask if you're being detained. If not, leave. Ask if you're being arrested. If not, ask for a lawyer. Then shut the fuck up. But if you are like me and you know that there's no fucking shot in hell they're letting you out, I'm gonna make it painful for them. Annoying for them, at the very least. Not painful. Gotta use the right words or they're gonna fucking get mad at me.
LGBTQ rights or
Oh, yeah, I remember
LGBTQ
this.
rights or economic stability. Why can't you have both? You need
I
to pick one.
remember
I refuse the
this.
question. You can't refuse the question. I do. But you can't. But I did. But you need to pick one. No, I don't. I just said you did.
Yeah, don't engage with their bullshit. Genuinely, like, that's really the best advice I can give you, is don't engage with this bullshit. I mean, even Hassan got out. Hassan would have got out, like, much easier than I would have. Hassan is, like, big, and they also like him. The right needs Hassan because they need someone to yell about. I can be taken to a foreign prison if a cop thinks I'm not a citizen. You can be taken to a foreign prison if they think you are a citizen, pre-breakfast banana. We have sent several citizens to El Salvador. Do you think that we're only sending non-citizens? You do realize that, like, they can take your citizenship away now, too. Especially if that bill passes, the big, beautiful bill. Oh, by the way, that's the change in household income in this new budget. Yeah, you can literally show them a real US ID and they said it's fake. Literally happened a few days ago. Actually, I have this. Here you go. Here's a US citizen with a real ID, like the actual, the real ID. They fucking tackle him.
Hey, that's illegal. Man, sit out. No, fuck that, dude. And he's not even doing nothing wrong. It takes, what the fuck?
The big boss, why do people keep asking me this? I don't even know Vosh. He's just at work, yeah.
He's a citizen, bro.
He's a citizen, with a real ID. Oh, also, by the way, this is not the only one. We've literally sent citizens to El Salvador. There was news today of one that got sent to El Salvador because ICE had incorrect information in their file about him.
They're supposed to be doing that. If you're a citizen, they
And remember, this is only what you see on the news. How many of you know about the 1,500 cops that have descended of FBI that have descended on Memphis, Tennessee to help keep the peace while Elon's fucking mega factory of AI kills the local population? Seems like a trial would clear that up. Yeah, if only we had courts. That would be great, wouldn't it? I agree. Trial would clear that up. If only we had due process. So, that's how much the change is, by the way, in your average income, based off this new bill. So, you probably are here. And this is how much the rich make off this new bill. How does that feel to you, that this is how much money that they're stealing from you? You can just see it now. Courts don't exist, guys. Literally, like, the new big, beautiful bill makes it so the courts can't do anything. Like, they literally cannot do anything. The new, like, the big, beautiful bill will make it so Trump can cancel elections. You guys, like, need to pay attention. At least we can vote them out. No, you can't. You can't, because they can change the election. They can cancel it. You have no freedom, fair election. They have control of the entire election board. They're in the systems. They're in the voting machines. Why would you ever think that you're going to get, like, you know, a free and fair election? Now, you should still vote. Still go out and do it. I just, like, don't think that that's going to get you anywhere. I don't think that you can vote your way out of this. I think that's, it's too late for that now. I think it's far too late for that now. Oh, by the way, we don't cover our faces, said the Patriot Front. Well, here they are in Kansas, covering their faces again. Pussies. Prepared to see ICE agents at the voting booth. Prepared to see these guys at the fucking voting booth. And also, these are probably also ICE agents. But, you're gonna see these guys at the voting booth. If you even get a vote. Remember, this is America 250 now. The new countdown has started until, July 4th. We're supposed to have, you know, massive celebrations and whatnot. Because, yeah, they're going to fucking try and get all of you to be nationalists, and you're all gonna fall for it. I thought that was a GOP meeting. Nope.
Hey, y'all, do you remember about 5 years ago?
Wait, which one was? Let me clarify, Jajakis. Have to shame these morons, they need to feel small. True, you need to make fun of them, you need to bully them. You need to make them cry. Balaclava is the federally established ICE uniform, nothing else, no badges, that's it. Yeah, literally.
Hey, y'all, do you remember about 5 years ago when the police brutally murdered a man in cold blood on video and we started throwing bricks and burning shit to the ground? They are incubating a baby in a dead fucking body and making the family pay for it!
Yeah. That's how I fucking feel.
Prosecutors have launched a program with the goal of neutralizing California's sanctuary state policies. They say Operation Guardian Angel will make communities safer by taking undocumented criminal defendants directly into
Undocumented. I literally do not believe the government anymore in someone's legal status or if they've committed a crime. They literally lie as much as Israel does.
federal custody from state jails. Fox's Bill Maloogian has this exclusive report.
I don't care about the report. They're in the prison system in Los Angeles, in California. They are taking people from the prisons in California, which means they're going to be taking people off the streets in California next. This is part of a cooperative and planned out way to phase out sanctuary states. You know, because
There's the growing gap between rich and super rich.
This is The Onion, by the way.
Should the government be doing more to help?
The rich truly have become the disenfranchised segment of our society.
That's true. The average investment banker is only able to afford one boat, but the super rich family will have upwards of 5, 6, 7 boats. You have to have a decent yacht.
We should have all kinds of programs to help these rich
If
people.
the rich were just a little bit more motivated, they wouldn't be such a drain on society.
I take issue with that because I grew up rich. I come from a rich background. Tells me my own experiences. Our pool did not have a waterfall in
You
it.
didn't have a grotto?
No grotto in them. These were the things I grew up with.
Why not just adopt the states' rights moniker for us? Why not just use it? Like, I don't even believe, like, we can ever have the United States go back to what it was again. But fuck it. It's an existing piece of rhetoric that you could use. Scream states' rights from now on. Do it. Do it. It doesn't matter. They don't have they don't have thoughts. It's just input output. So you get to decide the input. The rich really might need to pull themselves up by the bootstraps, yeah. I wonder how many times in 2025 The Onion had to scrap all their ideas because they turned out to be real and not just satire. Yeah, probably a lot. You know what? I'm going to save this one for over here. So, here's the bill and what Mike Johnson thinks about it. Just to understand how much money they're stealing from you and what they're spending it on.
You are eliminating subsidized federal student loans, so the government will no longer cover the interest on debt while borrowers in school. You're eliminating $500 billion in clean energy subsidies, and you're terminating early tax breaks for electric vehicles. Alongside that, you're carrying out about $1 trillion in reductions to Medicaid and food stamps. We looked at your home state, and the projection is that nearly 200,000 Louisianans will lose their Medicaid coverage because of this.
And
How do you defend
Medicare.
that to your constituents?
We have not cut Medicaid and we have not cut SNAP. What we're doing, Margaret, is working on fraud, waste, and abuse. And everyone in Louisiana and around the country understands that that's a responsibility of Congress. Just in Medicaid, for example, you've got 1.4 million illegal aliens receiving those benefits. That is not what
they almost never do.
Medicaid is intended for. It's intended for vulnerable populations, for young, single, pregnant women and the elderly and the disabled and people who desperately
Like,
need
literally
those
the
resources.
people who
right
are
now
on
they're
it.
being drained by fraud, waste, and abuse.
You are the fraud, waste, and abuse, draining it to give it to fucking Elon and Teal and Freed and fucking all of the other dipshits that are trying to end the world.
About 4.8 million people on Medicaid right now nationwide who are able-bodied workers, young men, for example, who are not working, who are taking advantage of.
There is literally no factual evidence for this. 97% of the people on Medicaid work, and the other 2-3% can't. Doesn't matter, because what this also does, what they will not tell you, what's not in the bill, is that it breaks PAYGO, Congress's PAYGO Act, which is, you know, a line. It's this Republican budget is one of the most expensive and dangerous bills Congress has ever seen in decades. The nonpartisan CBO will make it clear the deficit will explode so badly it will trigger automatic cuts, including $500 billion from Medicare. Automatically cuts was it 50 or 500? Sorry, $500 billion from Medicare. Automatically. Just by how much this is spending. They're not even going to tell you that. Your like grandmother and grandfather might be on Medicare. They might need this to survive.
Of the system. If you were able to work and you refused to do so, you were defrauding the system.
Just go
You're cheating
die.
the system.
Just go
and
die.
no
is what
one
he's
in the
saying.
country believes that that's right. So
I do. I don't think you should need to work to be alive, fed, and healthy.
there's a moral component to what we're doing, and when you make young men work.
Moral component, Jesus fucking Christ, straight out of the mouth of a demon. I want to pour salt on this man so bad. Like, just give me some salt and some holy water. I need it. And like a drone that can carry it, so I could just airdrop some holy water onto Mike Johnson.
It's good for them. It's good for their dignity. It's good for their self-worth.
Literally just holy water, nothing else.
Sure, but first of all, just undocumented immigrants, are not eligible for food stamps or Medicaid.
Because they're not already on them.
Some lawfully present immigrants
No, they're not.
are. So the 190,000 Louisianas that are projected by KFF as losing their Medicaid.
This guy's talking about making young men work. This dude and all of his goons are jobless. Literally, they're the most jobless fucking people in the country. They sit around and party. They literally just party. AI does all of their fucking work, shittily, might I add.
Your position is they were just lazy, not working?
Yeah.
That they were undocumented? What about them? How do you defend that they will be
You want to know where
their
all
benefits?
this money is going? Because remember, we're getting like, what, $500 billion extra to the military? We're making the new infantry squad vehicle from the United States is a piece of Army Transformation and Contact Initiative, and Screaming Eagles have been putting it to the test. This is our new fucking infantry squad vehicle, and it is, like, it's literally a copy of the Russian shitty version, like the shittiest Russian squad car. That's our fucking new buggy. This is our new infantry carrier. No fucking, like, shielding. I don't know. We're talking about drone wars, right? Like, today, if we entered a war, there would be drones involved. There's no fucking doors. Yes, this is what the money's going to. Remember, Donald Trump said he doesn't believe in stealth for fighter jets? He literally has said this. No, it's supposed to be embarrassing. Steel tariff's not working out so well, probably. Where the fuck is the steel? Shoigu! Where is the fucking steel? Where is it? Shoigu Gerasimov. Where's the fucking steel? I guess. This is the new infantry vehicle. Don't copy the Russians. They have shoddy equipment. No, we know that. We know that very well. But Trump is terrified and also has a hard-on for him. I can't play the music because it's copyright. Display is both in ATV, yeah. But no, it's an ISV. You guys know that Donald Trump doesn't believe in stealth, right? Trump, stealth, comments.
Is equipped with state-of-the-art stealth technology. It's virtually unseeable and unprecedented power. It's got the most power of any jet
Oh, come on, Aaron Rupar. That's too short of a clip. Where's the other bit? Here we go.
ever made. And so I want to do that. And sometimes, stealth, they do stealth. I'm not a huge believer in stealth because stealth is basically a lot of it's to design and to shape. And, I'm sure you maybe think, but also if that's the case, they're going to figure it out pretty fast, I think.
Like, he thinks that he's smarter than this guy. He's like, well, you're shaping the plane this way and you're thinking that it's invisible, but they'll figure it out sooner. Like, he's literally a moron. This is wild. So all the military gets all this money and none of it goes to the infantry. Just goes to tech contractors, CEO, and shareholders and shit. Yes, exactly. It's all Russia shit. I did say for a long time, this is the American version of the collapse of the Soviet Union. I've been saying it for like a year now. Not a huge believer in what I can't understand. That is actually more accurate, Shuvo. This is like the moron. Oh, also, like, on top of that, this is the kind of shit we're spending money on. Remember, it's money on tech contractors, CEOs, shareholders, and also police. Because we care more about going to war with our own people than going to war with anyone else. Which, you know, ironically, at least to someone who lives outside the U.S., isn't the worst thing in the world.
Drones are fast becoming the must-have tool in policing. Now the next generation is here. Tonight, the I-Team with drones that answer 911 calls on their...
Remember, we gave the police pretty much immunity and right to do anything they want and increase their funding by a fuckload, remember?
Drone, and one of the first looks at an experimental drone system designed to foil would-be mass shooters. At the suburban Oak Brook Police Department, much like other agencies, drones are deployed and directed.
All right, guys, you got to go buy some drone jammers now before they make them illegal. Get yourself some jammers right the fuck now while they're legal. He's saying that to persuade us that he's not trying to be stealthy so he can be stealth better. That's how stealthy he is. Just look away while he stands there addressing the press outdoors. Yeah, exactly. Police state as if we haven't surveilled enough already. Oh, it's going to get so much more. Pre-breakfast banana. That's the whole like beginning of the stream was the AI that's going to either surveil you or kill you. But buy a jammer. They're not that expensive. Set it up and then buy another one and then set it up a little bit further away from your house. He didn't say neutralize mass shooters. He said neutralize would-be mass shooters. Guys, haven't we been over this? Palantir is literally building Project Insight from the fucking Marvel movies. Palantir is named after some fucking Lord of the Rings shit to see the future. They are literally building the helicarriers that will target all the potential targets before they do anything, minus the helicarriers. We're just using drones instead.
By humans.
We deploy them quite often.
Just last month, the department was called to help state police track down a person fleeing a vehicle wanted in connection with a shooting. The drone's thermal imaging technology helps spot and pinpoint that person fleeing. Now the department is going to the next level with a drone as a first responder.
It's not operated by someone traditionally holding a joystick. It's able to deploy itself.
The drone made by Flock Safety uses AI technology that's tied in.
Everything is AI now, guys. Like, again, I can't wait for this thing to gain sentience because it's either going to kill us all or give us socialism. Those are the literal two options, so I'm excited.
To the command center and deploys on its own from a roof to specific 911 calls.
Getting eyes on the ground prior to officers' arrival, that's going to be huge.
In North Suburban Libertyville, several former Navy SEALs and a business entrepreneur
the sound of drones scare the fuck out of me.
Working on the next aerial technological evolution.
Now it's locked on to Nate. As Nate presents, it strikes at Nate, so that's the show of force that we're talking about.
You're watching an indoor drone designed to detect and potentially stop a mass shooting on its own before police even have a chance to respond.
The drone is looking for a threat who's carrying a weapon.
Members of Breakcourt Solutions demonstrating their close-quarter drone for the I-Team, equipping drones.
Aliens could intervene as option 3. I subscribe to the Dark Forest theory for now, so that would be even worse.
Drones with firearms is illegal in the United States, so the concept with this system is designed to track the threat and then neutralize the weapon instead of the shooter.
Once the threat is detected, now it could begin tracking, begin following that individual, providing...
Hey, remember the time we watched the ones about the little mini drones that have explosives in them that could blow a hole in your skull?
Real-time information to first responders.
The inventors don't want to reveal trade secrets, only explaining that the drone can also lock in on a weapon and then strike the side of it, dispensing an adhesive substance that essentially jams the firearm's inner workings.
My vacuum looks like a weapon. Better change it out for an old one. That's what I'm thinking. What happens when one of these mistakenly bombs 7 civilians? We cover it up and pretend it never happened. What are you talking about, Long Leg Homo sapien?
So the internal functions of the firearm no longer work. It disrupts the bulk carrier group of AR-style rifles, semi-automatic pistols, pump action, and semi-automatic shotguns. And those are 95% of the weapons utilized in active shooter situations.
The concept is for the drone.
I'm going to be real with you. Buy a drone, like a cheap, shitty one, take it apart, put it back together. Learn how these things work because, might be nice to have like a little drone with a camera on it so you could see what's around you if you need to, like, go somewhere. But also, like, Know what you're dealing with. Buy a jammer too. If it bombs someone, they will just claim it was some other lone wolf shit or blame Hamas. They'll blame the left, actually. Remember, once the Israel stuff ends, whichever way that goes, the next enemy is us. The communists, the radical leftists. That's the next, you know, person. Also, drone photography is fun. Suppose I've never done it before, but like, learn how to use one.
Drone system to be housed throughout a building, activating when trouble is detected. The inventors comparing the prototype to a sprinkler
They already
system.
have qualified immunity
Why don't we
for
have
everything.
the modern day sprinkler system to active shooters and mass shootings? Like, that's what we're developing.
Now, the close quarter drone system is now being integrated with other security companies and is expected to begin pilot testing this summer.
Other security companies, meaning it's not just the police. It's private companies now get to have little drones that can harass you. This was fucking hilarious. And this is not The Onion. No, I always will tell you when it is The Onion. That was not The Onion. The only thing from The Onion you've seen today is that, you know, rich people are having a hard time. This summer, oh look, just in time for the protest that will be sparked off. Just in time for them to, like, really hammer in the martial law. Look, I'm going to tell you right now. Those protests are going to be bad. They're going to suck. They're going to try their hardest to break your spirit in, like, the first battle. Like, they want to win immediately. So they're going to go very, very hard. And they're going to hope that it breaks the left. And it makes people too afraid to go back out again. That would be my guess as to how they would respond to like one that they feel reasonably big enough that they could justify the response that they want. It's also like it's the turning point. Today is actually. Remember, if you go onto the White House website, whitehouse.gov, you go to the America 250 section. There's that one. Starts, you know, it's from Memorial Day to July 4th, 2026. So, like, today is going, like, this is when they're going to try and propagandize to you the most. I need an EMP rifle. I don't know if that's legal, but you can get a jammer, and those work. Buy a couple jammers. Get some, actually, before they're illegal. Did they pass the hugely horrible bill? The House did. The Senate has not yet. If the Senate passes that bill, like, that's the Enabling Act, Pre-Breakfast Banana. Understand that. If you weren't here for it, it is what allows you as the president to ignore the courts, to cancel or delay elections, to track protesters, criminalize them, to be able to, you can't actually, you won't be able to actually bring forward a suit to the government because they make it so injunctions are blocked through this bill, which, by the way, also acts retroactively. So things Trump did in his first administration that the court said no to are back on. So, like, the Muslim ban and all of that, those all start happening again immediately. And then on top of that, to be able to petition the government as, like, you did something wrong, this is unconstitutional, you would have to get a lower court to push that case up to the Supreme Court, but a lower court can't do that. They lose the ability. So there's no way for you to get something up to the Supreme Court without going directly. And they'd have to accept that, which I'm not even sure they do. And so it makes it so you can't go to the courts for anything. Oh, and also a 10-year moratorium on any regulations on AI. It's like, it's the worst thing possible. It's all of the worst things you can think of at the same time. Meanwhile, we have our soup-brained dipshit over here as a president saying,
Yeah, I'll give you an update. I'm not happy with what Putin's doing. He's killing a lot of people, and I don't know what the hell happened to Putin. I've known him a long time, always gotten along with him, but he's sending rockets into cities and killing people.
I don't know what's happened to Putin. He's gone crazy. He's sending rockets into cities and killing people. I've known him for a long time. He wasn't like, says to the guy who literally has done this for decades. He's more worried about Putin releasing his piss tapes. No, I don't actually think it's that. He's not, there's no piss tapes. Putin just is afraid, Trump is just afraid of Putin. Afraid of nukes. He actually believes, like, the nuclear threats even.
And I don't like it at all, okay? We're in the middle of talking, and he's shooting rockets into Kiev and other cities. I don't like it at all.
President, what do you want to do about
And I'm surprised. I'm very surprised. We'll see what we're going to do. What am I going to tell you? You're the fake news, aren't you? You're totally fake. All right, any other
Okay, that bit was fucking funny. What am I going to tell you? Aren't you the fake news? Okay, so in some good news and some interesting news. Russian oligarchs in the 90s bought up all his apartments. They own him. That's true. Oh, Kamala was so fucking right. That's true. True. So, first thing. Good news, everyone. Hold on, actually, I want to try that again. Good news, everyone. We have lifted all restrictions on long-range attacks by Ukraine into Russia, which means Ukraine could just fucking hit anywhere that's a military target in Russia now.
Es gibt keinerlei Reichweitenbeschränkungen mehr für Waffen, die an die Ukraine geliefert worden sind, weder von den Briten noch von den Franzosen noch von uns, von den Amerikanern auch nicht. Das heißt also, die Ukraine kann sich jetzt auch verteidigen, indem sie zum Beispiel militärische Stellungen in Russland angreift. Das konnte sie bis vor einiger Zeit nicht. Das hat sie bis vor einiger Zeit auch bis auf ganz wenige Ausnahmen nicht getan.
It's fantastic.
Das kann sie jetzt. Wir nennen das im Jargon
Now give them more missiles.
Fire, also auch mit Waffen die Ukraine auszustatten, die militärische Ziele im Hinterland angreifen.
That's been the problem, is Ukraine can hit a lot. It's the rear that's the issue, because they're like moving their fucking artillery back so that Ukraine can't hit them. Ukraine sends the drones that fly very, very far at specific targets, but those are usually like oil refineries, and those are not also easy to set off. They're not easy to get through the air defense either. This is a huge deal, yeah.
Und das ist der entscheidende qualitative Unterschied in der Kriegsführung der Ukraine. Russland greift völlig rücksichtslos zivile Ziele an, bombardiert Städte, Kindergärten, Krankenhäuser.
Yeah, Russia attacks civilian targets absolutely ruthlessly, bombing cities, kindergartens, hospitals, old people's homes. Ukraine does not do that.
Altenheime, das tut die Ukraine nicht. Und da legen wir auch sehr viel Wert darauf, dass das so bleibt. Aber ein Land, das...
So, that's based. Even better. Several European countries are considering new sanctions against Russia, disconnecting 20 banks from SWIFT and disconnecting the Nord Stream pipeline. Like, to be fair, like, they're already working on getting off of Russian oil from 2027, by 2027 rather. So what was keeping them from firing long range? We were too afraid because Russia kept making nuclear threats. They'd be like, oh, if you allow Ukraine to use the ATACMS, then that means that Europe is a valid nuclear target. And then we, like, bought it because, you know, it was Biden. Meanwhile, like, I was sitting here screaming, just let Poland go and invade Ukraine. And not Ukraine, in Russia. So wait, the US lifted it? Yes. That was the US, France, Germany, and England all saying, yep, you got green light, shoot your long-range missiles. Do whatever the fuck you want. Which is good. It's fantastic. In fact, America probably only said yes because, you know, Trump got a little pissed off. By the way, Russia is doing some weird shit. They stole an Estonian wave buoy and brought it to Kaliningrad. And, like, obviously, this is to replicate the technology. These buoys have a bunch of sensors in them that detect, like, the wave level or if, like, a ship is passing, because the Russians keep fucking cutting undersea cables and coming into the territory with their ghost ships. I mean, they almost had a skirmish because Estonia tried to board a Russian ghost ship last week. And the Russians sent out a fighter jet to stop them. Now, I still think we should have boarded that, but that's just me. So, yeah, the Russian Navy is now resorted to stealing a wave buoy from the Estonian Research Institute. There's three likely purposes behind this. One, reverse engineering and copycat deployment, which is something they often do. Implanting surveillance or signal tools and then putting it back. Or, you know, just flexing. Like, we can just take what we want. Doesn't matter. They brought it to Kaliningrad, and it's just there. But it is part of the hyper warfare. The buoys, the fiber cables, the seabeds, the pipelines, all of these are being genuinely not just attacked, but scouted regularly. The Houthis would have boarded that boat, fighter jet or no. The Estonian, like, the Russian Shadow Fleet ship? Why would the Houthis have touched that? That was in the fucking, like, Black Sea. All the way, like, up, not down. I don't know how you get that. So, let's have a look at Ukraine's plan with drones, actually. I'm very excited to talk about this. Oh, actually, I forgot about this one first. This is, Germany's Merz finally criticizing Israel. Germany has finally criticized Israel. So Russia can just steal stuff with no repercussions? Yes, but no. Like, yes, because we're too afraid to give it to them, but no, because they're losing this war. They're getting their asses kicked. So Ukraine. So, like, let's have a look. This is Ukraine's new plan, and it's a good one.
So Ukraine is rolling out a drone wall that'll create a kill zone 50 kilometers deep all across the front. And Russia isn't very happy about this. I mean, they're saying that if this actually comes to fruition, it could effectively stop any future advance. So let's get into what this looks like from a Russian perspective, mind you. I mean, we'll look.
Now, remember, Ukraine makes much more drones than Russia does. Like, their production is much higher.
Get some Ukrainian sources here as well, but I thought to really understand the effectiveness and what this could mean on the battlefield, it's best to look at it from Russia's point of view and how much they absolutely hate this idea and arguably are doing everything they can to try to stop it, including the targeting of Ukrainian drone manufacturing facilities all across the country. So this drone line, as it's being called, are essentially kill zones broken out across 50-kilometer deep area of the front, and is broken out into sectors here. They say 0 to 5 kilometers total clearing. Everything is mined, so landmines on the ground. Buildings and shelters are destroyed. Neither infantry nor equipment will pass. Think of that as a dead zone, right?
So that would be 5 to 10 kilometers. But let's take Donetsk here, right? So let's say the wall starts, I don't know, at the furthest point of Russian control. Like, here's where the wall starts. All of that, that's about what? 10 kilometers? That's probably about 5. Give me a scale. Thank you. 3 kilometers. Yeah. So all that, all the way up to, like, maybe, yeah, this is all dead zone. So everything within that line dies. Which is fucking terrifying for Russia.
No man's land back from World War I. And there's going to be a couple World War I comparisons here as we continue on. 5 to 10 kilometers back, we've got destruction of the enemy logistics and advancing forces.
That was
10 to 15 kilometers, elimination of enemy artillery. And 20 to 50 kilometers,
yes,
strikes on rear facilities, air defense, warehouses, and infrastructure. Now, turning to some of these Russian sources here, starting with military informant. They say the general concept of the project is to create a line of defense from the most effective and trained UAV units. They specifically call out the 20th Separate Regiment K2, the 429th Regiment Achilles, the 27th Regiment Rarog. I feel like I probably didn't pronounce that right. And then the 414th Brigade Birds of Midar, and then the Phoenix Regiment of the State Border Services of Ukraine.
It might make a difference between the type of drones. Some of them are fiber optic drones, so they have a cable attached to them and that breaks. But sometimes, like, generally, the drone that is blowing up and hitting the truck loses connection because there's a jammer in the truck. So, like, as it gets closer, it gets in range of the jammer, and then you lose flight control, but you're already close enough that you just smash into it and you blow it up. Russian nuke threats are as valid as North Korea's threats. Did you see North Korea lose a $500 million ship? They're going to execute, like, the 3 guys that accidentally had that sink.
If interested in following any one of those units, because they do pump out a ton of drone footage, a lot of which I'll be using throughout today's video.
So the Peaky Blinders are my favorite.
Each one of those units' Telegram pages in the description below if you want to give them a follow.
Wait, did you guys not see the North Korean ship? Because that was, it's kind of really embarrassing. Hold on. Because it won't take all that long just to get, like, a little rundown on it, but...
North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un has strongly criticized officials...
Yes, of course, Western imperialists.
...for the damage caused to a new naval destroyer.
The CIA that literally couldn't tie their shoes today.
During a failed launch ceremony this week, the country's leader said the damage was the result of absolute carelessness and irresponsibility. State-run media reported that Kim also blamed scientists and shipyard operators of the serious incident. During its launch, the new 5,000-ton ship reportedly lost its balance, and the tipping caused parts of the vessel's hull to become damaged. The accident may have occurred because North Korean workers were unfamiliar with such a large warship. According to South Korean Navy expert Moon Kyun-sik, Pyongyang rarely acknowledges military-related setbacks. But commentators say the disclosure about the failed launch indicates that Kim is serious about his naval advancement program.
So that happened. But back to Ukraine kicking Russia's ass.
Again, military informant here says the above-mentioned units began to expand and received additional funds from the state budget. The provision of ammunition, staffing of people also changed. The units received priority out-of-turn access to centers and piloting schools. He says it's planned over time that each unit involved in the project, as well as the core of the armed forces of Ukraine and the National Guard being formed, will operate strictly on a designated and stable section of the front. And Russia actually put out a map showing where they believe these units are located right
Interesting.
now. And look, based off the size of the units and the size of the front they're supposedly controlling, they're not the only ones operating there. But when you're looking at this specific program of the drone wall, the 5 units participating, it does look like right now they're broken out, kind of heavily focused in the southeast, which makes sense. That's where the majority of the heavy fighting is taking place, but really all across the front from the north to the south. And military informant here says the estimated time
if only, Glennon,
for the project to begin functioning in its intended form is the end of 2025. My guess is that the goal is to have that done before the end of 2025. If that's what Russia thinks it is, Ukraine is probably headed for a completion date in the summer or maybe fall, right? In this type of scenario, you don't want to be done before the enemy thinks
literally this spring might be the last offensive of this war, because Russia right now is pushing with everything they have to try and take as much territory. Ukraine is holding. There's parts that they've made some gains, like the Russians have made some gains, and then usually those gains are undone. But like, Ukraine is winning this war. Russia can't win this war. Their military is collapsing right now. Intel suggests that, like, they can't sustain this until the end of the year. All of Russia is rightfully Ukraine. After all, Stalin did that in the 30s. You know what? Selectively, I'm going to agree with you. Russia is also kind of begging for some kind of ceasefire so they can stall it out, right? Well, no. Russia has been saying no to the ceasefire, and Ukraine has been begging. I don't want a ceasefire. Ukraine does. Russia doesn't, and I don't. Because Russia will lose without the ceasefire. Russia is delaying the ceasefire as much as they can so they can gain as much territory before they do the ceasefire. Ukraine is grinding. I want a tank countdown. They are cooked. As in, like, how many tanks the Ukrainians have cooked on the Russian side? It's a lot more than you think.
You're actually done. And by all accounts, this drone wall is, to a degree, in effect right now. All of these units are operating under this idea. They have designated sectors at the front, and they are striking Russian formations out to that 50-kilometer depth. We actually have an example given by Russia, by Rybar Media, talking about how this is already in place in the Zaporozhye region. But shifting over to another Russian mill blogger here, Oleg Sarev, he says each sector is controlled by reconnaissance crews that instantly coordinate attacks. This is not just a defense. It's an echelon system capable of grinding down any offensive force. Like in the trenches of World War I, such a line can freeze the front. It will almost be impossible to attack it because every step will cost the attacker losses in people and equipment. Ukrainian armed forces.
This is a win move. Russia has destroyed their arsenal. Hard to say where they stand as a military. They got nukes. That's about it. They have about 100,000 soldiers sitting in Belarus right now, and about 700,000 to 800,000 sitting in Ukraine. But like, yeah. I mean, like, they're sending people on motorcycles, old Soviet vehicles. Like, they got nothing. You don't hold any of the cards, all in the hand of the other Vladimir. Vladimir, not Vladimir.
Drone line is, fortunately, still far from being implemented, but if Ukraine can launch this system at full capacity...
Guys, there's no hiding from Ukrainian drones. Thank you again, Preston.
Bush type overhead, but you can't be...
This is a... a thing that they do now. This one's cool. It's cool. Come on.
Of the 53rd Mechanized Brigade. We do have a couple clips from the Russian side here as well that I want to show.
The base
This is
spelling.
a new tactic that we're seeing employed by both sides over the course, I'd say, of the last year or so in this war. This is outside of Pokrovsk. So on the Ukrainian side of the lines, Pokrovsk still held by Ukraine. And what they're doing is we've seen both Russia and Ukraine land these fiber optic drones, and they wait in ambush for a vehicle to drive by, just like we're seeing here.
I've
and then
seen
when
a drone find a drone waiting to ambush another thing, and then the drone took out the drone that was hiding. Drone, I'm fast as fuck, boy.
They pick up, speed up, locate the target, and strike. And the reason for this is when you're thinking of these fiber optic drones, they're already harder to locate because they're not being picked up on electronic warfare jammers. You can't tell always that they're overhead, but you can see them and you can
Genuinely,
hear them.
Lennon?
So
Yeah.
what both sides have figured out to do is to land these things near avenues of approach where there's a lot of vehicles moving through and just sitting and waiting. And yes, it does drain the battery to a degree, but nowhere near as much as it does when actually flying. So we're seeing a lot of these ambush type tactics.
You know what's funny is that, like, historically, Ukraine's borders have not changed all that much. Like, it used to be a bit bigger. They used to have, like, a bit of, like, what would now be Russia. But, like, Ukraine has been, like, a known country on many maps. It was called Ukraina for a long time, and it had barely any changes in its border, and it's actually really interesting.
As the drone war has really innovated in recent months in Ukraine. Talking about innovation and how much these drones are inflicting damage on the front, this is another Russian POV here. I believe this is also near Pokrovsk. A little bit older video, just came out a couple days ago. But it shows a Russian soldier here in some sort of civilian vehicle. He's got his drone, what is it? Like it's just a detector, excuse me, is the word I'm looking for. Just lets him know if there's a drone nearby. But look at the amount of destroyed vehicles on the side of the road. Everything. Depending on who you talk to, this is the road of death or the road of life. Ukraine is just hammering these positions. There you go. That's how they're getting soldiers to the front in a lot of cases.
Yeah, by the way, does this not look like the U.S. military's new fucking buggy?
Soldier here in some sort of civilian vehicle. He's got his drone, what is it? Like it's just a detector, excuse me, is the word I'm looking for. Just lets him know if there's a drone nearby. But look at the amount of destroyed vehicles on the side of the road. Everything. Depending on who you talk to, this is the road of death or the road of life.
Nah, you won't do
Ukraine
that.
is just hammering
Trump's
these
too afraid of Putin to do that. Yeah, this is not a good vehicle to be in a drone war.
And there you go. That's how they're getting soldiers to the front in a lot of cases. Just trying to get them there without losing armored vehicles, because you can see everything traveling along this exposed road is getting absolutely hammered. And it's nothing new. This has been going on for a while. Both sides are trying to come up with new, innovative, cheap, and effective.
Look, I'm telling you, if we want to end this war, you just got to keep going until it's winter, and then invade Russia in the winter on horseback with archers. You'll win. Don't listen to the lies. That is how you invade Russia. You have to do it in the winter, on horseback specifically, or it doesn't work.
Ways to move soldiers from the front to the front, because my God, look at the damage caused by these drones, just hunting nonstop, day and night. Now, on that note, we do have another video here coming from the Ukrainian 425th Scala. Talked about him in a recent video where they started rolling out these motorcycles, and I said, man, I hope that they figure out this isn't a good idea before they actually put it into use, and that didn't work. We actually now have footage of this battalion rolling into an assault.
Not true. Well, I mean, kind of, but not necessarily true. You should be invading Russia in the winter. Because that is how the Mongols did it.
You've been lied to about history. The Germans and Napoleon didn't invade Russia in the winter. They invaded in June, the 22nd and 24th, respectively. The reason why the cold did bother them anyway is because they stayed longer than expected. The winter came to them. The people that did invade Russia in the winter were the Mongols. It was Batu Khan who waited for the rivers to freeze so they could ride their horses.
Night, Ilirda. I'm about to finish as well.
Over it.
Have a good night.
And they beat the brakes off them. They burned Moscow to the ground. So the real lesson isn't, oh, don't invade Russia in the winter. It's if you do, bring horse archers.
So, yeah. Look, Ukraine is winning.
Unfortunate.
Good ending. Russia loses the war so bad that Ukraine actually gets Russia. Yeah, make Russia Ukraine again. Make Russia Ukraine again. MRUA? Huh. Yeah. Ukraine doesn't want Russia. That's the other bit. Just like give it. So let me tell you what would actually happen. Like let's be serious for a second. Groups in Russia. Let me get a map because I'll tell you what would actually happen. Most likely, it would break up into regions similar to this. No, come here. Give me the fucking picture. God, Wikipedia. Something probably similar to one of these, where they're little, like, states based on, like, their local ethnic region. I mean, to be fair, like, even the Russians are using the minority ethnic people that they have conquered more in the war than, like, ethnic Russians. Chechens, Tatars, there was one with a Y. I don't know. It's interesting. Let's see if I can find that clip. It's fine. But, like, it would break apart into regions that are closer to, I don't know, one of the ethnic groups that they relate to. That would be interesting. Well, I think it would also result in China maybe trying to do a little sneaky and grab a little bit of land for themselves. So Dagestan gets to be Dagestan again, I guess. Yeah, if Putin falls and the Kremlin falls with him, then Dagestan can be Dagestan again. The Yakut people could have their land. Like, I don't know. The Chechens could have theirs. I feel like this would be good for everybody. I don't know. It would be great if the Russians just collapse. Amazing. Been a while? I don't recognize your name, Kistog. Did you change your name? But good to see you. Let's see. Oh, cool. You're cool. Yeah, thank you. I got it now. I was like looking around and I was like, oh, wait, now I recognize you. Bad timing because I'm like very close to ending stream. So that's the big question though, Shufa Pooper. Who gets all the nukes? I vote Ukraine. Like in that scenario, I think it should just be Ukraine. And also like likely we should just disarm quite a lot of them. Like, I mean, like the vast majority of them would be great. For self-defense, of course, yeah. But, like, also, like, they're probably the only trustworthy group in the region that I would be okay with giving the nukes that, like, the former Russian state owned. Also, I'd be really curious to see how many of those still work. Distribute one nuke to every country on Earth. Funny enough, I actually saw a TikTok about that. You know the guy on the subway who's like, what's your hot take? It was actually about that. Hold on, let me find it, because I was about to start a raid, but you brought that up, and now I'm curious to see what you guys think, because it was an interesting video. It's an interesting, like, concept, really. There you go.
So what's your take?
Ow,
Every
sorry.
country should have one nuclear bomb. 100% disagree. I think that's How an many bombs awful do you think idea. they should have?
Can we give nukes to some AI super beings instead? AI overlords will protect us. Yeah, of course, Captain Buggy. Sure.
Zero. Oh, well, that's good too. I would obviously prefer that. But if they're going to have any, it should just be one. You're not saying.
Lenin, no, that's not happening because they will just collapse. The Russian state won't exist if Russia loses this war. Like, properly loses, the state won't exist anymore. Good thing about nukes is they're supposed to stop invasion. Bad thing about nukes is a false positive on a nuke strike means both countries get decimated. True. I feel like none of us should have nukes, but if we have to have nukes, I'd just rather not have nukes. Fuck. All right, we're gonna raid Sad Girl because it's been a hot minute. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for popping in, joining the stream. Don't forget to join the Discord, drop a like, and donate if you can. And I will see you all tomorrow. Have a lovely evening.
Raid incoming. Let's go, W.
Their own, reputational